and biz away. The one I'm trying is the green button, and this one's the yellow button. How about now? You can hear me? Okay. I just turned my button off. So check now. Testing, testing, testing.
Katrs bija tur, jā. Jā. Nu, pasties, kas tur par settingiem. Vai ir automatu, kur viss, jā. Viss ir, jā. Kur šeit automātiski ir play, automātiski ir start. Viss kārtībā tagad. Tur jau automātiski aizies. Tu gatavs? Es tev gribēšu ņemt pēc 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
To be back, and great to be back here in Malta. We have a huge week on ECN this week with T20 International men's and women's action. We've got the ECS and ECI in Hungary as well. Right now it is steaming here in Malta, and the action's going to be pretty hot here in the middle as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Mdina Cup T20 Internationals here on ECN, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Tail is the call. It's heads.
We're going to bowl first.
Okay, Malta is going to bowl first. Good luck, guys. Thank you. We'll start on time.
So the news from the
just in time for the first ball. It is Malta winning the toss, electing to bowl, and here we go. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and you've got Malta versus France, pushing it right to the brink of the first ball. But yeah, we do have Fanyan Magal opening the bowling for Malta. He's bowling to Gustave McKeon of France. First time we've seen Gus on ECN, actually. So this is the Mdina Cup. It's a three-team T20 International tournament that takes place over the next couple of days. This is going to be gone. What a catch. A brilliant catch, assuming he's caught that one. Well, it's a huge edge. It's just a matter of whether it's been caught or not. I mean, it's a massive edge, but he must have dropped it. I mean, we're behind that, so the action starting straight away is Chajal Sudasanan. Let's have a look at it on the replay. And let's see if he holds on to this. He had all of it when he hits the ground. Well, what's going on there? Oh, he's bowled. It doesn't matter anymore because Gustave McKeon gets bowled around. His legs getting across too far to Fanyan Magal, and he's knocked over for a duck. And so France lose their first wicket before a run's on the board. Well, anyone that thought this is a sedate form of cricket, you got something else. Well, Derek's made an early appearance, and I'm still not quite sure what happened first ball because McKeon got a huge edge. I thought that Sudasanan looked like he took, but maybe didn't. But it's all academic because Gustave McKeon goes for a second ball globe. Let's check this out. The replay does get that kind of reverse for a left-hander. You expect him to normally straighten it down the line, but McKeon just gets way too far across his stumps, loses his bearings, and loses his wicket. Welcome to Malta. Wow. And, and we're off and racing. So, yeah, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Let me just give you a bit of a breakdown about what's happening here. So we've got France, we've got Malta, and we've got Luxembourg in a three-team series that will run Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 2 matches each. And then starting on Wednesday evening, we have the Valletta Cup, which is the same 3 teams joined by Romania and Switzerland for a 5-team Valletta Cup. And the Valletta Cup has been played 3 times previously. It's the 4th edition starting Wednesday, but this tournament, I suppose you could call it a bit of a warm-up tournament, but these are all fully fledged T20 internationals, so they're worth ranking points. There's a lot on the line. What a start that is. Now it's going to be the beast, Mukhtar Gulami, coming out at 3. He gets another ball right on the money from Fanyan Magal, who does have this kind of real whippy action. He's probably comparable to someone like Sohail Tanvir of Pakistan, the way that he kind of puts both arms up and whips them over real quick. And, yeah, noticing that Derek's already made an appearance here. McKeon, I didn't have much time to talk about him, but yeah, he's a guy that had such an impressive start to his international career last year. This one outside the off stump, he's bowled really discipline lines here, Mughal. So, yeah, McKeon, he's a Perth native, actually. He qualifies to play for France on account of his mum having a passport and being born there. He had 2 centuries and 2 half centuries out of 5 matches last year. As we won't get a run in the first over. Brilliant stuff from Mughal. And after 1, it's no score for 1 wicket. So I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Dave B. Yes, nice to be back. He's asking me about my shorts. Yeah, let me tell you something about Malta. It is steaming right now. It's already 26 degrees. It's going to get up to about 33, but you can add 10 degrees on because it is so humid here. They water the ground really heavily here at the Master Cricket Ground, and it basically just comes up from below you. Yeah, so this is what we've got today, and this doesn't even include Hungary, which will start in around about 35 minutes time. But we've got the double header here, Malta versus France in the Mdina Cup. They'll be joined by Luxembourg tomorrow. That's a 6-match series. Also this afternoon, we'll have the Netherlands T20 International Women's Tri-Series. And that's a great tournament as well. Thailand versus Scotland this afternoon in the opener. The Netherlands, of course, will join them tomorrow in that series. So it's all guns blazing. It's triple header action. It's a bit of multitasking for some of our hardcore fans out there. Of course, here in Malta, we have the earliest start. So right now, we're uninterrupted on ECN. But I'm looking forward to keeping an eye on what's happening around the traps as well, with Rico and Charlie holding down the fort in Hungary at the moment. Really interesting European cricket series over there. Corey has made the trip back to his native Netherlands to cover the T20 International Women's this afternoon. Can't wait to see the Thai team in the T20 format on ECN. Okay, well, it's been crazy. It's going to be Wazim Abbas to bowl over number 2. In fact, no, Wazim, that's Waka Afridi. And first ball is played down to point and then makes the non-striker hustle. Now we'll get a run and it'll be an overthrow. I think it'll be 2 overthrows. And we finally have some runs. Now you might notice the boundaries here at the Master Sports Club. We have played so much ECS cricket here. We spent 4 weeks here earlier in the year. But they're kind of back more their traditional length. So we're talking probably 65-metre boundaries, maybe a little bit shorter on the sides. But the straight boundaries are pretty long by ECN standards. But this is a fully fledged T20 International. That's the reason. This is Action Jackson, who's batting and gets a ball that comes away. Waka Afridi is on his international debut here as well. And so, yeah, Northern Ireland Nick, hello to you, saying Derek will be a bit tired going about cricket today. And so, yeah, Waka Afridi is a guy we've seen playing his cricket for Sweet United here. One of the most improved teams in Malta over the last couple of years. This is thick outside edge, goes down to third man. Of course, 6 over power play here. 2 outfielders. In fact, they'll get 2 here. That's good running. Never really attacked that ball down there. I think that is Wazim Abbas down there. So they get a couple. Yeah, so early drama with Gus McKeon, who, like I said, made a pile of runs in the World Cup qualifiers last year in Finland. 2 centuries, 2 half centuries in the 5 matches. This is driven through the covers. Nice shot, and this should be the first boundary. It is. So, Hevet Aladdin Jackson, the man that I like to call Action Jackson, well, he is making the action for France early here. Doubles his score. Beautiful cricket shot. You will get a bit of swing in these conditions, just that humidity. So, Malta had a really strong start. It's been a little bit, what's the word? Taking the pressure off a little bit in the second over first with those overthrows, which just created some runs. Allowing a 2 where it probably should have been a 1 down to third man, and then the boundary comes. Next ball is safely through to the keeper. So yeah, what's a good score here? I mean, we have seen they've led a cup on ECN before. We telecast the 3rd edition last year. And it was, yeah, I suppose, quite a high-scoring tournament at times. We saw the 200 breached. Charlie Hunt did a great job with that tournament. I'd say, 160 or something like that. It's probably where most teams will feel par is, but we'll wait and see, I guess. And this was a slightly false shot, but just sneaks over cover. And I think it's 2, but it's not on. Nice return to the keeper and takes us to the end of the 2nd over. And France, after being sent in by their hosts, 9 for 1 after 2. The big drama early on, the wicket of Gustav McKee. And you see this one just breaks away from a little bit, wasn't really in control of the shot. Maybe now I can say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. So hello to Dave. Hello to Street Collar from Luxembourg. He's saying good luck France, Malta and Luxembourg for the Mdina Cup. And so, loving being back in Malta, but this is one of the weeks of the year where you won't see me in the suit. I'll still dress brightly, but it's going to be super hot. It is super hot already, to be honest. I'm expecting kind of 30s all week, but like I said, you can add 10 degrees on. It just feels like you're basically on a pot of water and it's boiling. Let's have a look at the two teams here, and you can see McKeon gone already, Jackson out there at the moment with the beast Mukhtar Gulami. You've got Kanasani who can hold the bat. You've got Usman Khan, who we know from Drua, the winning team in the ECL. You've got the captain Noman Amjad down at 7. Watch out for the Mangals for France, Rohula and Ramatullah Mangal. They are weapons with the ball. Anyway, back to Fanyan Magal. He's got 1 for none. He's been getting this movement. So this is what you got to realise as a right-hander when you face Fanyan Magal, is he's not going to bring the ball back. He's going to bring the ball away from you. You can see it here, left to right. Look at that natural movement he gets. And really, isn't a great-looking shot in the end from Action Jackson. Now he just basically crouches down and pulls and gets away with it. And Action living up to his name. And this is more of a T10 style aggression that we're seeing from the opener, isn't it? Than a T20. Of course, you do have the 6-over power play. But this is a ball that's breaking away from it. It's outside off stump and it's not even that short. Right, he just crouches down and sends it. Maybe we've got Fraz ball here going on. Now goes after the offside, but he might have picked the man out. He has, and he's gone. And that looks like Zishan Khan out there that takes the catch back in the side. So Jackson going all guns blazing. Only 2 outfielders in the power play, but he found one of them there. So France have lost both openers now in pretty quick time. It's 11 for 2. You see that very modern style batting, getting the left leg, the front leg out the way and just kind of swinging. I actually like the option to go with this swing rather than to fight it. But he just picked out the man. If he'd waited a little bit longer for the contact point, then it probably goes away for 4 or 6. It's one of the shorter boundaries on the Master cricket ground. But 2 wickets going quick succession. Yeah, Malta releasing a squad that, let's just say, had a few tongues wagging around the island, but right now they're putting on a good show. Dave asking, was the first over a wicket maiden? Yes, it absolutely was. And so, later to Rob Thompson as well. And anyone else? Hello to Ivan as well. And so, yeah, one thing you probably have already noticed, because we are shooting, we're shooting from one end, but of course, as a T20 national, this gets bowled from both ends. So right now, probably not the ideal view behind the batter, but we still get fairly decent look. Just imagine you're in the most expensive seats in the house. Still going to have to work out what happened first First ball to McKeon. Looked like he was caught behind by Sudasanet. It's great bowling. This is, I think, Iswaran Kanasane. He's always seemed like one of the French batters that he's willing to dig in a bit. You know, we've seen him a fair bit now in the T10 format. Of course, France, they set tongues wagging at the ECC last year, pretty much on the back of their bowling prowess. Struggled with the bat on occasion, but Kanasana is one of those guys that can stand up on occasion. Right now, he's thinking more about going large in the power play. So yeah, it's a bit of a change of pace for me, but to be honest, doesn't feel like it at the moment because it's been absolutely crazy. Let's say hello to the officials out there, Sunil Gowda from Germany, as well as G1 Callow. I like to call him Big Merv from the Netherlands. Sunny Parnell, third official. Goes after this, just out of the grasp of the cover. Sishan's got a lot of work to do. He's not going to get there. So 4 runs to Kanasana, gets him off the mark, and it's the end of the third. The score is 15 for 2. Yeah, a bit of interesting backstory. Those boundary, the traditional boundaries are made out of Maltese stone. You can see that here. I mean, that's just out the grasp of the fielder, but you see that now the fashion is to have the rope in. It's not in too far though. You can say only a couple of metres. Yeah. Kanasane though. Yeah, just throwing caution to the wind. It's a very uber attacking kind of approach so far from France. It's only gathered them 5 and over. And they've lost 2 wickets anyway. Gulami's a guy I like to see. He's played a fair bit of cricket that I've seen all the way back in 2020 for the first time, playing in the Swedish ECS. So yeah, Gulami faces up now. And that's a very good seed from Waka Afridi. That is a brilliant ball, which is kind of angled in and then nicked away from him at the last moment. This is a good one to miss, actually. It's very easy to nick this ball. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Got to say, the Maltese openers have been right on the money here. That's where it's all started. Hello to Ramesh Satheesan, watching from Romania. Hopefully you're well, Ramesh. I'm sure we'll see you later in the week when Romania and Switzerland join. On Thursday, I believe. One thing I will say about these Maltese bowlers, they have been so disciplined staying outside the off stump, that offside channel so far. Probably the only ball that wasn't was the one that bowled McKeon around his legs. But yeah, this has been, gotta say it, it's been a T10-like start to this game, hasn't it? Big shots, big wickets. Haven't really had time to settle in yet. This one is a bit straighter. And so blocked out by Gulami, who's not off 5. I suppose he can afford that in this format of the game, especially with those 2 early wickets. Malta done some pretty good things in this tournament as well. A couple of records their name. Bikram Arora and Varun Prasad put together a very, very big record-breaking partnership not too long ago. I don't know what the Maltese had for breakfast, but when you win the toss and send a team in, it's exactly what you're hoping. It kind of got the French batters jumping at shadows a little bit. You can see Gulami is more concerned with survival rather than attacking, maybe compared to the approach of some of his compatriots. So when this settles down, I'll perhaps let everyone know what I've been up to over the last couple of weeks. All right, now my eyes are firmly fixed in the middle of the MCG. Gulami, none off 7. Just a little bit shorter. Maybe wisely. Doesn't try to do anything with it. Knows it's flying well over the stumps. None off 8. Don't care what your format of the game is. It's not a comfortable place to be. Yeah, had a little bit of time off. Went back to Australia to visit family and friends for around about a week. Spent a bit of time in Europe as well, of course. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to what we're going to see this week. It's the The fourth time we've seen the Valletta Cup. Valletta Cup proper starts on Wednesday in the afternoon. Mdina Cup, kind of a warm-up 3-team tournament. It's well bowled again, straightens down the line from Marco Rafridi. Now they're going to take on 2, but we've got a big run out, but there's nobody home. He's gone! He's going to be run out. Can you believe it? And needless dismissal, and France have lost the 3rd. And, it was just huge indecision. And Galami gets his first run. It's also his last. And the only issue was, because it was a very long throw, there was nobody back at the bowler's end, but it kind of worked out because Afridi found himself where the ball landed. Have a look at it here. It's probably just a loss of eye contact. Kanisane looks and then looks back and tries to turn Gulami around, but he picks it up, and you can see there that he's just short. But Malta, you can see he's not out by much, but he's definitely out maybe half a metre, maybe more, maybe a metre. But Big Mervyn, he was in perfect position. And of course, in this series, we don't have the limited review system or the decision review system, so the umpire's call is the umpire's call, but Big Merv gets that one spot on. And Galami, in a horrendous mix-up, is going to have to go for 1 off 9. After you've burnt 8 balls, you're hoping to build something, but it's a running error that costs Galami his wicket at 16 for 3. So, brilliant start for Malta. Remember, these 2 teams will play twice today. And anyone that thought France, who are the higher ranked team here, anyone that thought that they were going to just romp away with this, got another thing coming. Look at the rankings between these 2 teams. A fair bit between them. 47 is the French ranking. The Maltese are ranked 61, so 14 places between them. Extravagant lead. Oh, the characters just keep on coming, and this is Dawood Ahmedzai. He's coming out at 5. He's a guy. He's a little muscle man. Pocket rocket, Dawood Ahmedzai. He's built for a guy that isn't too tall. He's the Energizer Bunny of France. Also very handy wrist spinner. There's a fairly correct shot into the ground, but in Malta, they want blood at the moment. Early days, though. Rob's saying it's not too hot in New Zealand. He's got the fire going to keep warm. We don't need it here because it is radiating heat. But I got to say, it's a pretty fun time of the year to be here. Kind of holiday mode. This one's going to be called wide. Just breaks a little bit too much. It's actually the first extra. I guess shows you how disciplined they've been. It's not a bad spot to miss. Funyan Magal. See him playing a fair bit of cricket for Marsa here. The host club. Well, he plays this late, and they got a 3rd man down there. And it's Marco Rafridi doing the work. So yeah, T20 cricket, it's funny that obviously when we first saw T20 cricket, probably almost 20 years ago now, it was considered the most fast and furious form of the game, in the mainstream at least. But here on ECN, we consider it a little bit of a longer form, really, where you can kind of build things up a little bit. You can bat your way out of a tough start. This is a low full toss. Chance, if he hits his gone, he would have been gone by miles. Kanisane, his most stall gift runner, as we'd say in Australia. And he hit that, went, and then he knew straight away he was in jeopardy. And yeah, he was gone by some distance. And to be honest, the field at this level, he considers himself a better than 50-50 chance of hitting the stumps from there. And that's what you practice a lot. But Kanisane survives. Now, Dawood Ahmedzai goes up and over, and Zishan, well, He thinks he's caught it, and to be honest, I think might be just out of shot, but I've got nothing to contradict that. It's going to be an interesting moment in the game. He went right back to the line and then kind of threw it up to himself, I think. Let's have a look. Ahmedzai gets so much of it. He thought he was going to get 6. But yeah, I think he's been given out. Here we go. You see that he says, look, that's a catch. And like I said, we don't really, 99% of the time here, we won't be using the video as an additional tool. And so, yeah, Zishan picks it up and says, yeah, held on to that. Thanks very much. So it's the 4th wicket now. Dawood Ahmedzai goes for 1, and the score is 19 for 4. Malta putting on a bit of a show at the moment. Nagar's got 3 for 9. So Ramesh is asking, am I all by myself at the cube? I am at the moment. I might have a guest from time to time. But yeah, stretching the resources a bit with the 3 games being shown at once, because we have the T20 men's here in Malta. We've got the T20 women's in the Netherlands. And we also, of course, have Charlie and Rico on the ECS in Hungary. Hello to Rico, who's in the chat. Watching from Hungary, saying good morning, Vinny, welcome back. Yeah, it's nice to be back. Dave's excited to see the Thai ladies. Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a story they are in world cricket. Meanwhile, Magal, he's bowling his 3rd, of course. Each bowler can bowl 4 overs. I'd 100% be bowling these guys out. I wouldn't be saving up anything, because I think if you can just get that 5th, 6th wicket within 8 overs, you're so far ahead in the game. And these guys are making the ball talk. If I was Bikram Arora, the Maltese skipper, I'd be keeping these guys on and then managing my bowlers from there on in. They do have other options, of course, but we'll have to see. New batter out there is Usman Khan. He's a pretty good all-rounder. There he is for France. He's also played for Dreux, the ECL winners. What a team they are. All right, now the French team. Once again, their batting is come back to bite them a little bit, but still got time to get themselves out of this. Still over 15 overs remaining. Here's the last ball, the 5th from Fanyan. Usman has 0 chill, and he just lets it come to him. This runs away, and just is kept in. There's a bit of Larry Moe and Curly about that fielding, but we'll come back for 2. Usman's off the mark. It's in the end of the 5th over as well. The score is 21 for 4. Yeah, Rico looking forward to seeing the action in Hungary today. Isn't that an interesting series at the moment? Badani turning things around a little bit. We've got Mars Baiji, who is with us here now, having played, I think, 8 of the 10 matches for the Blinders Blizzards. Yeah, Marzi is just still recovering from a bit of a blow that he took in a fielding collision. So he had a good sleep yesterday, and he's recovered. And yeah, some questions from Liam Day. Hello, Liam, watching from New Zealand. He's asking about Bilal Khan. Yeah, well, the word is that Bilal is now playing his cricket in Italy. May have visions of eventually qualifying to play for Italy. Liam, so that's why we don't see Bilal in the red shirt this week. Hello to the other Nick as well. Hello, Nick. How are you? What about the start here? I like that they're sticking with these bowls. I was going to say that. Now I just realised they have made a change. Wasim Abbas is coming on. Yeah, now he's not a bad option at all. Would have been tempted just to keep on Raka Afridi, but again, you know, I'm sure Abbas would like to go with newish ball as well to show what he can do. So you kind of sport for choice a little bit here. 21 for 4, France after 5. Last over the power play coming up as well. And to be honest, I'm very curious to see what Bikram Arora, the Maltese skipper, does with the field after this over. Because for me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I would keep the field up until it kind of warrants the stroke play from the French, or the fact that they start hitting a bunch of boundaries. Then you can maybe go a bit more defensive. But I just think right now, you've got them going 4 and over. All right. And right on cue, Kanisane goes over the top and he gets 4. Nice shot, little bit of width from Wasim Abbas, and it was more or less a half volley that he pounds over cover. Cuatro carreras. Hello to you, Raj Singh, as well. Hopefully you well. Hello to Marnus. Hopefully you well. Saying McCann got out. I still don't believe it. Well, that's the life of an opener, Marnus. To be honest, he was very lucky to survive his first ball. He didn't survive his second. Yeah. So, just with the field, after this over, you'll be allowed 5 outfielders. But I wouldn't be going straight to 5 outfielders. I think that's probably a bit over defensive. I think that if you encourage them to try and go over the top, you might pinch a 5th or 6th wicket. The other way you look at it is you put everyone back and say, look, you know, we're going to make it super hard to get your boundaries, because boundaries really the only way out of this mess for France, who haven't been able to get going in this power play. You know, boom, boom, Basil either. Basil George, not the liner. Well noted, Liam. Well, this one's wild. It's pretty good keeping from Sudasanan. He had to go a mile down the leg side to stop that going for 5 wides. Yeah, Sudasanan making his debut here, along with Eldos Matthew, along with Makarafridi. Sudasanan, we've seen him playing for the Royal Strikers. So yeah, congratulations to him on his international debut. Trying to sort that issue out behind the stumps. Got certain options that we've seen from time to time. Afi Khan, of course, a bit of a veteran behind the stumps. We've seen the tank Dasha Patanka on occasion. This is punched to point. Really good fielding. Big appeal, but he just scrambles home. Don't think this was a direct hit. I think it goes to the keeper. He bangs it down. It was a great bit of fielding. Comes back in. Yeah, just in, I think. Yeah. To be honest, Sudasanan may have actually knocked the stumps before the ball hit the stumps, complicating that situation a little bit anyway. So, yeah, Abbas, you can see, just hasn't quite had the same control that the other bowlers have so far. This was the risk of changing the bowling when it was going so well. That's good, though. Give him a chance to settle in. Reckless throw, which is the way that France got off the mark this morning, actually. So I would have thought, with it being a slightly longer format, we'd have a bit more time to chat about world events, such as the Ashes. Of course, everyone wants to chat about the Ashes. So well done to England on their win yesterday. Jeez, the series wasn't spicy enough. It's right in the balance, isn't it? This is pitched up. Nice little check drive. Don't think it goes for 4, but it might. Wow, that really runs across the outfield. Nice shot from Usman Khan. And just because of the moisture which is still in the surface, I thought that might pull up, but it ran away really quickly, didn't it? 4 runs and 4 badly needed runs to France. Yeah, so a bit of controversy. Yeah, it might have just given the field a haircut as well, so I think that later in the day it'll be even quicker. It's a beautiful ground here in Malta. One of the nicest grounds in Europe, to be honest. It's a multi-sports complex. They've got tennis, golf, archery around the corner. Got paddle, which is very popular at the moment. It's a bit of a loose drive from Usman, but that's the way he plays his cricket. Abbas hasn't been quite as consistent as the other openers, but he's early in his spell. He's got time to recover. Yeah, Keanu, good morning to you. He's asking, is Gustav already gone? Yeah, he's gone. We think he was dropped first ball, and then he got bowled around his leg second ball by Fanyan Magal. Oh, he tries out the bouncer, and, well, it's not really smart bowling because the fine leg was up in the circle. Maximo! The first one of the week. It won't be the last, and Abbas' over goes for 12. It's pretty expensive in these circumstances. It's the end of the power play, 33 for 4. Signs of a revival. And what a good shot this is. He takes it on, and yeah, you can see where the fine leg was. Varun Prasad was up in the circle. He had to find that one Still trying to find it, actually. So, yeah, just what the doctor ordered for France. Yeah, so Keanu, good morning to you. Don't forget, these two teams will play twice today, so I'll be joined by Luxembourg tomorrow. Let's have a look at this very busy schedule at the moment. So, this week, all those top 4, we're going to knock those over. It's really 5 if you count the ECS and ECI as separate events. So, today, we have the top 3 all in action. So, we've got the ECS in Hungary, we've got day 8 there, we've got the Mdina Cup, you're watching that right now, the T20 International Men's here from Malta, and later in the day, 2 o'clock European time, which is 5:30 in India. It's the T20Is. And it's in the Netherlands, but the first match will be Thailand versus Scotland. So Ramesh is asking about the straight boundary, still 80 metres. I wouldn't think they're 80, Ramesh. I'd say they're probably 65 from the middle. So it's probably 74, 75 from the popping crease. But the square boundaries are pretty short compared to the straight boundaries. But yeah, the boundaries are out probably as far as you can practically have them, given the infrastructure we need, obviously, for the camera tower, for the kind of technical area that I'm sitting in as well. Yeah, but square, you see them pretty much maybe 2 metres off the wall. Hello to Louis Bruce, who's watching. Yeah, Louis was playing for Gibraltar in last year's Valletta Cup, which will be starting on Wednesday. Mdina Cup is a 3-team series, Malta, Luxembourg and France. And the Valletta Cup will be those 3 teams, but adding in Romania and Switzerland. But, right now, this guy delicately poised, isn't it? And yeah, I like this. They're going to bowl out Magal. I'm like, why wouldn't you? I'm curious to see how many outfielders they go for here. Now they're going straight to 5 on the boundary. Maybe a sign of the hitting last over, but I think that if you're Kanasane, you probably like this, because you can say, okay, I can just kind of stay out of trouble, maybe still pick up 6 or 7 off this over without taking too many risks. A bit like this. And if you have the tight offside field, you're probably preventing that single. So Kanasane sliced luck earlier. It was almost run out when he hit a ball to mid-off and just ran. Keanu's asking, is Thailand the first non-European team to play in the ECN? And I've got to say, I think so. I think it is, Keanu. I'm looking forward to that series for a number of reasons. Actually, the Dutch women's team we saw winning an ECI earlier in the year in Gibraltar. First time we've seen the Scottish women's team on the network, but there's one reason I can't wait for this afternoon. Straighter, well handled by Usman Khan, who's been a bit of a breath of fresh air to this innings so far. I just can't wait to hear Corey Rutgers take on some of the Thai women's team's names, because Corey struggles with English, as most people who've been following the network in his 500+ games so far would know. I think it's 500. But, yeah, that's going to be something to watch a bit later on. Kanasane step out of his crease here. It's a bit wide. So things just settling down a bit, but the damage is done, isn't it? The 4 early wickets, 4 top order wickets. And earlier we saw McKeon going for a duck. We saw Action Jackson go for 11 off 9. That was after he ran out Galami in a mix-up for just 1 off 9. Dawood Ahmedzai going for 1 off 4. Bit of width here, cracked. And now Kanasane finds himself in a bit of trouble, gets back. But, Kanasane kind of went with the hit, a bit like he did to mid-off, but this time he kind of realised that he had to turn around and quick. You can see here, it just goes on the hit, but excellent fielding up in the circle. So Aurora does the job and just gets back. Siddhasana, he's been tidy with the gloves so far. Still not quite sure what happened with that. But, the first over instant, I thought there was a big edge on it. Three balls left for Fanya Magal's been excellent for Malta. He's drilled him off. This time he doesn't run. That's Prasad. Prasad still just struggling with a bit of a hand injury that he picked up some time ago. He's definitely not 100%. It has been affecting him. It's been affecting his batting. He hasn't quite been the same Prasad that we know. Keanu's asking, is that why I chose to do the Valletta Cup instead? Well, actually, I would have loved to do the T20 National Women's Series as well, obviously. Can't do them all because of it. Can't be everywhere at once. I think this might have been a chance, you know. It's just a little leading edge, and McGarland is followed through. I'm pretty certain this carries. Let's have a look. There it is. Kanasana might be blocking it here, but yeah. Just couldn't get off his feet, could he? And there you can see from the reaction, I think that's a chance going down. So Kanasane's had all the luck so far. The main reason that, if you say between Corey and me, who's going to do the Netherlands and who's going to do the one here, it's a pretty obvious couple of reasons, actually, why he's doing that one. Shot by Kanasane, it's just, I'd say, it's his version of settling in. You can't just knock it around a bit at the moment and pick up runs and try and turn this innings around, because right now it's been all Malta through the first 7 overs. France, 37 for 4. Yeah, so the reality is here in Malta, it's from Wednesday, it's 3 matches a day, 3 T20 internationals a day, which is actually a longer day than we even have on ECS most of the time. And Corey just has to do 1 game in the Netherlands. So that's why I think there's no doubt Corey's more suited to a shorter work day. Meanwhile, from Wednesday, we'll have 3 T20 internationals, which is approximately 11 hours of cricket a day, plus the breaks, so it's kind of a 14-hour day probably. Yuvraj saying Corey should come to India this year and support the Netherlands. Well, it'd be a good idea. The only issue with that is I think we might need him because it'll fall about the same time, I think, as the ECC. So it also means it might affect the Netherlands 11's team selection, and I heard them talking about it in the Hungary series the other day about, you know, the squad that they'll take to India. There might be a few fringe players, like kind of Clayton Floyd. If you can call these guys fringe players, but you're like Ryan Klein, you've got Sakib Zulfikar, you've got guys that we have seen playing in that Netherlands ECC team. They might be required. I feel like they will be required. Anyway, time for a change of pace. It's Imran Amir. Player we know pretty well from Sweet United, coming on to bowl. And one reason I like Amir is he's proper grumpy at times. He shows his emotions. And let's just see how he goes here. So, kind of mixing their bowling up from this end. This is the golf course end, where Amir is operating from. First time we've seen spin. It's right on the money. We're bowled. And we'll play Usman Khan. He's not going after absolutely everything here. So this is a new pitch, newish pitch now. We did see it earlier this year. That's been laid here at the Marseille International Cricket Ground. Short this time, handled, and sharp work by Prasad. He's looking a bit more mobile than last time I saw him, Varun. So now I think they're just trying to put the squeeze on and just get through a few overs quickly. Using Amir. Simon goes over the top. It's a nice shot. Gets enough batting. Gets it over the short third man. 4 runs to Usman Khan. He's playing a good hand for France at the moment. 17 off 10 balls. Amir just getting a bit too short that time, wasn't he? And the other reason that Corey's doing the Netherlands series, he actually lives in the Netherlands. Yeah, he lives just outside Rotterdam. And so, yeah, he's pretty close-ish, let's say, to where the action's taking place later on today. Pushed away this time. It was Usman. Gets sent back correctly by Kanasane. It's his call. But I've got to say, it was good to have Corey back in Hungary last week. Certainly is an entertaining voice to listen to. This time goes with the turn, with the angle, and gets 4. Good batting from Usman Khan, moves into the 20s. He has batted with a certain degree of fluency that's been absent from his compatriots so far. And there's still time to turn this around. And we saw, the last time we saw T20 international cricket on ECN, it was the Gibraltar series earlier this year. But Malta played it, and so did Portugal. But Malta were disappointing. It took to the very end to get a win. And so, yeah, maybe the reason we've got a slightly different looking squad. Also, a couple of players becoming eligible. So you have a look at the scorecard, and you can see the early wickets going down and certainly making it tough. But we know that if France get a score on the board, any sort of score, they'll be a handful with their bowling. Lots of good options there. So forced into a change now at the City end. McGall on a very good spell. Didn't he end up with 4 overs, 3 for 15? But it's going to be Justin Chartreux to bowl. Yeah, Justin's a pretty good player to bring on in these circumstances. He had a very good ECC last year for Malta. Here he is. The right armour for the first time with that top end. Oh, bit of a slip from Kanasane. Means there won't be a 2, probably just as well. I don't think he would have got back anyway, even with a perfect turn. So I suppose, yeah, I said there were the 2 ways you could go at the end of the power play. You can kind of go your regulation defensive 5 sweepers, try and cut the boundaries off, or you can kind of gamble, keep the field up and maybe force them into some risks. They've gone defensive. I suppose I can see why you'd go that option. Just going to say, look, we're going to force you to take 1s and 2s and not make boundaries easy at all, because we think boundaries are the only way you're going to get out of this mess. Usman once again. There's a nice looking shot out to deep cover point for a single.
Come on, Justin!
Speaking of the devil, Corey just sent me a message right now. Oh, he's going to be gone. And so, Kanasane, an interesting time at the crease, but this one he just doesn't really get under it, doesn't get over it either, and he just clunks it straight to Varun Prasad. So Justin Chartreux with his first wicket in the series, and that little mini rebuild is over. You can see there a little bit of in movement, no real foot movement from Kanasane at all. And just, yeah, plays a back foot drive. Couldn't have picked out Prasad any better if he tried. So he's the 5th wicket to fall. Yeah, that partnership was worth 29 in the end. But 5th wicket does fall, and the score is 48 for 5. Let's bring Noman Amjad, the captain, out to the crease. We saw him kind of dabbling with opening the batting. Last time we saw the French team was actually in Milan at the ECIs, where they took on Italy and Romania. Of course, Romania we'll see later on this week. And Noman, he's a very good bowler, but he kind of eased off the bowling and kind of put himself up the top of the order, took that responsibility. Here we'll see him at 7. Still 11 and a half overs to bat.
Come on, Justin!
I think Keanu's got a very good question, but get to that in a second. Amjad's face up for the first time. And just kind of bends into him slightly. Well done by Imran Amir, throwing himself around like a rag doll. Yeah, so Keanu is asking, from talking to teams at the ECI T10, has it made teams pick players on T10 form? Or has it still been more just pick the T20 team? That's a very good question, Keanu. I don't think there's a simple answer to that. It's just down, it's partially knocked down at point. Might miss field, but doesn't cost him a run. That's Eldos Matthew out there. And just a single. Look, I think it's a bit of both. I think that the differences between 10 and 20 over cricket, or put it this way, you know how T20 cricket around the world has been influenced by, or how 50 over cricket has been influenced by 20 over cricket. So we're seeing scores going up in 50 over cricket because players kind of know that they can get away with more risks and they're getting more practice doing it. So we've seen 50 over scores go from, say 250 par to 300, 350 par now in a lot of places. Seeing 400s, which are unthinkable in the past. So I think that you look at the way Spain were playing their T20 cricket earlier in the year, they were playing it a bit more like T10s. As we get to the end of this over, it's 49 for 5 after 9. So I think that you want guys obviously that are technically able to stand up at the level. I think that is super important. But as far as people with an aggressive streak, I think it's a bonus, especially when you've got artificial pitches which typically don't do as much as what a natural turf pitch would do. They'll still do a bit. We've seen some pitches do quite a lot actually this year at ECN. As we look at the figures there, Sharju 1 for 3 off his over, good effort. The other 3 wickets to the bowlers going to Vanyan Nagal. Of course, we had that run out as well. Disastrous run out of Mukhtar Gulami as the beast was silenced. Time for over number 10 is Imran Amir. First ball. This is where you can probably look at getting 2. And this is the difference with the longer boundaries. I said it's probably 65 metres from the middle of the field to the long on, long off. And if you hit it slowly and you run hard, you've got every chance of getting 2. That time it forced a fumble as well. So, yeah, we're talking about the Afghanistan team. Weren't they a story at the moment as well? That huge opening partnership against Bangladesh. Been a bit of drama while I've been away, I suppose. When I'm not spending as much time behind the microphone, I'm able to kind of keep an eye on events a little bit more than I'm in other cricket. What about the Tamim Iqbal situation? Wasn't that an interesting one? I don't know, we've got a lot of Bangladeshi viewers. Give us your thoughts on that. Get the Prime Minister to basically say, hey, listen, reconsider, please. In the air. Oh, it's a finger-tipper, I think. As Nabas takes the sting out of it. It'll still go for 4. So Usman Khan really seems like the key to this innings at the moment. And he gets a little bit lucky here. Bounces a bit on him. He is going for that shot. Well, I felt he might have got a fingernail on that, Muslim Abbas. So he moves to 26, Usman Khan. And he'll be frustrated again. For the most part, he's been in that offside channel. Yeah, but I think if you've got a good batting unit, kind of, let's say 8 guys that can all bat, then you can afford to have a bit more of a T10 attitude with your batting. Because if it comes off, fine. If not, okay, then you can reassess. You win a lot of cricket games, though. Go on, they hit here. South goes the long way. And sneak through for the single as we approach the halfway point of this innings. This is into the gap. Probably gets cut off this time, you'd imagine. Abbas probably feels he's a bit overworked, to be honest, so far. As we get to the end of the 10th over, we're halfway through the first innings of our Malta T20 international adventure. It's 59 for 5. Keanu asked, what about T10 openers who can go hard from the beginning being chosen as T20 openers? Do you think it can translate over? Well, one thing I will say is you get the power play twice as long. So if you've got guys that are kind of power play specialists, then it's not a bad strategy at all. But I suppose losing wickets hurts you more in T20 cricket than T10 cricket. That's the simple science of it. So I think it comes down to, can they technically deal with the better bowling that you're going to get at an international level compared to a club level? Anyway, here's over number 11. And it's going to start with a single out steep point. Usman Khan. Look, the calmest of all the players so far out there. He's a player I like a lot. He's very clever limited overs bowler as well. Usman Khan, he's got a killer slower ball, a back of the hand slower ball that he nails with accuracy. Chanjal Siddhasanan, he'd be so excited to be out there as well. He's a player we followed through the ECS in Malta. This one is punched into the gap, and that'll be 4. Nice shot by Amjad. He'll get 4 runs. Bit of width from Shaju. And for me, I think he's just been a little bit short for the most part. He's allowed the batters to play from the crease, and it's been short enough for them to kind of read the movement so far. I mean, even the one that kind of Sane hold out, it was more a bit of a lazy shot rather than a real penetrative delivery from Justin. Yuvraj is saying that Tamim retirement is the shortest retirement in cricket, I think. I'll give you something slightly different. But it made me think of it. After this ball from Shaju. This is hit. And they think about, oh no, we got big trouble here. Siddhasanan tries to manufacture it. And Amjad gets a bit lucky, to be honest. It wasn't a good throw from the infield, and if it was, I think we would have seen the end of the French skipper. Have a look at it here. He's confident with it, but Usman wasn't. And you see then he goes a second time. Siddhasanan had to go miles from the stump, so you can see any decent throw there, I think, would have found Amjad in trouble. And now it's going to be gone anyway. So a bit like before, we saw a close call followed by a wicket. Shaju does pitch it up a bit. Like I was saying, I think he might draw the batters into an error, trying to come forward. And it's a simple return chance. And Amjad, it was a bit of an insurance policy. He's going to have to go now. He's a 6 wicket to fall. It's 64 for 6. Amjad goes for 10. My voice carries, I think. I said to Shaju, should probably pitch up a bit because he is getting that good in slant, isn't he? And you can see it kind of came in, hit the inside half of the bat, pretty high on the bat as well from Amjad, and that's why it was a simple return catch for the bowler. Yeah, so I was talking about the Tamim Iqbal retirement. This isn't quite the same thing, but it made me think of it. Mal Meninga, who is a rugby league player in Australia, very famous one as well. He was the coach of a team for a very brief amount of time. I think he was coach, or he had some sort of administrative position. And he at the press conference, he got asked one question, and he said, "I'm sorry, I can't do this." And he stepped down straight away. After about, I think, 10 seconds. I think it was the announcement that he was going to be the coach. Someone, I know Keanu, he's from a rugby league state. Keanu will give me the more specific and accurate version, if you like. And Tamim, I think, yeah, maybe, mate, he's been thinking about it, but made the decision on emotion, obviously. What do they say? Don't make any big decisions until you've had time to think about it. Don't get too much bigger than retiring from the game we've been playing for years and years. Yuvraj is asking, in what year did myself and Rico take retirement from cricket? Well, if you ask Rico, he's not even retired. He'll play when he can. But it's not very often. Probably maybe 3 years ago. For me, I stopped playing kind of high-level cricket back in, I think, 2012. So that's what's that? 11 years ago now. Be better out there, Zain Ahmed. He gets this away from the deep backward square. You'll see some threes on occasion. They just get 2 this time, but obviously, with the longer boundaries, especially straight down the ground, there's some big pockets of space. That time, Ahmed's off the mark with 2. He's probably most famous on ECN for getting out, obstructing the field in the ECI in Italy, Milan, earlier this year. Having said that, I did play 3 days of cricket in my break, which was kind of fun to come out of retirement for 3 days. Well bowled by Shaju. He's normally pretty dangerous to left-handers, and he's bowled a good couple of overs here. They've had that end sorted, haven't they? As France, at the end of 11, they're 66 for 6. Yeah, if you look at just the overs from that top end. And they've been brilliant. You got 6 overs, 5 for 25. Just if you look at overs from that top end. So, I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, so yeah, I did play 3 days. I had a team called, fittingly, Maximo 11. We played in Prague for 3 days, and I got the opportunity to play with some of my favourite players from around Europe that were available. Of course, it wasn't easy because of the timing. But yeah, it was good to get the gloves back on and have some fun. I must admit, though, I did pull a hamstring slightly in the semi-final. So to go back into retirement pretty quickly. Anyway, right now, Usman should get a couple here. He does. And he probably just erred on the short side. And I think when you've got these fairly big boundaries straight down the ground, you can probably afford to pitch up a little bit and see if they want to take you on down the ground. It's going to be a pretty big hit. Yeah, so that was fun to play, but I found a bit of a home here in the commentary cube. Yeah, so he does pitch up a bit, but Usman waits through it. It's been the glue that's held this together for France. I wonder what they could get to here. I mean, they're on 122 pace. That's assuming they don't get bowled out, of course. I still think that with the French bowling, if they could just get that 120 on the board, they'll feel they're a chance. Malta similarly play a fairly high-risk game. We know that. They have a few more, I suppose, stroke makers, more measured, well, batters that can play a measured innings. Like an Aurora in there, like Zishan Khan, very likely to open. Okay, Keanu's given me the correct version. He said Mal Rennig was running for politics, and then when asked why, he stepped down. It's a bowl by Mia. You'd imagine it'd like operating to the left-hander. Yeah, so shortest press conference in history. Why are you doing this? He said, look, no. He just tried to have a go at answering it and fluffed his words and said, well, I'm out of here. A bit of a length ball here with a bit of width. Punched away for 1. So, yeah, I mean, if you took 1 run per ball off the rest of the innings, you end up with 120. So that's probably the smart way to do it. Usman kind of had a go a bit earlier, but that's when the field was up. Since then, he's been happy to kind of just keep punching. That time he finds Prasad. Son Ahmed's no bunny with the bat. Let's have a look who they've got to come. Watercooler Surya and the Mongols to come. So you're kind of getting down to the bottom. Yeah, that's the kind of length I like, because it kind of challenges the batter. Look, do you want to come forward and try and drive this down the ground? Do you want to bang a big 6 straight down the ground? And I think with these boundaries, it's not going to be as easy as it normally is in matches you see here on ECN. End of the 12th over, and the score is 70 for 6. Yeah, so Yuvraj, I enjoyed playing. It was super fun. I loved playing the T10 format. I hadn't ever played it before. But I loved that the game was moving so quickly. Plus, I captained, which is something I didn't do a lot during my career. Something I didn't have too much interest in doing. But yeah, captaining and managing the bowlers and just managing fields. It was certainly occupying a lot of my brain. But that was fun. Maybe once a year I'll have a game. Enjoyed it. Anyway, Shaju to the lefty, San Ahmed. Pick up and throw from Prasad. We'll get in for 1. Prasad just saying to Zishan on the boundary, hey, you need to be hustling in there to back up. Otherwise, if it gets past the bowler, that's going to be an overthrow. Yeah, that's one thing that you should see at the international level, is a bit more professionalism, even though obviously these are amateur players in 99% of cases. But you don't have to be paid to be professional. That's one of the expressions that I used to use during my career. Just to do the professional things and to play professional style cricket, backing up, focus on fielding, obviously. That's cut straight through Usman. In a sense, Chadri will be pretty handy to the left-hander because of that away movement that he gets to them, but This occasion, it works pretty well with Usman not really getting his feet across behind the line of the ball, so backing away, and that one sliced in between his inside edge and his body. Yeah, I think if I was France right now, if you offered me 120, I'd probably take it and say, all right, bowlers, go out there and do your job, do the same kind of thing. Oh, this is a slightly loose ball from Sharju. Usman Khan, uppercut, and he gets the boundary. It's good batting. It may have been deliberate from Sharju to maybe try and pull Usman into a pull shot or something uncontrolled, but he chooses the right option. There's nobody back in the outfield in that area of the ground, and Usman's batted really well to get to 35. This one breaks in again. Siddharthan drops both gloves. And then he horns it. That, to be honest, that is kind of it's a player on debut for you, because Siddharthan just has way too much energy. He just dispenses with both gloves and he just goes for it. A highly unnecessary throw. You have a look at him here. Bang. I'm ready. This is international cricket and I'm going to be a part of it. Bang. And then throws around everyone. Luckily, Zishan did stay back because he could cover the ground and keep it to 1. And they said, hey, there's nobody to keep his end. Siddharthan says, yeah, that's my bad because I threw it. In fact, that might have hit one of his 2 discarded gloves. I mean, 5 penalty runs had Zishan thrown it. Anyway, this one's up in the air and it's gone. So Zain Ahmed, the next man to go. And Sharju does induce a pull shot out of the left-hander. A fairly simple catch taken out there. And so, Jaspal Singh, I think, that takes it. Goes back. Again, shorter boundary on that side. Wasn't that short, but I suppose at this stage of the game, the smart money would be just, even if you just bunt it down, you might get 2 because there's no infielder there. So not really playing the percentages given the game situation. Zain Ahmed goes for 4. Justin Sharju with the second wicket. And France in a bit of strife at 76 for 6. So, new batter out there, Shane Warner-Kulasuriya. Yeah, Liam saying Usman Khan has to bat through. He's looking good, but has to carry on. I suppose the issue you've got, kind of Ben Stokes scenario, don't you? Where he's running out of time. Well, he's not really running out of time as much as he's running out of partners, to be honest. Sharju with 3 for 16 has been such a good follow-up. Last for the over. It's negotiated by Warner-Kulasuriya. Smart play. And it's the end of 13. And France, they're 76 for 7. So, Usman Khan, 36 out of 76. Scored exactly half of the runs off the bat at the moment. But yeah, I mean, Malta will be super happy after winning the toss and sending in France. Exactly what you want to do, really, isn't it? Take early wickets, remove those dangerous players, and to be honest, France, every punch they've had has been a counter punch, hasn't it? once again, want to say hello to everyone who's watching on the Fan Code Network and watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Liam saying, luckily for France, they do bat to 11. Well, yes and no. Technically, you're right. Rocco Afridi comes back. He's brilliant early. See if he gets the same kind of movement. That's a hit and run. To be honest, that's a bit of a tight one to take when you're the key player and it's the first ball of the over. Shows a bit of confidence in Shyam though. And so I talked about a bit what I did in my 2 weeks off. Playing a little bit, first time in a while, and travelling back, seeing family and friends. What's everyone else been up to over the last couple of weeks? Well, bowled by Wakar, who's been spot on so far, but he's not quite getting that same movement that he was getting with the new ball, as you'd expect. But yeah, hopefully everyone's enjoying the kind of summer or winter now, unless you're quite equatorial. I know in Australia and New Zealand it's been a little bit chilly. Here it is absolutely roasting. I took the opportunity to get all my suits dry cleaned this week because I knew I would not need them here in Malta. I'll be heading from here to the Czech Republic next week for the ECS. Oh, this one was straight through Usman Khan. And this is the difference between the older ball and the new ball. Because, yeah, the new ball, this is cleaning up the stumps with the movement that he's getting. But with a slightly older ball, it goes straight on, and that's lucky for Usman that it does. Otherwise, that would have cleaned him up. There's a couple of times now we've seen Usman beaten on the inside edge and missing the body. It's probably a slight technical thing. He's batted very well here, but if he looks at his batting here, he probably knows he's creating some problems for himself sometimes when he's slightly backing away. It also means you're more likely to have the ball bounce off your pads onto the stumps, which is not a good look. Same sort of thing here. You just have a look at this ball. If he gets across here, he kind of opens up the leg side and he can bunt it into the leg side. But have a look at his feet. See his feet start, toes on leg stump more or less. But see a little jump away, weight going away. It's just going to get him into trouble on occasion. Yeah, it's good work from our crew at Spring Productions there. Just kind of highlighting that. Take nothing away from Usman's innings here. Wakar's been brilliant though. A couple to go in the 14th over. And this time he's able to create a bit of width, I suppose. Yeah, when he do kind of jump away, like he has a habit of doing, it does mean you make balls look wider than they are. So that's a ball that isn't that wide, but he's able to kind of free his arms to just kind of manipulate it out to the point region and get one. Whereas if you stood still, you're probably hitting that one a bit straighter, maybe a bit through cover. Oh, fancy from Watakula Surya. It takes a bit of risk, but he gets away with it. He basically offers the edge of the bat and says, well, hopefully there's enough wood on this to take it over the keeper. Well, luckily for him, there was. You can see it's really high up on the bat as well, up near the maker's name, but he gets a boundary. I tell you what, that's the kind of shot that if it's a feather and it goes through to the keeper, you got egg on your face, but it pays off for Shyam and he gets 4, his first boundary. It's funny that the line between brave and foolish is not always clearly delineated because yeah, if you get that slightly wrong, then you're the 8th wicket out, you're out playing, I suppose, a slightly fancy looking shot. It's a hard one to explain to your teammates. End of the over though, the score is 83 for 7. Been hovering around that run of ball for a while now, haven't they? They're still on that kind of 120 pace. Well, thereabouts. Rosie Mubba's coming back. His only over so far was a pretty expensive one. And he bowled that from the golf course end down the bottom. And now he's being brought back from the top end. Has been a pretty fruitful end for all the pace bowlers. Got to say, again, A little bit surprised they didn't bowl Sharju out, given the game situation. Sharju had 3 for 16 off 3. But I suppose as a captain, you're also trying to calculate, okay, what's my plan from here on in? And you're trying to think of the plan for the whole 6 overs to go, not just the next over. Obviously, different ends creates a complication that we don't see in ECN T10 cricket as well. Certain bowlers you want to bowl from certain ends. Usman, again, gives himself a bit of room. It's a decently, but Amir does the fielding. Wearing the Maltese big red floppy, and that's a good option today. As like I said, it is steaming hot. It's already up to 28. Saw maximum temperature listed for 33 degrees, but I'm not joking when I said you can add 10 degrees on it. You really can here at Marsa. Radiating heat. Heat from above, heat from below. Loose shot that time from Musmundi, gets away with it. Well bowled by Abbas, just a little bit inconsistent with his lines in the first over that he bowled. Yeah, but because this ground, I mean, you see how beautiful it looks, and it looks pretty as a picture. But to do that requires a lot of watering because it is so hot at this time of year. And so, because it's so heavily watered, when you come here in the morning, the sun comes out and all that water's evaporating. You can literally feel it coming up around you. Steaming. Another ball that cuts Usman in half. I've identified that a few times. Yeah, so same sort of thing. I mean, just have a look at the feet here. This is the ball, if he gets across, he can probably help it around the corner to the left of screen. But instead, he's kind of stuck in no man's land, isn't he, Usman? Still there. It's the main thing. Has been slowed down a bit, though. Nice looking shot. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder, and he's not going to get there. That's 4 runs. Really good batting from Usman Khan. He's played a bit of a lone hand here, moves into the 40s. Abbas once again in the crosshairs. Really nicely timed. So I suppose that technique, it does have his payoffs, and this is one of them. He's able to generate a fair bit of bat speed on this. And yeah, smashed it away. Not too much force. I mean, he doesn't get too much on it. Oh, now he's going to get a run because Amir, maybe blinded by the size of his own hat, runs straight past it. Yeah, but Usman just continues to keep fighting, doesn't he? He is a fighter. All the teams so proud to represent their countries. Of course, as a T20 international, the ICC criteria applies. Must be a citizen of the country, or you must have fulfilled the residency criteria, which typically is 3 continuous years of residence. Just a slight technical delay holding us up at the moment. This time, just worked away for 1. Tell you what though, let's get that even 100 plus on the board. I mean, they're going to come out firing, no doubt about that. They'll feel like they can defend anything with their bowling attack. And it's a pretty bouncy pitch. I think that the French guys, it's the first time playing here in Malta. I think they'll really enjoy the chance to play on this surface as well. So takes us to the end of the over. I've got that as 89 for 7. Someone will tell me if that's right or not. I'm just catching up a little bit on the scorecard. Anyway, time for Amir to come back. This is the start of the 16th over. This one is worked to the leg side, and of course Surya gets 1. So, I think that's 90 for 7 off 15.1. Stand to be corrected. This is the over. I mean, will they go after Imran Amir, try and take him on? Seem happy. I suppose the smart money is here. Look, we don't want to get out playing expansive shot. Being 8 down, you're really starting to getting worried about not batting out the overs. So if you just kind of concentrate on one a ball, you know, run hard, maybe the odd 2. The very bad one maybe you can put away, but you won't be going looking for trouble here. And you can kind of see that approach from Usman Khan, who he came out all guns blazing, but he's reading the room. I think it's been a pretty smart innings. Amir, he'll be happy. So not really looking to over-attack. And so he takes the one again. Wants to single this time. Watercourse Surya takes the one. I think we're back on track now with a scorecard. 92 for 7. A couple to come in the 16th. This is hit hard and it's hit for 4. What a shot. This is a cracking shot from Usman Khan, who moves to 48. And this is so well timed. Again, because he backs away and he has that habit, he's able to make that look like a ball that's wider than it actually is. That's a cracking shot. Watercourse Surya watching on. He enjoyed it. Same again. Again, absolutely cracks this. Well fielded though. It's Bikram Arora out there that does the fielding. And it's the end of the 16th over. Usman moves to 49 and retains the strike. After 16 overs, the score is 97 for 7. Good sliding stop. He's a nice ground to dive on, especially this time of day with a bit of moisture held in there as well. Well, there we go. 77 days to go. Walking sticks until the ECC. I can tell you that's exactly 11 weeks. So we'll get to see both these nations competing in that ECC, the Euros of Cricket. 31 nations taking part. Yeah, so isn't that going to be great? And so, yeah, that's Malta a bit disappointed with their performance last year. So will France probably. But these two had a very interesting battle in their group, by the way. About a second. Abbas comes back. It's over number 17. Ooh, this would have been close, you know. This one on 49, which you can see because it's on the big scoreboard there. It is a really nice scoreboard here. But yeah, this one, I think he was getting back safely here. Let's have a look. Probably just home, if it hit. But yeah, Malta and France are basically competing for one spot in the finals in the ECC last year. And France couldn't win a game the whole week. But, this man, Usman Khan, he's brought up his 50 and he's done really well. 50 off 39 balls. He gets some applause from the Maltese fielders as well, appreciating his knock. Yeah, 50 off 39. Really good work from Usman. 7 fours and a Maximo in that half century. So the Ephus slower ball from Wasim Abbas. Should get 2 and they will. This is such a weird slow ball because it basically just slows his arm down. Have a look at this from Abbas. Kind of runs in normal speed. And then, yeah, he just decelerates rather than accelerating. Watercourse Surya gets a good piece of it, gets a couple. No, it just went onto his body. So, yeah, so these two last year, France couldn't win a game in their first 6, but then they beat Malta twice. Sorry, their first 5, and they beat Malta twice, which meant that Malta, who blew a big game against Luxembourg earlier when they scored, I think, 147. Oh, it could be gone. Brilliant catch. Excellent take. I think he's held on to it. Oh, that's a sensational bit of keeping from Chanjal Sudarsana behind the stumps. Watercourse Surya, he showed his hand, didn't he? Wanted to ramp. And Sudasanen, he played for it a little bit. He was ready for it. Have a look at the keeper here, number 7. He didn't follow the ball too much because he felt, look, if he gets some bat on this, I want to be in a position to make the play. And he gets it in that left hand, is kind of falling out a little bit, uses the right hand for support. That's a brilliant catch. The hundreds come up, but at the expense of an 8th wicket. It's 100 for 8. And that was a really good bit of keeping. But yeah, you see, he kind of steps away, then goes to Ram. But excellent athleticism. And you can see there. He gets in that left mid. That's a brilliant bit of work. So 100 for 8. It's Ramatullah Mangal who's coming out now in the number 10 position. So still 18 balls left in the innings. And Mangal, happy to take the one. Doesn't really care, it's the last ball of the over. Now, oh, good direct hit, but I might have thought about taking a second run there, but didn't think it was worth it given the fact they're 8 down. So that will be the end of the over. After 17, the score 101 for 8. Three overs to go then. Still, the run rate's never moved too much, has it? Well, the robot appreciating that take. And it was a brilliant bit of keeping. What I will say, you know, it was smart. He put himself in a position where and this is exactly where he wanted to be. If the ball got missed, he probably would have had to have dived to his right, but he would have taken the ball. But he didn't get right behind the line of the ball, which you'd normally do as keeper if the ball's missed. I'd say normally you'd be further to your right. But he kind of stayed put because he said, look, if he misses it, I want to be able to dive to my right and take it. But if he hits it, I want to have maximum mobility to my left. And I don't want to get wrong-footed. And he wasn't wrong-footed. He kind of stood still like a goalkeeper almost. That's pretty good batting from Mangal again. This time gets the single once again. Yeah, so he gave himself maximum range, maximum lateral range. Because when you see a shot like that, you know that if there's an edge, it's only going to go one way. It's only going to go to your left. And so he kind of set up for it. He read it perfectly. And it's one thing to read it. It's another thing to hold on to it. And it's a brilliant bit of wicket-keeping to get it with the left mid. Kamaka Afridi coming back for his 4th over. Can we look for 2 here? No, won't. Smart fielding from Aurora. Keeps it to 1. Probably harder to push for those extra runs when you're 8 down as well. Dave said he's trying to get to Malaga for the 9th of October. Well, that'd be great, Dave. That sounds about the time that England 11 will be playing, if I'm not mistaken. Group E. Good time to come. Well bowled. Swearwaka Afridi's done his best work throughout his international debut this morning. Great moment for him, very proud moment for him, as well as Eldos Matthew and Chanjal Sudasana, who just take that sensational catch down the leg side. Yeah, a question about Khartoum Oval. Is there internet? There sure is. Yeah, if anyone's available. It's going to be a great 4 weeks starting the 25th of September. Afridi's bowled well, but he hasn't taken a wicket yet. He would love an international wicket. Yeah, so just quickly going back to the ECC between these two teams. So France didn't win a game until they beat Malta twice, which put them in the mix and actually tied them on points. And then France had to play Belgium, who were on the top of the table, and they had to either beat Belgium or lose just to qualify in 4th place, and that would send Malta home. One of the most memorable games of 2022. This isn't a great throw, but it's backed up. So, yeah, a lot of our viewers will remember it. It's the famous first international golden ball that resulted between Belgium and France France forcing a golden ball, they were beside themselves thinking that because they hadn't won that they were going home, but by forcing a golden ball, they actually survived. And then they won the eliminator against Luxembourg to ultimately finish third in the group, although they fell out in the next match. And hustle through for one here. Basically drawing a throw. And I think Usman was going to be home anyway. It's the end of the over. He'll retain the strike. Moves to 52. The score 105 for 8 after 18 overs. Yeah, so that was a crazy one. And as you'll remember, in that France versus Belgium golden ball, it started raining just before the last ball of regulation. And it was horning down. And our commentary box was exposed. The rain was coming in sideways. Is that what the run rate here? It's just been pretty flat around the run of ball, hasn't it? Heading for that 120, and it looks like they'll get close-ish to it, as long as they don't get bowled out. Yeah, the first over was a maiden. It's a very good one from Fanya Magal. Yeah, but that was a crazy one. And Malta, they were stuck at the Sunset Beach Club in Spain just watching the game on TV, and they saw their finals day hopes fade away. So interesting that in this Mdina Cup, it's the 3 teams from that group last year. So you got France and Malta and Luxembourg. That Malta lost a high-scoring game to Luxembourg in the group stage. Luxembourg finished higher than France on the table, but then lost to them in the eliminator, the 3 versus 4. So France knocked them out. So there's a fair bit of recent history on ECN between these 3 teams in the Mdina Cup. So yeah, really looking forward to the next couple of days. All right, as they say on ECN, it all happens in the 19th in a T20, and this is a cracking shot from Usman Maximo. Just check drives this over the offside, gets 6, and gets France closer to that 120 plus. Great batting from Usman Khan. And that one flew miles. He's not getting it quite right. He's a guy right now, he'd be hoping to nail his Yorker. You've already seen with Usman, he'll show you the stumps a little bit. I don't think they've really nailed a Yorker to him. Follow-up delivery. Now, could be trouble. It's the top edge, and it really should be taken. The fielder's misjudged it, and he's caught it anyway. So it's Waka Afridi with the Afridi-style celebration. It's equal parts joy and relief, I think, because he was looking pretty much straight into the sun there. Even though he's got the sunglasses on, I don't think he sees a whole lot of it first up. But Usman is going to have to go. And so Usman cracks a 6, and then he's out very next ball. Brilliant innings, though, under the circumstances. He goes for 58 of 43. It's a good reception from his teammates as well. And here's the 9th wicket to fall. The score 111 for 9. So now, I think you have to put the big shots away unless there's a rank delivery. But, yeah, I think from here, you take a single ball. You got the 2 Mungals together. Hey, look, they're decent cricketers, but they're not in the side to bat. They're in the side to bowl. Rahula Mangal will be facing up Abbas with 2 wickets now, even though it has been a little bit expensive. Oh well, forget what I said, because he just tries to smash it first ball. This would have been gone. Well, this is actually a little bit unsmart, I think, when you're 9 down and you just... Well, number one, the shot's not too smart, and the running isn't smart either, because that would have been out. Hello to Maya Patel, who says been a bit busy lately, but just want to say hi. Well, hi to you, Maya. Plenty of cricket to choose from this week if you do get a chance. We've got 3 matches happening concurrently on a huge Monday. In fact, it's every day, Monday to Saturday, will be like that. All right. He gets 1 here, so yeah, 1 ball working at the moment. 120, that's what France are thinking here. 120, run a ball, have a good start. Push that rate up towards 7 or 8 and over, and let your bowlers do the work. That'll be the plan for France from here. See if Rahula gets a bit crazy again. Nope. They go on contact. Gets a throw out of Sudasanam, which isn't the hardest thing to do. And yeah, it'll be a leg by. Gets him in the body. That's smarter though. At least he went, saw where that one went before he just took off. I can't wait to see the French bowlers taking on the Maltese top order. And let's see how aggressive the Maltese top order are. And we'll probably see Zishan Khan up there. Maybe we might see Imran Amir up there. Maybe Eldos Matthew on debut. Big appeal. Umpire doesn't hear it, doesn't feel it. And it'll be the end of the over. Here on the replay. Yeah, Sudasanam didn't really go up, so that's never great evidence, is it? As it'll be the end of the 19th over, France. 114 for 9. Pretty good. Pretty good performance from Malta first up, though. I just feel they haven't quite finished off France just yet. Bearing in mind these two teams will be coming back this afternoon for their second match. Luxembourg only joining tomorrow. This is a 6-match series, the Mdina Cup. So 2 today, 2 tomorrow, 2 on Wednesday. There will be a third match Wednesday, but that'll be the first match of the Valletta Cup. And we'll have 3 matches a day, pretty much from there on until Sunday, which is finals day of the Valletta Cup. The only difference between the Valletta Cup and the Mdina Cup is the Valletta Cup has the Mdina Cup teams, which are France, Malta and Luxembourg, but also adds in Romania and Switzerland. 5-team tournament. Okay. Shake, rattle and roll. Sharju gets the ball from the golf course end. France just hanging on, aren't they, down to their last pair of Mungals. Here's over number 20. No, takes one. I've been tempted to throw there, and the reason is that if you can get a run out, you potentially save, well, you do. You save every run that they could potentially score off the last 5 balls. So I'm probably throwing that, especially with the fielder backing up. I don't think they would have got an overthrow. But yeah, it's kind of tip and run stuff at the moment, isn't it? They brought the cover into the circle. So only 4 outfielders at the moment. Big swing and a miss. Sudasanam cleans up on the second bounce. One good thing for keepers here, and bowlers for that matter, is that the pitch area, the kind of artificial area, is really long, and so kind of guards against when there is rain, and we have seen some big rain here in Malta before. You know, you just get a friendlier bounce. It doesn't get all chewed up, and the bowlers will obviously get a nice run into the wicket, nice flat run into the wicket. That's well bowled by Sharju. He just keeps in that offside channel. Good game this. Yeah, Dave says it all happens in the 19th. I wouldn't count out France just yet, though. I mean, 2 teams have to bat. And the pressure of an international match. I know a lot of our fans will be looking forward to seeing the French bowling attack as well after the break. This could be it. It probably should be it. It's going to be Waqar Afridi. He takes the catch. So, second catch for Waqar, who played pretty well on debut. Didn't take a wicket, took none for 21. Had a couple of catches to his name as well. France leave 2 balls on the table. They're all out for 115. Malta will require 116 for victory. Yeah, Sharju, he also bowled really well, didn't he? He's going to finish with 4 wickets in the end. So, yeah, he steals the figures of Fanya Magal. 4 for 17 for Sharju. Magal, 3 for 15, including a maiden. Did a very good job as well, 2 wickets to Abbas and a run out. And, well, all things considered, I think if you offered Malta 116 to chase before the toss, they'd be happy. If you offered France, probably at the end of the power play, hey, would you like 115 to defend? They'd say, yes, please. So I think, look, both teams have some hope, but they're going to have to play well in the second half of this game. It's France, after a real wobbly start, they came back and they put something on this board, something on the board that they'll feel they can defend, but they will feel that they didn't quite bat to their potential. as T20 international action back on ECN. Not for the first time and not for the last time. And there was action early on. It was a huge edge. And I don't know what happened here. All I can think is that the keeper didn't hold on to it. But guess what? Didn't matter. Because next ball, McKeon goes without scoring. A guy who has passed 50 in 4 of his 5 international knocks so far. Wasn't to be. Has his first international duck. And then we saw front still throwing the bat, didn't we? But then there was this self-inflicted blow, wasn't it? Galami took forever to get off the mark, and then a miscommunication and quick thinking as the bowler, Afridi, throws the stumps down, and that resulted in the run out of Galami. His first run was his last. Dawood Ahmedzai, he's a guy who always give you 100%, but then he was caught by Zishan Khan out there on the cover boundary. And Malta were all over the French like a rash here. Not the warm welcome in from the host that France might have wanted on the field anyway. But Usman, he stood up, didn't he? Kanasane, he had an interesting time there. Had a couple of close calls. Eventually he ran out of luck. He had to go for 9 off 13, broke the partnership of 19. Zain Ahmed and went for a shot that was a little bit expansive for the game situation, and he holed out to the sweeper out there on the leg side. And it's Eldos Matthew that took that catch. And, you know, Aurora found himself on the boundary a couple of times doing some important work. Usman Khan, though, he was the man that held things together. 1 or 2 or 3 held it for a while, then went to an acrobatic catch from Sudasanan on international debut behind the stumps. But yeah, Usman passed his 50 and he batted really well. Eventually he'd have to go for 58 off 43. And he literally scores more than half the runs on the board. 7 boundaries, 2 sixes in his innings. Sudasanan, he's great to watch, isn't he? The player we've seen a fair bit in ECS cricket. Anyway, left to the 2 Mungals who scrambled a couple of extra runs before they were gone with 2 balls left in the innings. They lost all 10 wickets. Malta all out 115. I still think France have a chance here. Having a look at the batting scorecard, Usman Khan, 58, dominates it. His innings coming off 43 balls, and he came in such a tough situation as well. It was 19 for 4 when he came to the crease in the 5th over. Apart from that, we saw some batters reaching double figures. We had Action Jackson living up to his name, 11 off 9. 10s for Noman Abjad, the skipper, and Watakula Suri at 10 before he was spectacularly caught behind by Sudasanan. And it's all said and done, just the 5 extras in pretty much 20 overs. That shows you how disciplined the Maltese bowling was. And they stuck to a plan, didn't they? They kept it that offside channel. They forced the French into some errors. 4 for 17, Sharjah ends up with the figures. But let's not forget the early work of Fanyan Magal, 3 for 15, including a wicket maiden first over of the tournament. And Wakar Afridi on debut, he held up his end, didn't he, as well? Made it really tough early for the French. He took none for 21. The other wickets went to Abbas, who had an expensive start, but came back well, 2 for 30. Imran Amir, not too bad as well, 31 with his spin. Maybe a little bit too short on some occasions, but well, it's all set up nicely, isn't it? And we'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so with the chase. And Malta, the host, for their first points of the tournament. They'd won 16 off the 20 overs, but France, well, they'll be fighting. And they've got the attack to defend this. 115 they'll be trying to defend. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. It's great to be back, and more action is coming your way very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Back shortly with more cricket on ECN. You're watching the Mdina Cup T20 Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Malta. We're almost ready for the second innings. Pretty quick turnaround, in fact, after we saw the first innings of this Mdina Cup, which is a three-team international T20 tournament here at the Master Sports Ground. It features Malta, France, and Luxembourg. Right now, it is France coming out to defend their 115. The story so far that it was Malta that won the toss and sent in the French. So that means Malta have to chase. They'll be pretty comfortable where they are in the game. Having said that, I think that France do have a bit of a formidable bowling attack, particularly with the seamers they've got. They've also got a pretty handy spin option in Dawood Ahmedzai. McKeon can bowl a bit as well for them, depending on the circumstances. And it looks like the burly frame of Imran Amir that's going to face up. He's out there with Zishan Khan. So yeah, this should be super interesting. And it is Amir who's going to get us going. And first bowler, thought it might be a Mungal, but it's not. Shane Wanakula Surya who's going to open up. So yeah, they've got 5 genuine bowlers here. Shake, rattle and roll, 116 for Malta. It's a win on home soil. This reminds me a little bit of when we've seen some games here before. T20 Nationals in Malta. Remember Belgium playing here and dropping their first game to Malta. I think from memory, Austria in the T10s earlier this year also dropped their first game. They had a 7-match T10 International Series in the ECIs. Edged and dropped. And it's Action Jackson who kind of sticks a hand out at the last minute. So yeah, the issue here, I think he spends a moment, because there's a slip in. He's not sure whether it's his catch or not. He's got Gus McKeon had a floating slip, but he's so wide, I still think the keeper has to go for everything he can reach. And, you know, he doesn't get off his feet. And McKeon's saying, well, I might have had that. I'm not so sure. You know, looking at the replay, I think it was a fair way away from that slip. He's pretty much at a second slip there, Gus McKeon. Now, it's a wild shot. That'll bring one from Zishan Khan first ball. Wow, action coming thick and fast. A bit like it did in the first over of the first innings. So, yeah, my question was, how aggressive will they be? I mean, they're opening with Amir. He likes to biff it. And that shows you what they're thinking, but he might be gone, and he will be gone. So Amir goes in the first over. Wanakula Surya, given the responsibility, draws the foul shot out of the Maltese opener. And the French have their tails up early. It's 2 for 1. Well, this game is certainly right in the balance right now. Interesting that they went for a Wanakula Surya rather than a Rahula Mangal or a Ramatullah Mangal or even a Noman Amjad. I mean, that's the first one that went down. And you can see Jackson had a bit of egg on his face, but doesn't come back to bite them too much, because it's a bit like McKeon getting lucky in the first over, then going. Yeah, it's the same old story. Jackson will be breathing a lot easier after that. So, yeah, big moments early. They wanted to send out someone aggressive to kind of take this on, take on the power play. I think that's smart. I just think, you know, when you're trying to pull a ball from outside the off stump, it's a high-risk shot against a bowler you haven't really played too much. It's the first time we've seen France playing in Malta. I think they're really going to enjoy the pitch. It's a real bouncy new surface, and I think that France have the right kind of attack to exploit that. Jaspal Singh, the new batter, comes out at 3. Put the ball first up, squares him up a touch. Let's get some bat on it. Oh, well, game on, folks. There's Dawud Ahmedzai. I love watching him bowl as well. I'm sure we'll see him at some point. Yeah, France just, they're a team full of characters. We haven't seen too much of them on ECN, but every time we see them, we love what they bring to the table. Slow ball. Interesting option in the first over. But, I mean, these guys play with so much pride and passion for their country. And in most cases, it's not the country they were born, but it's the country that they've made a life in and connected to in some way. And it's a real special moment when they get out there together. 3 for 1 off the first over. Have a look at the three teams in this Mdina Cup. You can see the ranking difference. France 47, Malta 61, Luxembourg 64. So Malta and Luxembourg pretty close together, but a bit of a gap between France and Malta. And don't forget that as T20 internationals, all these games are official T20 internationals. They carry ranking points. And if you can beat someone that's above you, it can help you so much in your rankings. So Malta, with a win here, could make some inroads into that, maybe up into the 50s. That should be a good effort from them. Of course, they'll play each other this afternoon as well. Luxembourg will see them tomorrow for the first time. And like you see there on the graphic, Romania and Switzerland will be joining on Wednesday, actually Thursday, because the Letter Cup starts on Wednesday afternoon, but Thursday's the first time we'll see the two late arrivals, if you like. Anyway, it's Noman Amjad who's going to bowl over number 2. It's a really good start for France. It's Ishan Khan. Oh, he almost... Is this into the ground or not? I thought it was off the bat and straightened. Let's have a look here. Let me have a look. Yeah, that's a catch. That look doesn't look like it is, but let's just say it's an interesting one. Ishan gets another single over to Jaspal. Amjad serves up at full toss and he's stroked through backward point for 4. So a pretty handy one also. He knocks into the wall, knocks a bit of shine off that ball. And so Jaspal, he was able to cash in the erroneous delivery. The line was fine, just the length was wrong. That's one thing Malta did really well. They did not let the pressure off in those first few overs, and it bore fruit, didn't it? It's better length that time from Amjad. His natural movement slightly into the right-hander. But yeah, very interesting point in this game. How brave can Malta be taking on this power play? They also don't want to be too conservative and have that rate creep up to 8+ and over. Well, by Amjad, that's I suppose a bit of a difference between T20 cricket and T10 cricket, that you get those few balls to play yourself in it and just get accustomed to it. Some players need that more than others. You see Amjad, similar movement to Shaju, as the bowler I compare him to in the first innings when he was bowling from that end. Kind of bang in on a good length and bring the ball back into the right-hander. I wonder if he'll consider getting across and trying to whip away with the movement. Like that, he doesn't really step across, but he certainly goes that way, doesn't he? Just by running out of patience. He's faced 6 balls and hit a 4 so far. Jaspal, as we get to the end of the second over, and the score is 7 for 1 after 2. Yes, I mean, look at this French bowling lineup. I mean, they're just swimming in options. You got the 2 openers, Wanakula, Surya and Amjad you've seen so far. You got the 2 Mangals. You've got a genuine spinner in Dawud Ahmedzai, and you haven't even talked about someone like Usman Khan, who's a brilliant bowler towards the end of an innings. You've even got someone like Zain Ahmed in there, providing some variety to your attack. You've got Gus McKeon. I mean, they've got bowling options coming out of everywhere. Nicolas created 2 chances in the first over. One of them was taken. Zishan Khan, he's playing his cricket for Gozo Zalmi now. A fresh club on the scene here in Malta. They actually won the ECS in a pretty dramatic final earlier in the year, low-scoring final. A 4-week ECS to kick off the year here in Malta. Kick off the year in the ECS at least after the night series got started about 10 days earlier in January. Oh, pretty good bit of fielding off his own bowling there, Wunakul Surya. Zishan cracks that one back into the ground though. It's a pretty aggressive shot, to be honest. Zishan is probably slightly more suited to the T20 format rather than T10. He's a bit of a stylist. Has done pretty well in T10 at times though. We saw him winning a title off his own bat for Marsa before he was integral in the start of the Gozo Zalmi club. And we've seen a few Zalmi clubs popping up around European cricket and the world actually. Saw Bucharest Zalmi pretty recently in the Romanian competition. They haven't really been back since the end of that competition as well. Cluj getting their fingers on the trophy again after they won back in 2021, the ECS. Of course, former Romania champions and a team that represented Romania in the ECL in 2019 and 2022 as well. Here's Gus McKeon. He'll be keen to have another go with the bat this afternoon. I think France are pretty good defenders. I think that whoever wins the toss in match 2, it's a long way away now, but these 2 teams are playing again later on this afternoon. I think whoever wins the toss will bat in that game. I think partly it was conditions. That's the reason that Malta wanted to field first this morning. There's that slow ball from Warnakul Saree, but straight through the offside. Zishan gets the boundary, well picked. And yeah, I'm not so sure this early in the game if I'd be going to that change of pace. Because, yeah, you rarely get batters trying to overhit at this stage. Picks it and hits it really well. Yeah, pardon me, it looks like that was Jaspal that was able to stroke that one away to the boundary. Oh, it's a good comeback though, isn't it? Wunakul Surya. He's been pretty good. He's bowled a second over. I mean, my question is, does he get a third, or do you go to one of your other options with the ball? Fairly new. I mentioned they're swimming in options. Got 2 Mungals. Hoping to get going. Well, this one's pretty high. It's going to be called a no ball, and I think rightly so. And they'll get back for 2. This is a no ball for height. It's T20 International, so it's above waist height. But again, I think the marginal ones you'll see called. This one's way too high for me. We'll have a look. Yeah, that's a good call. And it means we'll get a free hit. Yeah, so I think wickets in hand pretty key for Malta as well, given the quality of the French attack. New batters are not going to find it particularly easy, especially once you get to the middle and lower order, I think, to deal with what's coming. So, free hit. So, yeah, you might as well have a go at this. Great opportunity to maybe try something. You could maybe try a little ramp. I wonder if Warnakul Surya goes the slower ball here. They shouldn't actually change the field here because they took 2. But anyway, they did anyway. It doesn't matter because it doesn't hit it. And that's the end of the over. And the score, I'm going to say it's 16 for 1 after 3. To my knowledge. But yeah, it's a little bit of a thing. It's not a rule. I mean, it's a rule I think is very relevant anymore. 15-1, sorry, up to 3. They're not changing a field after a free hit. I just think it's a rule that's pretty unnecessary. I don't think that the fielders get a huge advantage out of doing it. It just creates more admin for the umpires to have to keep an eye on something that they're busy enough. It's just my personal opinion. They actually did change the field on that occasion. I don't think anyone noticed. I don't think anyone cared. If you get 1 run, then obviously you can change the field because it's a different striker. Anyway, for another time, that debate. Anyway, Amjad comes back. It's hit really hard through the leg side by Zishan Khan. 4 runs. What a shot. Absolutely smashed that. And, yeah, just getting a ball angling into him. We haven't seen a lot of batters getting across in front of their stumps, which carries some risks, but I think when you've got a guy that's angling into you, if you can kind of get forward, get across, you take the LBW out of the equation to an extent. Steadying partnership now through this power play. Zishan takes it on again, finds the gap, and this is running for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. Really not afraid to take on Amjad. Gets a bit of luck. I don't think it's quite out of the middle from Zishan Khan, but he does get the placement. And this field is just getting faster and faster as the morning rolls on. It's just past 10:30 a.m. local time here at the moment. It is a cracking day for a batter. Get full value for your shots. Banged in a bit shorter this time. There's Ahmadzai doing the fielding. And I'll be curious to see if he gets a bowl at some point. Maybe early. He's a really interesting wrist spinner. He's kind of got the one that goes the other way. Kind of quick through the crease. Like I said, they've got lots of options, France. I don't think they can afford to let this game drift so far. I'd still be 50-50 about whether I'm going back to Warnakulaturi next over or maybe I'm going to a Mungal. Anyway, Zishan gets another one that he flicks away, and this time it's all the way. Maximo! What a shot. Takes on the fielder and wins. It's Rahula Mangal who's out there. And well, that ball might have been new. It ain't too new anymore because that's bounced right off the corner of that rock hard. Look at that. That rock hard wall. You have to have a look at that ball after that and make sure it's not cracked. I think that they might even look at changing it. I think Malta, they're kind of cautiously optimistic at the moment, I think, in that dugout. Yeah, we're already up to 29 degrees. It's just going to keep going north. This afternoon's going to be attritional, I think, heat-wise. One of the great things about Malta, they can play cricket all year round here. They do have some issues. Sometimes when it rains, it pours. But, you know, they can play cricket all around the season. And that's an advantage, I think, that their players have in that they can always be out there practicing outside, playing matches all around the year. That maybe some of the French players with the facilities in France and the weather, they can't really do that. They've decided the ball's fine after all of that. They drop it one more time for good measure. But yeah, in Malta, after that early wicket of Amir, just steadying, and it's Zishan that is looking on at the moment. Couple to come in the 4th. I don't think Amjad can go back to himself the next over from that top end either. This time bit of width, and he smacks it through the offside. Overcorrection from the French skipper, and Zishan hits another boundary, and this over is trouble. It's gone 4-4.64, and that's 18 off this over. Zishan, great footwork to kind of get his back foot and his head a bit closer to that ball. And he smacked that one through the offside. Last ball of the over coming up. And this is flying away, could be gone, it's gone. Well taken by Mukhtar Ghalami. He takes the catch, and Zishan makes a quick fire 21, but he's gone, and perhaps that can swing the game. It's a nice bit of catching down there. You're seeing Jaspal, but he's not going. He's staying. Zishan is going to have to go. Not before he's gotten Malta in a pretty good position, but he'll be frustrated to go in that fashion. It was a similar kind of shot. It just flew away. He wasn't really in control of that shot. And now Zishan goes for 21. It's 33 for 2. So, yeah, Amjad. I said you can't really go back to him. I guess maybe you can now that there'll be a new batter out there. And there's Eldos Matthew that's come to join Jaspal Singh. Be enjoying the camera time, Jaspal. Jaspal will be facing up because it is the end of the over, 33 for 2. They really needed that wicket, didn't they, France? Don't forget as well, this is a 6-match series, so whichever team doesn't win, they'll want to make sure they push the result close, because as far as the Mdina Cup goes, if you're tied on points at the end, it will go to net run rate. And yeah, I think we are going to see Rahmatullah Mangal. So I kind of foreshadowed this change. Well, not the Warner Coolers 3 are bowled badly, but I think you just cannot let this game drift too much with that kind of a score on the board. So yeah, Rahmatullah Mangal getting ready to get cracking. Rahula had some issues with injury back in the Italian ECI series. Gets his ball to bend away. Jaspal Singh. And Eldos Matthew, he's a guy on international debut. So, yeah, what a great situation for him to come to the crease. At least he can settle at the non-strikers end. I think sometimes that's a good thing when you're new to the crease, if you can find yourself at the non-strikers end, which doesn't happen too much anymore with the rule on not crossing on catches. So if you can kind of get out there, have a bit of a look without really risking your wicket, it's a bit of a bonus, especially when it's your first game. A little bit of nothing shot from Jaspal, flirts with this one. Well, the key here for France is pretty simple. You've got to try and get the runs back above the balls remaining. Once you do that, they'll feel that they've got the bowling to do this. But you can see at the moment they're kind of minus 11 on that metric, 83 off 94. And they'll feel, they can sneak through this power play, maybe without conceding another boundary. They'll feel right back in this contest. Fascinating first contest. Oh, it's so well bowled. Just watch this take off. He does some magic, Rahmatullah Mangal. This just explodes. This is a full delivery. Look where the keeper takes it. Keeper takes it. Okay, Jackson, he's not the tallest, but he takes it about shoulder height. That's an excellent piece of bowling. It's a mindset thing as well. As a batter, you're probably wanting to counter-attack here, but you don't want to be reckless either. Another good delivery. Jaspal finds himself 10 off 14. Like we saw some of the French top order, players like Mukhtar, like Kanasane at times, just they're not able to go that run of ball pace early, and you can feel the pressure building. Mangal, 4-dot balls to start his series. Love a wicket though. Again, really disciplined bowling in that channel. And we're on maiden watch now. We had a maiden first over at the very start of the day. But right now, just what France needed. Wicket followed up by 5 dots. I'll be curious to see who they bowl next over. Do they go Rahula Mangal? And how fit is Rahula Mangal at the other end? Potentially. Last ball of the 5th. You can see how careful Jaspal is there, considering what he'd seen throughout the over. Maiden. And the change works a treat for France. Rahmatullah Mangal looking dangerous. 33 for 2 after 5. Yeah, edge your seat stuff, folks. And this is just the beginning. Luxembourg joining these two teams. And coincidentally or not, maybe that's why they've been selected for this Mdina Cup. But these teams all know each other very well from playing in the same group at the ECC, T10 last year. The Cartmar Oval in Spain. There's some pretty interesting contests. Yeah, these three teams, France, Malta and Luxembourg from the Mdina Cup, they will remain here until Sunday. They'll be joined by Romania and Switzerland in the Valletta Cup, which is a 5-team tournament. Finals day on Sunday. A longer game gives us a chance to kind of follow the worm a bit more. And you can see with that maiden, they've actually gone back under the rate, but nothing to worry about too much. And so we'll get set now for the 6th over. It's the last over of the power play as well. And they've moved Warnakula Saria to the top end. So remember, he bowled the first 2 overs from this bottom end, the golf course end. And then, yeah, they switched him up. Oh, wow. This is a high-ish full toss. I don't know if it's high enough to be called, but certainly caught the batter napping slightly. And almost tops a catchback. Yeah, it's probably not quite above the waist, so it's probably not a no ball. But yeah, you can see leading edge. You almost just bunts that straight back to the bowl. That would have been a disaster. Bites in and goes nowhere. There's Matthew, don't forget, he's on debut. And so he'll be feeling the heat a little bit more ways than one. Oh, leg side, this is trouble, this is big trouble. And it's going to be 5 wides. And in a low-scoring game, it's not something you can really afford to do. Warnakula Saria pushes it down the leg side. Never easy changing ends either, to be honest. So wind's not really a factor. And you can see Jackson, you know, he makes a good stretch at it, but he doesn't have the longest arms. Yeah, and so bonus runs. Just when France were building up the pressure, that one kind of lets the air out of the balloon, doesn't it? Now, wants to run to the bowler. Oof. I think he gets back there, but Matthew would have been enjoying the 5 wides, kind of took the pressure off him a little bit, and then looking for a run that wasn't quite there. Thinks he's beaten the bowler. And the bowler says, actually, you haven't beaten me. And has to scramble back. I think he was back. Let's have a look. Yeah, not been tight. I think it might have just been home. This one angles in and we'll get some runs here. Should get 2. We'll get 2. Gus McKeon slides in, does the fielding. Gus ordinarily resides in Perth, Australia, but qualifies on citizenship for France. Plays his cricket for the Perth Cricket Club, which is a very famous cricket club in Western Australia. Probably one of their most famous exports would be Adam Gilchrist, who I remember scored 250 in a 50-over game there at Fletcher Park. A very nice cricket ground in WA. I'm sure he's got a few of his teammates watching right now. Plays in the grade system there. End of the 6th over, end of the power play. What it calls Saria. Gives a wasteful 5 wides. Apart from that, wasn't too bad. And it's 42 for 2 after 6. Just a reminder. That's we're talking about the ECC and yeah, having a look at where these teams will play. Well, France, we'll see them up front, won't we? France in Group A on 25th of September. 3 days of action. Pretty interesting group, that one. As far as Malta, we'll see them in Group E. Group E is super interesting, not just because there's 3 countries there where you drive on the left, but you've got England 11 there, or is the front runners, but all the others, I think you can throw a blanket over them. So that'll be a very interesting group as well. We'll have Luxembourg in Group F. They'll be part of the Mdina Cup. And apart from that, we've got Romania and Switzerland, who are also in Group E. So Malta have a couple of last year's group mates from the ECC in Luxembourg and France that are playing early in the week. And later in the week, they'll get to play Switzerland and Romania, who they'll meet this year in the ECC T10. So the Euros of cricket starts on the 25th of September. That format's going to be so good as well with the 3-day groups. All right, so back to Rahmatullah Mangal. Yeah, so the only issue, I think, is Rahula Mangal's fitness. So not Rahmatullah that you're watching right now, but Rahula sustained a slight injury back in Italy. But if he's in the team, I assume he's fit to bowl. He's over 7. He's the 7th dot ball now for Rahmatullah Mangal. Yeah, but wicket of Zishan just kind of settling things for France. And even though they gave away the big 5 wides in the last over, still very much in this. We got -9 as well, 74 of 83. So closing the gap slightly, but yeah, you're ruining that 5 wides. This one's knocked into the offside. It's partially knocked down in the infield, but eventually it is fielded. They'll get 1. Yeah, so yeah, speaking of that Perth Cricket Club, hello to everyone that might be watching from that part of the world. I know it'll be a pretty nice time to watch, nice time of the day. Maybe just finishing the working day or thereabouts in Australia. But yeah, Fletcher Park in the Perth Cricket Club home ground, very nice ground. Luke Ronke, another player who plays cricket there at Perth and played for West Australia and New Zealand. Had a decent international stint with New Zealand, which is actually where Luke was born. But right now, Gus McKeon playing his cricket in the East Anglia Premier League in the UK. And I bet it's hotter here than it is in the UK today. Just saying. Although, yeah, most of these players, they love a bit of heat. Cricket is a summer sport when it comes down to it. There's Zain Ahmed prowling the backward point region. Right on the money. That run, which you could argue came from Misfield, the only run to come off Rahmatullah Mangal so far. And he's a guy, like, he's still got 2 overs to go after this. So, you know, it's the kind of total that if you can have one of your bowlers have an outstanding 4 overs where the batters aren't really looking to score, they're looking more to survive, then you're pretty happy with that. At the moment, Rahmatullah Mangal's providing that option. Again, you know, he's just in that corridor of confusion, isn't he? Rahmatullah Mangal doing a great job. Yeah, so 2 matches running concurrently at the moment. I know we've got the ECS in Hungary going on. We've got the T20 Internationals here as well. I think they might be on a break in Hungary at the moment, but 20 minutes away from the next game. Wow, shapes to throw, thinks better of it, but another top ball. I say it's one of those interesting ones. I mean, put yourself in the shoes of the batter here. What would you do? You got a guy who's bowling out of his skin. Yeah, pretty predictable where he's putting it. That doesn't make it easy to hit. He's putting it in dangerous areas. But, you know, do you get a bit proactive, trying to manufacture a scoring shot? And you've got no real fine leg at all. You try something like that, or you just have to kind of absorb the pressure and wait for the bowler to make a mistake. Might be waiting a long time with Rahmatullah Mangal. He's only allowed that single so far. He's been brilliant. So, gets to the end of the over. Another good one. And hits 43 for 2 at the end of 7. So, yeah, just a bit more of what we expected from France. I think we might have a change of bowling here. It was Khan coming on. Batted so well, didn't he? His half century is the reason that France have a score to defend here in match 1. And Usman, he's known for his slower ball. So we'll see him mix it up a little bit, I'm sure. I mean, it's early in the innings, so probably doesn't have to go to it that often, but he's a player. It's always in the back of your head, I think, if you're facing him. It could be that slower one. Have a look at that. Blue sky and plenty of sunshine here on the island nation of Malta. It's not too far off the south coast of Italy, if you're wondering geographically where we are. Obviously, being close to the equator, it's pretty warm compared to some places at this time of year. It's going to be Jaspal facing up. 43 for 2 after 7. Jaspal 12 off 22. Doesn't want to waste the fact that he's chewed up so many balls. Instead, he goes for it. Has he got enough? Not so sure, and he's gone. So has no interest in having a look at Usman Khan, who's having a brilliant series so far. Half century with the bat now, wicket first ball. And Jaspal, he falls on his sword for 12 off 23. Spanner in the works for Malta. The hosts now are 43 for 3. Now, long boundaries down the ground here. Certainly longer than the square boundaries, just given the shape of this ground. You know, it's probably a 75-metre hit off the stick if you're going to clear the boundary. Yeah, interesting that he kind of drags that from outside off stump. Takes it downtown, but can't clear the fielder. And so, 3rd wicket falls. Jaspal be annoyed, you know, making 12 off 23. You're almost better off going first ball. But you know, it's early in the series. We'll have plenty more opportunities, I'm sure. But that's the pressure built up. It's Rahula Mangal that takes the catch down there along a boundary. He judged it well, didn't he? Plenty of time to see it. This is the captain, Bikram Arora, coming out at number 5. First one's called a wide. Yeah, probably. There's a bit of the tram line the way through. Same ball, so I guess it has to be a wide. Doesn't like it, looking around. Usman. Not a bad spot to miss though. You can see he does have that ability to change his pace. Oh, now he's edged and he's gone, and Bikram Arora walks. He goes for a duck. And so that's a big wicket. Usman gets a little feather of Arora. He's going to have to go. First legal ball he faces. And so, wow, bit of a disaster, unfortunately, for Bikram. First up in the series. That's cricket, though. As he departs, it's 45 for 4. And so, wow, France have really done a good job tightening this up. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. It's just the stock delivery. You can see there, playing away from his body, just pushes, doesn't even wait, knows he's nicked it. That's good sportsmanship from Arora when it comes down to it, but if you're annoyed with the result, as he departs 45 for 4, he's Varun Prasad, and he is a real X factor. Don't know about the long skins today. Skinny enough as he is for Varun. But yeah, he's left-hander, so he changes things up a bit. Now, the thing with Varun, he can hit the ball miles, but he's also, yeah, I suppose, technically a little bit suspect at the international level. Having said that, he has had some big international innings. tends to have a bit of a blind spot kind of between his body and the stump sometimes. It's pretty well played though. I'm sure it's something he's been working on behind the scenes. Mentioned that he's struggling with a bit of a hand injury. But it's just one of those things I think he's going to have to learn to play with. And some days will be better than others. Well played by Matthew, who's left holding the baby a little bit here. Just be one. Let me have a look, check on runs versus balls remaining. 69 off 73, so they've got it back to -4. Hopefully closing that gap. So there's a Yorker. Prasad gets a bit of bat on it. He'll retain the strike. Good over from Usman Khan. He has 2 wickets to show with his half century. Well, he's odds on for player of the match, but he's more concerned about the result at the moment. Run a ball stuff from Malta at the moment. It's 48 for 4 after 8. 21 off 9 for Zishan. Got them off to a flyer, but apart from that, no one cracking more than a run a ball. Eldos had a bit of a look at it now. 4 off 11. Siddhasan listed next, the keeper. Guys that can bat a bit. I mean, you got Waka Afridi there. I mean, he's a real dynamic player for Sweet United. But again, you're dealing with the next level of bowling here, I think, at the international level, particularly this French team, which have to be one of the best bowling units going around in European cricket. Have to be. These guys having a very good time so far. Ramdullah Mangal. Yeah, that's a brilliant performance. Imagine he's a batsman and he had 1 off 13. You'd be going, that's awful. But you got to look at the opposite because he's a bowler and he's conceded 1 off 13. And he makes the adjustment to left-hander straight away. Shows you what a good bowler he is. Pretty good channel, and Prasad gets a bit of bat on it, gets a run, bit of an errant throw, but doesn't cost them anything in particular. What do you think at the moment? Keanu's saying if the ECC ever had to be played somewhere else, he'd say this would be a pretty good location. Yeah, you're not wrong there, actually. If the sports club would not that many spectators here, that's probably another story. Oh yeah, the athleticism from Mangal, who grabs this in his follow through. This is tense. Falls, he plays a shot, so doesn't go looking for a run here. Well, I said the task would be to push it back over a run of ball, and they're pretty close to doing that now. And that's big thanks to this guy, Rahmatullah Mangal. Lovely guy as well, Rahmatullah. Loves his cricket and works hard. He's grimacing a little bit. Partly the heat, I'm sure. He's really delivering for France. 67 off 68 required now. This is going nowhere. So they do get it back to run a ball. And so, yeah, 67 off 67. Aldous Matthew finding it hard going. 4 off 14 against a tough place to be, because if you play a big shot and get out, a bit like we saw Jaspal go, then you feel you've wasted all those deliveries where you're having a look. But then again, playing some shots is the only way to improve your strike rate. So what are you meant to do? You're not getting a lot of loose stuff from these French bowlers at the moment. Last ball of the 9th. Oh, this has hurt him. That's probably the unprotected area as well. He has a bit of a smile and laugh about it. It's nice, even though it's an international contest, to see that camaraderie. Right on the point of the hit, really. Ouch. Yeah. Bang, yeah, just above the hip. It's in the love handles. But nothing too lovely about that. That'll bruise, but these cricketers, they're tough as nails. I suppose at least it's a hot day. It's worse if it's freezing and you get one of those. End of the over, it's 49 for 4. Yeah, Liam's asking if the ECC could be played at the Great Cardham Oval. Where would it be? Well, Lamunga is where we held the first one, but it's not quite the same anymore, actually. Lamunga, so I'm not so sure about that. Be a few options. Roma CC is a very nice one. So none for 2, Rahmatullah Mangal off his 3 overs. And he gets one for the body count there as he sits down, Aldous Matthew. But, already 8 extras. Now 5 of those were in one delivery, where Watercourse 3 lost one down the leg side, cost him 5. But, apart from that, been pretty disciplined. Eldos is going to be fine here after he gets a bit of TLC, maybe a bit of the magic spray from the medic. So yeah, interestingly they went for Usman Khan before they went to Rahul Mangal, but it worked because Usman took 2 wickets in that over, including the wicket of Aurora at first ball. Usman is coming back for over number 10. It's going to be an interesting one if he does bowl that slower ball to Prasath, to see if Prasath kind of goes for it. That kind of overspinning ball that will kind of move into him slightly, whether he tries to clear the leg side. He does have power for Prasath. Liam says, took it well. Yeah, he did. Never show you hurt. Oh, that's the one I'm talking about. Have a look at this delivery. This is his slower ball, and just with his hand, look at how it basically rolls out the back of his hand, and so it creates overspin and slows the ball down a lot. You've seen some bowlers, Sahil Tanvir's one, James Faulkner's another. Yeah. You can even see the rotations there on the ball. It's a very good slower ball that he bowls, because the arm speed doesn't change too much, but pace comes out of the ball. Now, umpires are coming together here. I'm not sure why. Maybe they're changing the ball. It did take a big blow earlier when it hit the top of the limestone wall, but I don't think France would want to change it. I think Noman Amjad's saying, hey, what are you talking about? This is fine. Because they've been having a good job, doing a good job with this ball. In fact, we haven't seen a boundary off the bat since Zishan got out. And that was at the end of over 3. So we've gone over 6 overs. But I want to know what's happened recently to the ball to make it, for them to say that we need to change it. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of structural damage to the ball. Third umpires come on, and I think they have changed the ball. You see, France aren't too happy with it because they're saying, hey, we're doing a good job with this ball. Why do you need to change it? We've had 5 dot balls in a row. Yeah, and so Prasath against the replacement ball. It'll be a similar condition to the one that's been taken out of play. Now he goes pace on, but Prasath just helps it over the leg side. On new ball, new feeling. And it's gone for 4. Doesn't quite go all the way. What did I get at us? And yeah, Prasath picks that one nicely. Just slightly ill-directed, I think. Prasath loves going over that leg side. And he's able to help that one away for a boundary. Brings up the 50 as well for Malta in the 10th over. Super interesting game, this one. And Prasath does have a T20 international century to his name. Averages 28 with a strike rate 145. So, you know, normally a handy bowler, but we haven't seen him bowling as much since he's had that hand injury on his left hand, which is his bowling hand. It's a better ball from Usman, just sneaks inside the tram line. I think that's more where you need to be. We know that Prasath isn't a huge fan of footwork. He'll just kind of waft those kind of deliveries. And he may get an edge. They've got the keeper there. They've also got kind of 3 fielders in the kind of short third man, another third man, and backward point region for an edge. And there's that slower ball as well. The other thing with that overspinning slower ball is it bounces more than a regular delivery, so it really pops on you. And that one ended up about chest high, I think, to Prasath, who didn't really want to play a cross-bat shot. That boundary, though, relieves the pressure. It's the first boundary in 32 deliveries. That's if you don't count the 5 wides in there. The slower ball, but it's not directed well, and this is going to run away for 4. So Usman, right ball, but wrong line. As Prasath providing a bit of a steadying influence here, gets his second boundary of the over. Yeah, so Matthew at the other end, I mean, you got to remember that he's a guy, he's on T20 international debut. It's natural you'd be feeling the pressure a little bit. So he's still there. I suppose if his partner's scoring, then you don't have too much to worry about in a score like this. Matthew plays his cricket for the Knights here. Oh, there's the edge, and he's gone. And we called it, didn't we? 3 fielders in that quarter of the ground in the circle, and guess who it is? It's Mr. Universe, Dawood Ahmedzai, who takes a great catch. Had to come in and come to his left. Prasath, as predicted, he pokes the one outside the off stump. Doesn't really move the feet. Have a look at it here. See, doesn't get over the top to thick outside edge. And Dawood Ahmedzai take a bow. And unfortunately for Prasath, it's a sad trudge off the ground. And every time you feel that Malta are getting away, France have an answer, don't they? That's the 5th wicket down now. The score is 57 for 5. Well, already you're seeing the top 5 wickets going for 57. The bottom 5 will have to make more than that. Otherwise, they won't win the game. A double 57, you get 114. It's good fielding to back up what's been pretty good bowling. Okay, yeah, Usman, he's kind of got it wrong a few times in that over, a couple of times in the over, but comes back with his 3rd wicket. 57 for 5. There's Amjad directing traffic, pulling the right strings as well. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if I would have gone to Usman that early. I probably would have left him for the second half. But no money knows his bowl as well. Brings him on in over 8. And following up an over 10. This is where we're at with France bowled out for 115 within their 20 overs. Malta 57 at the halfway. So they're pretty much right on the money run rate wise, but they have lost their top 5 wickets. Zishan off to a flyer. Just Bowl had a torrid time there. Matthew's still there. He's 4 off 15. He's been joined by Chanjal Sudasanan. So you've got 2 players now who are on international debut out there with the game on the line. So, yeah, Malta needing 59 off 60. And, yeah, here's the guy. I like to call him Mr. Universe because he loves the big celebration. Now we're going to see his wrist spin. And he's a super interesting bowler to watch. Dawood Ahmedzai to bowl over 11. Let's see if Matthew has any idea about this. He must be pretty tough to play, especially if you've never seen too much of him. Meldos. He's going to face up. Oh, and he gets an edge first ball. Runs away for what I think will be 2. Katasane's after it. He will keep it to 2, but yeah, the thing with Ahmedzai, he gets a lot of overspin on the ball. So some will break away from you, some will come back into you. You know, he's played cricket with a lot of good cricketers. If you speak to him about his upbringing and where he learnt his cricket, like he's got a few tricks. And he plays with 150% passion as well, I would say. So now, Matthew, 30% more careful, just blocks it out. Just hanging in there, aren't they? Both teams. France have to take wickets. I think probably going to have to bowl Malta out to win, but they've got the bowling to do that. Matthew this time. Oh, dear me, have a look at this. Oh, no, and it's going to go for 4. Oh, that's an absolute disaster. Well, the first thing was the non-striker tripped over Ahmedzai, who was trying to field the ball. I don't think there's ever going to be any issue here with them trying to run the batter out. Look at this. Luckily, it doesn't get him upstairs. But then have a look down the ground. And a misfield from nothing. It's just, there's no excuses on this outfield. But that had a bit of everything, a bit of chaos. You had the non-striker trip over the bowler. And while that was going on, somehow it went for 4. You see the son. He's quick to get up and scamper back, taking nothing for granted. That's just pretty good batting. And another misfield is going to cost him 4. Well, back-to-back misfields costing boundaries. Matthew was in a bit of a tough place, but he comes back, and that's actually pretty good footwork to turn that into a ball that appears shorter than it actually was. And if you can pull it, then you're worrying less about which way it's turning. So, such an interesting game. Twists and turns. Sita Sanan inadvertently found himself in a steeplechase early in the over. Ahmedzai, though, I think if you draw Matthew forward, it's hard to see him driving confidently. About there, you know, the best you might get a poke. Ahmedzai's annoyed that he's not able to get across and make the stop. It's a bit like when they gave up the 5 wides earlier when they were kind of all over Malta. Now they've given up 2 boundaries that really should have been 2 singles. Sudasanan, though, welcome to international cricket. He's going to face up 1 ball in this over. He just wants to see it off. Does. Okay, Ahmedzai. Over goes for 11, but I don't think that tells the whole story. And after 11 overs, the score is 68 for 5. Good game. Yeah, Sudasanan mentioned he plays his cricket for the Royal Strikers. A top score of 49 not out against the Southern Crusaders. We saw him for the first time in ECS cricket earlier this year. Did a tidy job behind the stumps, took a great left-handed catch to remove Warner Kulasuriya late in the French innings. All right, 48 off 54. I mean, you look at that, you say, okay, should be easy. 48 off 54, 5 and over. But you know, the quality of the bowling is pretty apparent. Usman Khan, he's a guy who's got 3 wickets for 13. He's still got 2 overs left. He's got Ahmedzai, who's going to ask some difficult questions. He's a different kind of proposition. He's over number 12. Played back, Usman Khan. Hold on, another one that bowler or field he should have stopped. Just a single though. All right, Sudasanan now face Usman. Again, you wonder how much Sudasanan would have seen of Usman Khan. And will he be aware of that slower ball? I'm sure it's something maybe the Malta team talked about as a group. Just watch out for. So let's see how Usman Khan works over the new batter here. So that's a pace-on ball. So the idea would be, I think, you bowl in 1 or 2 of those and then you throw in the slower ball. You can't wait too long to set up a batter in T20 international cricket compared to a 50-over game or something like that. So there's a pace-on. This one for me could be either way. Let's have a look. Pace-on again. Punches to point, doesn't get a run. So this is your dream scenario. Because I think you've gone fast, and you've kept the same batter on strike. And now, 2 things. You know that Sudasanan is wanting to score, so he's looking to score, and this is where I think you see a slower ball. See there, I think that, to be honest, Jackson takes the stumps with his gloves. As it was, Sudasanan was home anyway. So for me, this is a slower ball. It's a game within a game here, really. Well, they kind of had to pull it back again after the 2 boundaries. Both off errors, really. And they've had to pull it back, and they have, though. All right. I actually think 100% this will be a slow ball. See if I'm right. Yep, slow ball. At least I've still got it, even after a couple of weeks off. Where Siddharthan picks it. He wasn't kind of freaked out by it and kind of got on top of that potential bounce. Knocked it away for 1. He has his first run for Malta. First international cricket run. Congratulations to him. Still some work to do, though. 2 debutants out there. Another slower ball, and Matthew is annoyed with himself. When he picks it, just doesn't put it away. See, they're just motioning. Yeah, it's a slower ball. Kind of takes the surprise factor out of it now, but you still have to play it. It's a difficult ball to play. Last ball, the over. Oh, it's pace on, and it could be gone. It's 2 fielders going, they leave it for each other. Oh, disaster. Well, it's Ahmedzai who's there with Kadasane, and to be honest, I felt it was Ahmedzai's catch first up, but it just kept kind of creeping away from him. I don't know what the communication, or if there is any communication here in the end. Have a look here. I mean, to be honest, it's like a silent movie, isn't it? They leave it for each other. I suppose it's just a single, but wickets are super important. So end of the over, 71 for 5 after 12. Just feel this is going down to the wire, you know. This is T20 cricket, so we won't have a golden ball if it's a tie, but we will have a super over. Bit of recent history with super overs in European teams. How about the Netherlands versus West Indies super over? Wasn't that something? Logan van Beek. Smashing it all over the place. All right, Ahmedzai's back. This guy's still got 3 overs of the 8 to come, and if he gets it right, he's very tough takedown, especially with the insurance, slightly bigger boundaries as well. He's a wicket taker. Here we go, over 13. He just won at the moment. If you're Malta, you're probably just trying to avoid dot balls. I mean, that's what gets you into trouble. If you can get one a ball, you're fine. You've always got the occasional one that you might be able to turn into a 2 if you run hard. Occasional bad ball you might be able to send to the boundary, but you don't really need to go looking for trouble, especially with 5 wickets down. That's well bowled, and this one breaks away slightly from Siddharthan. Yeah, so I mean, you do have two players in their first match. There's got to be something about that as well, where you can kind of play off the fact that they must be a bit nervous. I think in this situation, wouldn't be human if you weren't. Ahmedzai keeps outside the off stump, just goes for 1. Yeah, 1's a bit of a draw at the moment. I think the fielding side mind it. Don't think the batting side mind it, but it kind of kicks the can along the road. There's going to be something defining, whether it's a couple of wickets or whether it's a big over, which kind of puts one team in front, you imagine. Oh, I think he's bowled him. So, yeah, just hurries on, and I think this flicks the outside of the off stump. And Mr. Universe does it again. Matthew trying to manufacture a pull shot, but it wasn't that short. This time he doesn't get away with it. The top spinner hurries on, disturbs the furniture. And we'll see it here. And, yep, there you go. Outside edge of the off stump, and ends up in the gloves of Action Jackson. Matthew's going to have to go as well after sticking around what seemed like an age. He gets bowled for 18 off 25, 2 boundaries in there. As he departs, the score is 73 for 6. And, well, come inside because this game is wide open at the moment. Could go either way. Like I said, it's not so much the equation, but it's the quality of bowling that Malta are going to have to face here. And they've still got 2.5 overs of Ahmedzai, who you're seeing right now. He's such a dangerous spinner. Hard to pick, hard to play. Like I say, the long boundaries give him a bit more insurance as well. He's not going to get hit for 4s or 6s as often as he would maybe in ECC cricket or ECI cricket. You've still got, Rahul Mangal, we haven't seen it all. You've got an over from Ramatullah Mangal still to come. He's a guy who's only conceded 2 or 3 overs. So, yeah, you've got Warner Surya to come back. You've got Amjad to come back. I mean, honestly, we've got so many options up their sleeve. Waqar Afridi to come in. And watches the first one go past. He's a super interesting bowler. So, it's a bit like Usman Khan's slower ball, but that's his stop ball. Ahmedzai comes over the top. And sometimes they'll break away, sometimes they'll break back. It depends about the exact angle of the wrist. Well, Afridi doesn't care. He's going back to the line and he gets it out of here. Maximo! Oh, what a way to bring up your first runs in T20 international cricket. Waqar Afridi Ahmed goes bang. And he takes on the longest boundary on the Marsa International Cricket Ground and he clears it. It's the end of the over. It's 79 for 6. And what a shot. I mean, Waqar was listed down at 10 and I thought, well, that's pretty low for a guy that's this good at clearing the boundary. I think this is one way you can play Dawud Ahmedzai. It's high risk because if you miss-hit it, I think you're in big trouble. But he's not a big side spinner of the ball. He'll get a little bit of break one way or the other, but for the most part, he bowls over spinners that don't turn too much. And so that one was launched out of here. 79 for 6 after 13 overs. Siddhasana at the other end. 2 off 6. They're bowling out Usman. I don't mind that because they've got so many options still to come. He's kind of had the hot hand, hasn't he? He's got 3 for 16 off his 3 overs. So they're going to bowl him out here in the 14th. It's the pace on to Siddhasana first start. Late decision to throw. Isn't a very wise one. In fact, it might create a run out. Oh, he's gone. You wouldn't read about it. And so Siddhasana looking for 2. And to be honest, I think it was on, but Afridi was just feeling so good that he wanted the strike. So the 2 debutants out there get in a needless mix-up. And this is not too dissimilar to what we saw in the first innings between Galami and Kanasana. You see there, kind of kicks it away and then says, puts the stop sign up. But meanwhile, Siddhasana, he'd put his head down and he was running. And quick work from Usman, gets back to the stumps and he's gone by plenty. So, yeah, Usman, he's not happy, but sometimes 2 wrongs make a right. And so it works out great for France because they get a 7th wicket and it's 80 for 7. Crazy. Yeah, so the through came in, it bounced off Usman Khan to Rahul Mangal, ends up back with Usman Khan. And yeah, it's just a case of, to be honest, Siddhasana didn't do too much wrong because he saw Waqar shape to run, put his head down, sprinted. When he looked up again, he saw the big stop sign. By then, he just couldn't turn around. We got a thriller on hands. Oof. Waqar becomes super important. He's on strike now. Slower ball. Yeah, he's a high-octane proposition. I mean, he's a genuine kind of T10 number 3, Waqar. He'll come out there and you can see he's not too worried about the situation. He's saying, look, a couple of big 6s, we break this wide open, but these boundaries, you better get it right in the middle. Slow ball. Has to kind of eat it. Eats a dot. I mean, he can afford to be a bit selective here, Waqar Afridi Ahmed, but will he be? Probably not. Even outswing. Really good game. Hello to all of our viewers watching from Malta and across Europe. A lot of viewers from France. Bonjour to you. And of course, across the globe here on ECN today on a Monday. Oh, wide. Handy. They'll take whatever they can get. Malta at the moment. Hello to Wayne. Nice to have you back. And he's welcoming me back. Welcome back to you, Wayne. Yeah, I've had a nice time. A couple of weeks off, but I've been looking forward to this for a while. Not often I get to do T20 international cricket with the schedule, of course. But yeah, we've just got an extraordinary amount of cricket for you today on ECN. 3 concurrent matches. Slow ball, goes for it. I think that's got the journey as well. Going, gone. Maximo! Waka Afridi Ahmed comes out. He picks a slow ball. He launches it, and he launches it 80 metres off the bat. He hits that into the trees. So all of his runs in sixes. Takes it on. I mean, can't tell you, there's risk attached to that shot, especially with the overspin. A lot of the time that goes straight up in the air. But he nails it, 29-38. And he's been joined out there by Fanyan Magal, who, to be honest, he's a similar kind of player. Got 2 guys that would bat in the top 3 for their respective clubs. Also left-hand, right-hand combination now there for Malta. But this is less about the required run rate and more about can they get there before they're bowled out. Usman 3 for 24, 2 balls to spend. Won't spend them yet. So let me just think. I think I'm definitely bowling out Dawood Ahmedzai at one end, or definitely giving him a third next over. And the question is, who do you replace Usman with? You got options. Pace on, almost picks out the fielder, but it's one bouncer down there. Rahul Mangal shows how strong he is. Throwing it to the keeper. Tense. These runs aren't going to make themselves. We've seen 17 wickets fall in this game. That's more than 1 wicket every 2 overs. In what you would say are ideal batting conditions, actually. It's very bright. Decent pace in the pitch. Inside edge of the bat for Magal. They'll get 1, and that's all they'll get. End of the over. And retain the strike. The score is 89 for 7. So Magal, to be honest, can probably bat decently left-handed, but bowls left-handed. I'll bat right-handed. And so 6 overs to go, 27 required. If Farhan saying both these batters could be considered all-rounders, yeah, I think so. Question is the quality of the bowling you're going to get. This is the difference. And you'll always find batters that can carve up at slightly lower level of cricket, but find it tough going at the next level up. And that kind of applies at all levels, to be honest. All right, Mr. Universe coming back for over 15. This one can't take a bow, 3 for 26 off his 4 to go with his half century. Yeah, this first one breaks away. He's not a big side spinner of the ball, but he certainly does move it off the straight. And it's got to put questions in your mind about which way it's going to go, if it goes at all. Magal on strike. He's straight and the fielder can't run. Okay, you can probably afford to eat a dot now and then, a bit more than you were before. That's because of the 2 sixes that Afridi has hit. Probably would have been a wide, but he spoils it and we'll get a single. And Wayne's saying there's heaps of snakes in the bush, probably. What about this game, though? I mean, it's always felt tense the whole time. Cut into the gap. This is running away. 2 fielders in pursuit, and the ball wins the race. So Afridi's been a game changer here. 2 sixes and now a 4 to his name. And so Malta edge closer. 22 off 32. For me, France, they need to take these 3 wickets if they're going to win this game, particularly the wicket of Afridi. Afridi plays back, gives him more of a chance to look at what happens after the ball bounces for Ahmedzai. It's a good adjustment, really. They go on the hits. Good backing up from Fanyan Magal. Make sure they get 1. Good footwork. But to be honest, Afridi's making a case to bat a bit higher. Came at 8, I think, in this innings. No full toss, but there's protection out there. Should just be a single. Yeah, I mean, in what's been a fairly low-scoring game, you look back at a couple of things. The 5 wides and those 2 misfields that each went for 4. That that were pretty costly. There's 11 runs right there. If you take them off the score, it looks like a very different game. Right now, it's the end of the 15th over, and Malta 96 for 7. 20 are required off the last 5 overs, but we've got a tense race to the finish. And now we'll see who's going to bowl the 16th over. And I think we're going to see Rahul Mangal for the first time. He's a guy I thought we might have seen earlier. We know he had a bit of an injury issue, so they're going to a 6 bowler here. But to be honest, any one of those bowlers, the top 3, you'd be pretty confident of them doing a good job in this situation. It shows you that Mohammad Amjad is spoilt for choice a little bit. What are we thinking about this chase? Got to say Malta ahead, but a wicket probably swings the game to a 50-50. Maybe you could argue it even swings it towards France where they're bowling. They could take the last 2 wickets. They say good things come to those who wait, and it's Rahul Mangal. He's had to wait to the 16th to bowl, but here he is. Short first ball and caught. Brilliant catch out there by McKeon, who read it off the bat, and he came in quickly. He took it 2 hands close to the ground, and Mughal goes on the hook. Well, the short theory works again. I'm not sure how deliberate it was from Rahul Mangal. He drags his first ball down, but that is the 8th wicket. It's 96 for 8. Rahul with the wicket first ball, and Gus McKeon. Well, we know that being brought up in Australian cricket, there's a big emphasis on fielding and quality of fielding. He took that one really well, and he doesn't do a Mitchell Stark and rub the ball on the ground. He protects the ball. Technically, that was a very good catch. Had the sunglasses on, wrestling the sun a little bit out there on that side of the ground at this time of the day. Mughal goes for 3, 96 for 8. It's Justin Sharju. Again, he's better than your average number 10. So you got Sharju at 10, you got Wasim Abbas at 11. They can hold the bat, but the tension is on, and we could potentially see all 20 wickets go in this T20. It's not what the 20 stands for, but you might see it here. On what you'd have to say are pretty friendly batting conditions. And the outfield's drying out nicely now, heading to the middle of the day. And what's Sharju's approach here? He doesn't have to take too many risks, in my opinion, because the run rate required isn't too much. Oh, he gets a good ball first up. Oh, no! He's gone! And you wouldn't believe what you're seeing. He's been Johnny Bairstow. And Sharju is just asleep at the wheel. And he's definitely out. And the keeper takes a moment, sees he's out, and says, hold on. If you're out, I'm throwing. And he's been stumped and potentially cost them the match here. Oh, that's such poor awareness from Justin Sharju. Have a look at it. He misses it, never goes back. Too busy practicing his shot again. He's, to be honest, it's not even close. Have a look at this. Thinking about it. And then he's just gone by a mile. There's no issue with that. And Action Jackson providing it. Oh, boy. 96 with 9. Rahul is on a hat-trick. I've got to say, I don't care where you're from, you're playing international cricket or not. I mean, it's a rookie error from Justin Sharju, who's a player I've got a lot of time for, but he's cost himself. It's such an avoidable one. So we've got Abbas coming out at number 11 with 20 to win. It's got to be advantage France now. You got a free to the other end. He'll be swinging like a rusty gate should he get a chance. Abbas just has to worry about survival here. Doesn't need to. If he can get a single, that's great. But even if he was to play 4 dots, that's fine. What a game. Oh, what's Wasim doing? Oh, he's trying to launch that one. Oh, pressure does different things to different people. Wow. Whew. Wasim needs to put the shots away. It'll be the bouncer for one for the over, but you got a guy at the other end who's the one guy that's looked like he can clear the boundary consistently, and he's hooking like he's Nathan Lyon in the second test here. I spent a lot of time yelling at Nathan Lyon to put the hook away in that partnership. Oh. Wasim, just don't get out. What are you doing? Yeah, good. And actually, he'll get one more run than he got with the last two shots. Yeah, I mean, you got more time than you think here if you're Afridi. I mean, I think I'm looking for just the one here to keep the strike. I think the more time he can spend on strike, the better. So you're also looking to run hard. Can't take on too many risky runs, though, because you are down to your last pair. What an over from Rahula Mangal. 2 for 1. Afridi, last ball of the 16th. Oh, they're going to go. If this hits it, win the game. He misses. Oh, boy. Oh, that would have won the game for France because Wasim was out of his crease. He had 3 to aim at, 10-pin bowling style, but he misses all 3. Mangal, though, take nothing away from the over, 2 for 2. Have a look at it here. I mean, they probably shouldn't have run. And by probably, I mean definitely. Yeah, have a look here. Yeah, he's gone by heaps. Oh, could have won the game right there, right then. They still might. But the game stays alive. 98 for 9 after 16. What a match. How did Malta get here? Really, that's what they must be wondering. Where did it all go wrong? I mean, they had a decent start. Zishan off to the races with a bright 21. They got bogged down in the middle order, didn't they? And now they're going to go back to Rahmatullah Mangal. So yeah, not going back to Ahmedzai. 3 overs, 1 for 26. I don't mind this, to be honest. Wasim didn't look particularly comfortable against his first couple of deliveries. 18 off 24. Field spread. I mean, if you trust Wasim, who can bat, you know, maybe you're happy just to kind of take ones here. Only really go for the big shot if you need to. Afridi is a hitter, though. He's a born hitter. It's in his DNA. And, you know, he'll be thinking 18 runs with 3 hits away from winning this. But he's going to have to deal with a guy that's only conceded 2 runs in 3 overs. Rahmatullah Mangal. Game on here in the 17th. And he does swing all around it. Yes, I mean, if you want to be strategic here, you know, just get bat on ball. You could even get a 2 here, you know, if you hit it into a gap. This one breaks, but I think most of the movements after it's past the line and dot ball, 18 off 23. I love the mentality of these cricketers. He's just thinking, look, 3 sixes, walk off. And he's 18 off 23. But this guy, Rahula Mangal, a bit like a mafia movie. He's been untouchable. Tries it out again, cracks it over cover into the gap. Long chase from McKean. He's not getting it. That's 4. And that'll steady the nerves slightly, but I think they're still jangling here at the Master International Cricket Ground. 4 carreras, 4 to Afridi, who just puts that big front foot straight down the pitch and swings. But he swings into the gap. I mean, it's fairly controlled, that shot. I wonder if we'll see a change of length, because Rahmatullah Mangal does like to bang it in. But I think if you get one full at straight, you might be able to castle him. Remember that his brother had a chance to win the game in the last game with a run out. 14 to win. Smart. Also smart not to run there. Top ball, 14 off 21. You're not really in trouble with the run rate. So, I mean, I'd even consider, I don't know what I'd be thinking here, but I would consider, you know, not really running singles on these next 2 balls and looking for a single off the last ball. It's kind of pseudo test match here because you are down to your last wicket. Oh, this is going to be a good week if this is anything to go by. This has been tense. Oh, that's the ball. He pitches up and he tries to smash it over the leg side. Waqar Afridi. Inside edge onto the pad. I mean, you've got 14 to play with. So, I mean, even if you pitch up and you get smacked for a boundary, I just think that there's an upside to the fact that you can win the game with 1 wicket. So I think I'm doing everything to try and get that wicket at the moment. Afridi probably will take a 1 here. leaving one ball for Abbas at the other end. I think he wants more than one though. Oh, it goes upstairs. And misses out. Again, it's a fearless approach. That's probably not even quite above the shoulder, to be honest. It's been called the one for the over. And fair enough. Well, to be honest, if I'm greedy here. If I'm Mungal, he's bowled so well. I'm attacking the stumps. I'm challenging Afridi to get some bat on it. Bring in the bold, bring in the LBW. Afridi can keep the strike with the single, but knowing him, he might want more against a guy who's conceded 6 off 23 deliveries. And now they're going to stack the leg side as much as they can. So they bring a 5th man to the leg side. And they probably know that's Afridi's zone. I mean, he's your classic tape ball style cricketer. Likes to get across. But to be honest, if I'm Afridi, I'm blocking this in the offside and running one. And then I'm just creating another, basically deferring my problems to the next over. I think you can afford to go at the stumps now and maybe spear in a Yorker because you do have the protection of 5 on the leg side. Anyway, 1 wicket wins it for France. Malta need 14. Oh, he does get 2 straight and he's going to go for 4. Oh, well, he didn't quite get the length right. He did attack the pegs, but Afridi just clips that off his pads and gets 4, gets them 4 closer. Malta finished the 17th over and it is 106 for 9 off 17. So they need 10. Yeah, just a reminder that we'll have the next game, which is also these two teams, France versus Malta. The toss will happen probably half an hour before the listed start time, which is 10:15 a.m. GMT, which is 12:15 in Central Europe, and it's 3:45 p.m. in India. So we are not too far away from that. I got a feeling, well, depending how long this takes, it's meant to start in 25 minutes. The way things are going, may have to push that start back a little bit. And also, only a couple of hours away from Thailand, Scotland, from the Netherlands. That's going to be good. All right. Wow, what a game. And Rahul Mangal, like I said, they're sport for bowling options here. He took 2 for 2 in his first over. 10 required. Now, Abbas needs to read the room, and he doesn't need to do more than get off strike here. He was crazily just swinging when he first came out there, but he has to, number 1, protect his wicket. That is the number 1 thing. Number 2, get off strike. And somewhere very down the bottom of the list is be hit a boundary, and it's probably not on the list at all of what he needs to be thinking about right now. 10 to win, last 3 overs. Here's Rahula. A wicket wins it for France. Oh, he takes it on, it's in the air, is it going to carry? Oh, he's got it, and France win the game. What a catch! What a catch to win the game, that's unbelievable. Shane Warner-Surya and Abbas, well, didn't read the situation, he went for glory. What a catch! Catches win matches, and that one literally wins the game for France, who had a chance to win the game a few minutes ago. They missed a run out, and Afridi's left stranded on 27 on debut. Abbas holds out, and Malta go down. All 20 wickets fall in the first game of the Mdina Cup here in Malta. The final score, France 115, Malta 106. What a catch to finish it off, though. Rahula gets his 3rd. Again, you don't even have to play at that ball if you don't want. It never looked like it was going to carry. Never looked like it was going to carry to Warner-Surya. That's the standard, and Abbas, he's going to have Matt haunting him for a while, I'm sure. And spare a thought for Afridi at the other end, who just clipped a 4 last ball he faced. He finishes top scoring on 27 off 15. But France pull this one out, and just shows you in cricket, don't judge a game too early. Malta were all over France earlier on, the higher ranked of the 2 teams. But, you know, France are a team, we said they could defend anything 100 plus, and in the end they scraped to 115 with the help of Usman Khan and his half century. And in the end, Malta don't get there. All 20 wickets go down. And, well, really, I think you have to be a bit more strategic than that at the end. But great game. And yeah, Ramesh saying France living up to their bowling prowess. Keanu enjoyed it. I know everyone enjoyed that. You know, Nick enjoyed it. And so, wow. Yeah, Shafate, he said, what a catch in the context of the game. Well, don't forget, I mean, they had a chance to run out Abbas. So, yeah, the next thing you'll see on this channel you're watching right now is match 2, France versus Malta. We'll be back in 20 minutes with the intro to that game. And, yeah, I'm not sure if it'll be pushed off. But, yeah, stay tuned. About 25 minutes away from the first ball. And don't forget, a couple of hours away from the Netherlands T20 International Women's starting Thailand versus Scotland. You can always turn over as well to the other channel where the ECS Hungary is in full swing. Right, everybody, take a seat, grab a drink of something, and hold on to the handles because this was a ride, wasn't it? They sent out Amir at the top of the order to move things along. In the end, he was moved along before doing too much. Zishan was living dangerously early, but he did hit the ball well. You know, he came out. Sometimes people think he's not that aggressive. He said, you know, I've got all the shots. I'm not afraid to use them. And he really took on the openers. Got to 21, played some good shots, and yeah, it was just a steady influence after that early wicket of Amir. That one was clipped away from 6 nicely. France didn't do everything right in this innings. That's an example where there was a 5 wides. They'd just been on top, hadn't they? Matthew was having a bit of a torrid time on debut, found it hard to score, then was knocked on his backside. Prasad, you know, was looking like he might be the difference, but then he again just poked at the ball outside off stump. Nice catch by Mr. Universe, done with Ahmedzai, who then grabbed the ball, found himself as a human speed hump here, but it worked out. Actually went for 4, because the long on maybe distracted, let the ball go straight through his legs. The next ball, another misfield cost 4. So this is when Malta seemed to be ahead. Meanwhile, Matthew, he had a bit of a chance here with 2 fielders left the ball for each other, Ahmedzai and Katasane. And then he does it again, doesn't he? The Energizer Bunny, Ahmedzai. He's a guy who likes to get fired up. And who can blame him here? You can see that he's just a different proposition. I think they used him well. Used all the bowlers well. Usman Khan was really important as well with his change of pace, which was used a bit earlier than I thought. But then, I mean, this one was completely avoidable as well, as we saw Sudasana run out on debut. Attempting an overthrow, sent back. Meanwhile, Waka Afridi said, everyone just settle down, I've got this. Somebody stay with me. Whacked 2 6s and a 4. He was off to the races. Meanwhile, Magal, he was bounced out. And then this is just unforgivable. And no matter who you are, or where you are, or what age you are, or what level of cricket you are, the 9th wicket goes thanks to Sharju being asleep at the wheel. Pretty good accuracy as well from Jackson. I don't know what Sharju's doing there. Meanwhile, they left it to the last, and this would have been out. It would have been the 10th wicket, but Rahula misses from point blank range. Wasim, his goose was cooked. Meanwhile, Afridi St. Kives, settle down, I've got this, don't you worry about it. He was hitting the ball so well. Gets 4 over cover there, and then he got another 4 at the end of the over. Abbas, the number 11, tries the big shot, and it just resulted in the big catch from Shyam Wanakulasuriya, who wins the game for France, put under pressure. First game in Malta, they run out 9-run winners. What a game, and what a finish. And Frankie Spiteri, I know he's supporting Malta, but he says, yeah, what a wonderful catch. Spirit of cricket very much alive in that game. Oh, having a look at this. 27 for Waka Afridi Ahmed on debut. Just ran out of partners in the end, didn't he? 27 off 15. Yeah, he was a high-risk proposition, but he was a proposition that I think was their best bet towards the end. Of his 15 balls, 3 went for 4, 2 went for 6. Apart from that, 21, Zishan made a bright start, but was gone too soon. You saw Jaspal and Eldos, they combined for 30 off 55. They did have some good bowling to deal with, but that's where Malta kind of got put under pressure, and then France cashed in, consistently taking wickets in the second half of the innings. 3 for 2, Rahula Mangal steals the figures. Did have a chance to run out Wasim to win the game. He missed, but he didn't miss with the 7th ball he bowled, resulting in a crazy catch from Wanakulasuriya. He himself took a wicket early. Noman Amjad with 1, and Ahmedzai 1 for 26 off his 3 overs. But for me, the player of the match has to be Usman Khan. He took 3 for 26 in addition to his half century. But how about Rahmatullah Mangal? Doesn't take a wicket, but does bowl a maiden. He had a really important job there in restricting the run rate, ultimately putting the pressure on Malta, and Malta buckled. Well, if you're anything like me, you're going to enjoy these two teams going head-to-head again, because they will be back, and starting in approximately 20 minutes. And I'll give you the toss news pretty shortly. Until then, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. If that's anything to go by, we're in for a treat this week in Malta. Hope you're enjoying your day. Plenty of cricket here on ECN. See you shortly with more Mdina Cup T20 Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the Master International Cricket Ground here. The beautiful island nation of Malta. It is hot in the middle and this series is pretty hot already. You can see we're just a couple of minutes away from match 2. And I can tell you news from the toss. Malta winning the toss and electing to bat. So once again we'll see the French bowling attack out there in the middle. We just saw them bowling second in the first game. And we saw Malta failing to chase down 116 for victory. It's a crazy game, really. All 20 wickets fell. France 115, defeating Malta 106. Malta bowled out in 17.1 overs, so they left 17 balls on the table and they were just 10 short of the victory target. But onwards and upwards, and it is going to be a Maltese first innings this time with the bat. Oh, there you go. That's one way to do it. That's Shane Warner-Kulasuriya who's going to open the bowling. He took a brilliant catch to win that last game. Wasim Abbas drawn into an attacking stroke, skied it, and Shane took it running in off the long off boundary. It stranded Waqar Afridi at the other end, who was 27 in quick time. And yeah, Aaron Kumar from Romania, he sent me a video and he said that's a very similar effort to the one that Shane Warner-Kulasuriya almost pulled off against the Romanians in the ECI in Milan earlier this year. And so he's a brilliant fielder, very acrobatic. But yeah, Malta, time for their batting to put up or shut up, really, against this French lineup, who are they're ranked a little bit higher than the Maltese team. It's 47 to 61. So Malta, they would be so annoyed to fall just short, because if you can beat a higher ranked team, the way that the point structure is set up with the ICC, then you can shoot up those rankings. Anyway, floating slip in for Warner-Kulasuriya almost came into play earlier today. So early on, Action Jackson behind the stumps put down a difficult chance, but then he was able to get his man anyway. Match 2, live from Masa. This time starts with a wide. Imran Amir out there for Malta. Zishan Khan at the other end. So same opening combination. It was Amir that was put down behind the stumps early in match 1 before he holed out to Usman Khan at mid-on. So probably would have been a wide instead. Bang down to deep backward point. So the two outfielders are in the same quarter of the field. You've got deep backward point, you've got a third man. So that really tells you Warner-Kulasuriya, he's going to keep it in that offside channel. And meanwhile, lots of cricket going on at the moment. So Zishan Khan hit the ball crisply in his 21 earlier. Oh, this time's no exception. He gets the ball off the length and he turns it away to square leg. 4 runs, the first boundary of match 2. Good batting by Zishan. I just think this is a fairly new pitch, and I think he's adapted as well as anyone. I know he's been scoring a lot of runs domestically in the summer T20 for Gozo Zalmi. And he feels pretty comfortable off that length, just, trusting the bounce. It was more just hands and eye than anything there. Got into fairly vacant leg side. Next one he's called a wide. Yeah, so looking at this field, and I know that Zain Ahmed has had to go off some medical attention, so they've got Ibrahim Jabakel on the field. Now they've just made a slight change, because before this they had 7 fielders on the offside, only 2 on the leg side. So they brought Gus McKeon from a floating slip into a shortened wicket kind of position. I still think the plan would be to bowl outside off stump though. Early change from Noman Amjad. This time, Zishan beaten for bounce. French bowling unit performed really well, didn't they, as a team? And they don't just have 5 bowlers either. They've got 6, 7, 8 bowlers that can all come on and do a very good job. Oh, hit back, and this is going to be 4. Almost takes off the umpire's hat, but it will be another boundary. Warner-Kulasuriya, he's hit straight back over his head. So, attacking start. Wouldn't expect anything less. Oh, wow. That's really taken off. It's going to be the 4 byes or 5 wides. Called byes. If this is over the head when it reaches the batter, then it's a wide. Let's have a look at it. Oh, he kind of jumps, and that's why the call goes against him. I actually think it's a decent call. I'm not super sure it's over his head in a standing position. Probably might have just grazed the top of his helmet, but because it was still going up, poor Action Jackson behind the stumps. He couldn't do anything about it. So 4 from nothing. Oh, this time angles in and disappears. And I think that's gone all the way. Well, it's been called 4. Let's see if we pick this up. I think at least one of the fielders was signalling 6. Let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look. That's... Oh, maybe it was just 4. Yeah, I think the umpire's got a good, decent view of that. And he's said... You can see that Gus McKeon thinks it's 6, but the umpire thinks it's 4, and I think that's what counts. So it's the end of the first over, an expensive one for Warnacoor-Soria. It's 19 without loss after 1. Have a look at the two teams. Mentioned Zain Ahmed, he's off getting some medical attention, so hopefully it's nothing too serious with Ibrahim on the field for him at the moment. But yeah, you've got slight change. Well, Mukhtar listed as the keeper, but I'm sure that's Ahmed Zai behind there. And this is what we've got today. We're into match 2 and about an hour and a half or so until we get going in the Netherlands. Plus, we've had some crazy stuff in the Hungarian competition. Danny Akbar getting one for the blinders. Okay, Amjad comes on the bowl. And first ball driven away for none. Yeah, Amjad, the captain, he's got a lot in his mind, doesn't he? He's also a key batter. That's 7 at the moment, but so one thing about the French batting unit is a lot of them are around about the same. So they're the kind of team, I think they could almost pick their order out of a hat. Got a couple of players I think are due for some runs. Probably Galami's one of those. Keep an eye on. This is punch through point, nice looking shot. That's one of the shorter boundaries here, and that's going to run away for 4. And it's a pretty good effort, to be honest, from Jabakel, the 12th man who's on the field. But it will be a boundary. Nice shot by Amir. Hits at top of the bounce. So, yeah, good stuff from Imran Amir, who feel a lot more confident up that. His first boundary of the competition. Driven. Won't get a run here. Amjad, fun player to watch, very skillful. Like I said, he's doing everything. He's a key member of their batting, opens the bowling, captains. Driven finds one of 5 fielders in that offside ring. You've got them plus the 3rd man. That leaves just 3 fielders on the leg side. Mid-wicket, mid-on, deep backward square. So no fine leg. This is something we've seen from France a fair bit. They're super confident that they can be disciplined enough to not need a fine leg. But I mean, if you can ramp, you'll certainly be trying it. hits him for bounce this time. So that one doesn't really come back. Another one. And hangs the bat out there. It'll be the end of the over. Good one from Amjad. Goes for 4, but no more. And after 2 overs, it's 23 without loss. Got to say, absolute humdinger of a game between these two teams earlier on. So I've been looking forward to the rematch. I haven't had too much time to think about it. 15-minute delay in the start because of how long that last game took. Anyway, having a look at the standings, early days, there wasn't too much between these two teams at all. Luxembourg get to play. We'll see them tomorrow for the first time. Each team will play 4 matches. They play 2 against each opponent. 6 matches through Wednesday. Top of the table will be the winner of the first ever Mdina Cup. Mdina, of course, it's a very historic part of Malta. It's the old capital. So right up there on the hill. Beautiful place to watch the city from. Really nice vantage point. And guess who's back? It's Ramatullah Mangal. He's been brought on straight away. It takes it on, it doesn't quite carry to Usman Khan. That's how they got their first wicket early on. So, Mangal bowled so economically before. Only conceded 2 runs through his first 3 overs. Had a bit of a harder time in his 4th. I think the French bowlers really enjoying the bounce in this pitch. Wow, that's the longest throw, but they're able to get through for a single. Yeah, I think when you've got someone like Ramatullah Mangal, I'll be tempted to use him with a very new ball. He's just able to get the ball to do things that other bowlers can't. That was right off the end of the bat, I think, from Zishan Khan. Conditions now, steaming. 31 degrees and counting. It's good length, I think. Trying to draw Amir forward. Amir plays his cricket for Sweetie United. I mentioned they're probably the most improved team from when we first saw them here on ECN. Yeah, but it's going to be an interesting contest and to see how aggressive the Maltese batters will be, especially in this power play. I think Amir's up there for a reason to play shots. I think Zishan's already shown as well, you know, he's not going to take a back seat. He's going to be fairly proactive, play his shots. Nice looking shot, but they've packed that offside. For that reason, doesn't get through. He's been busy, hasn't he, Ibrahim? 12th man in this game. He's on momentarily for Zain Ahmed, who's getting some medical attention. Hot day, and the players are going to have to keep their fluids up. It's 31 degrees. Now, it feels more like 38, 39 degrees, just because of the humidity in the air. Last ball of the 3rd. Can't quite drive it past the bowler. It's the end of the over. Another really tight one from Ramatullah. Just a single off it. It's 24 without loss after 3. Yeah, so the humidity here at the ground, because they water the ground so much, all day it you can feel the heat coming from under you as well as from the sky. So just the 2 matches here in Malta today and tomorrow. And from then it'll be 3 matches a day. So I think we'll be taking the opportunity to have a bit of a swim after we finish today and tomorrow. And then from tomorrow we'll probably swim. It'll just be a bit later. Amjad's going to bowl his second. One thing that was interesting about the French approach is that they bowled Usman Khan earlier than I thought we might see him, but it worked really well. They even bowled him before Dawood Ahmedsai, who I thought maybe Ahmedsai's a guy you could bring on a little bit earlier, maybe around over 7 when the power play's finished. Just try and strangle a few overs against the top order if they're still there. I mean, last time, both teams pretty effective in taking early wickets. Here's Amjad. It's just angled in towards the stumps, but you can see Zishan just so confident. Yeah, it's a ball you could easily drop or just block, but he goes through with the on drive. And this one, it's kind of close, isn't it? Does he get back? Just. Imran keen for a run on the rebound, but it's turned away by Zishan. Zishan, he's been there, he's looked good today. Love to build a big innings, maybe set the foundation for a big score. Well, he goes after it, and he could be gone the same way, but he's not. He was caught third man earlier, and this is going to run away for 4. But I got to say, I agree with the decision from the fielder to go for that, because he's a big wicket. And in the end, they get the 4 runs, Malta, but yeah, close call. Yeah, but I do think it's worth going for that. So, yes, a bit of cat and mouse. I suppose you got a bit longer to see the individual battles play out a bit in this form of the game. See Amjad, that's more his look down the pitch at Zishan Khan. Wide-ish, called a wide. Just erring a little bit too far on the width, but you can see that they think they can get Zishan out there. It's a hard shot to kind of control, isn't it? So we've seen some edges flying down there. I mean, if anything, the fielder was too far back. Yeah, it's probably stepped up a little bit now. Zishan's had about enough. This one angles in and it disappears just as quickly. 4 runs, he moves to 21, which is what he scored in the first innings. Amjad just getting a bit too straight to him, running out of patience. Have a look at this ball. I'm going to hit something fairly firm. Umpires will do this from time to time. I've got to say, I've got a great bunch of umpires here. They've got to be smoking hot in that black as well at the moment. But yeah, Amjad, he has to stick to the outside of the off stump. It's a tough one. If you get too wide, it's probably not going to work either against Zishan. The end of the bat. Been a few of these so far. Well fielded by Ahmedsai. Isn't he an excitement machine? Certainly. Player I always enjoy watching. You never know what you're going to get. Well, you know you're going to get excitement, I suppose. Last ball, the fourth over. Cracked hard, beats mid on, and that's going to be 4. What a shot from Zishan. He's been really good in that area. Just taking on the bowling. I mean, that ain't no half volley. And he absolutely slams it down the ground. And the result's 4 runs. Yeah, just having a look, I noticed that as we get to the end of the 4th over, the score's 37 without loss. That Pirabakaran is on the field, another sub-fielder, and he's on for Usman. He's got off with a slight complaint. Hopefully that's not too serious. See, right now I see those changes being reversed. So Zain Ahmed's back, Usman Khan is back. That's good to know. So, yeah, Amir hasn't quite hit it as well as Zishan. Amir's a guy, I like him when I watch him for Sweet United. Doesn't take no nonsense. It's a bit different, I suppose, at the T20 international level. And France are 14 spots higher on the rankings than Malta. Tula comes back. Say Amir's hit the ball badly, to be honest. He has picked out the fielders a fair few times. So he's an example of one guy that I think if he continues in this vein and he's still there up 6 overs, he'll love all the fielders going back because he can kind of just settle in and start ticking his score over. Where at the moment, that wall of offside fielders, they're going to reinforce now. They've got the 6-3 field here. In fact, no, I think 7-2. So they've got 5 infielders, 2 outfielders on the offside, to the left of screen. They just have the 2 in the circle. So really challenging Amir, saying, hey, do you want to step across and maybe go through the leg side? And hoping that that results in a false shot. Well, he takes them on anyway, doesn't care. Get 2 here. I might get more. That's one of the parts of the ground that is super quick. It's well done by the beast, Tagalami. So you get 2. Amir, I suppose, goes in the air, gets enough to get it over that ring of infielders. And now you see a lot of footwork here, trying to throw the hands at it. I think it's exactly what France want Amir to do. They've been pretty disciplined for the most part, bowling that offside channel. Gives me a chance to get into the chat. How is everyone going? Kai's asking, do I know what type of bird is chirping in the background? Well, they have these kind of, I think they're called voles. They do kind of eat these little worms and cause a few issues with the playing surface here, creating a few little holes. Yeah, that's my best guess. Oh, this one goes a long way. Called a wide. Getting a lot of swing after the pitch as well. Let's have a look on the replay. Probably wide. Oh, Action Jackson though. Pose for the cameras. He's a fun guy. There's so many guys actually that are just made for TV in this French team. He goes after this and finds a gap where there aren't too many. It's a great effort from the fielder down there. Thanks Rahula. But he gets a hand but can't quite pull it back. The result's 4 runs. So Amir, yeah, takes on the field. Says, okay, I don't care how many fielders you got over there. I'm still going to play my shots. The towel actually fell out of Rahmatullah Mangal's trousers as he bowled that. Didn't put off the batter though. He was still able to whack it to the boundary. Zishan watches on at the other end. Interesting, Malta won both tosses today, but they wanted to bowl first earlier. Now they want to bat first. I think that's more to do with the conditions than anything else. Now, kind of leans on this, and excellent fielding down there. And that will just be a single. Yeah, that's good work. Have a look at the athleticism from Wanakulasuriya. He was the man that took that incredible catch to win the game in the last game between these two. What a start. It was a crazy first game. Back to wave, like I said, that part of the field pretty well protected. It's the end of the fifth over. It's 46 without loss. Yeah, so you can see that these three teams are playing in the Mdina Cup. Luxembourg, they're travelling today, so we'll see them tomorrow for the first time, and of course on Wednesday. 47, 61 and 64. So Malta, if they had knocked off France, they were just 10 runs away from doing that in the first game. They ran out of batters. That's a really good result for their ranking. For Romania and Switzerland, you can see that they're in the 50s, so they kind of mix in nicely. So we'll have all 5 teams that we'll see this week within 17 positions of each other on the ICC men's T20 international rankings. I think it's why, obviously with these kinds of tournaments, you're typically trying to select teams that are round about the same rankings. You want a competitive tournament or fighting to go up and climb. As a whole, I think, European cricket as an area doing really well on the rankings. It's a bit tough because you don't often get teams from vastly different regions playing each other. So it's not often you get a European team playing an African team or a South Pacific team or something like that. But I mean, it just makes it more internally competitive, I suppose. Okay, back to the action. And they're going to bring back Wanakulasuriya, over number 6. Hold the first over. It was a bit expensive. 15 and 4 bias came off it, and now he's going to start with a wide. His fielding's been dynamite. His bowling's just been a little bit off. Has had some good moments this morning. And this partnership has grown to 47 now. Most teams pretty happy with the 51 power play if they can get that high, I think. I talked about 160 as a par. Obviously, the first game was a lot more low scoring than that. Oh, he's bowled him. Spears in a Yorker. And I don't know if this gets a bit of Zishan or what happens here, but he absolutely castles him. Let's check it out in the replay. Wanakulasuriya. First one off target, second one bang on target. It just kind of cramped Zishan for room, didn't it? Let's have a look at what we see. Yeah, I don't think it gets too much at all. It just goes straight through him. Look at where it bounces. Just in front of the front pad. Yeah, no, nothing on it. And Zishan gets knocked over. Good delivery, full and straight. Haven't seen that much of that today, to be honest. It's normally a good tactic not to lose their first wicket. It's the inform-looking Zishan. He goes for 26, so he goes in the 20s again. The score 47 for 1. Yeah, Zishan, for someone who does look in form, I mean, he'll be disappointed he doesn't get out of the 20s twice today. Inzamam watching his brother. Well, I'm sure you're not too happy to see the back of him, but he has batted well this morning. Zishan, certainly a guy we've seen put in some pretty good performances on ECN. Playing for Masa when we first saw him. I think it goes Zalmi now. Good Yorker. Shyam, another excitement machine. Well, here's a guy, found it pretty hard going when we first saw him this morning. Jaspal Singh in the first game. Just couldn't really get out of second gear. Scored 12 off 23 for holding out to long on. 2 boundaries in his 23 balls. Here he is facing Wanakulasuriya. That's the first one run off the face of the bat for 1. The wicket of Zishan was pretty important in the first game, wasn't it? In, I suppose, creating a bit of a a lost opportunity through the middle overs. Leans on this. Oh, he wants to go Amir. Oh, this would have been gone, you know. He was just hoping this wasn't going to hit the stumps, otherwise he had trouble with a capital T coming. Actually, I think it might have hit him on the way through. Worked away. Gets away from the fielder slightly, just get a single. And Malta trying to make sure that they can keep a bit of momentum going forward. I mean, they're going to have a tough time no matter who they're facing here. Talking about the French bowling attack. Clung on very well in that first game. Wow, goes after this and gets a fair piece. Going, gone. Maximo! Oh, that's just what the doctor ordered. And Malta trying to recover after the wicket, but this one is going places. And if you want to know why Jaspal's in the side, just have a look at that shot. Picks it up beautifully. Know whether to play this one or leave this alone. And he leaves it alone. And I think we might have just had some issues with the heat overheating some of our systems, so that's why we've momentarily lost some of the systems. But hopefully we'll be back soon. But yeah, that's because it is really, really hot. End of the 6th over. Hopefully we'll get that up and running as soon as possible. But right here, right now, looks like we will see Ahmedzai a bit earlier than we saw him before. He's a very clever wrist spinner. Let everyone in the chat still think most things up and running. So yeah, apologies for the issue where, yeah, there's just extreme heat and we're dealing with electronics outside. So you have other events where you might be able to obviously be in an air-conditioned place when you're watching the game. We don't know that kind of infrastructure at the moment. It's 55 for 1 though after 6. I'll keep you up to date with the score until our graphics return. Yeah, Ahmedzai 12 for the first time. All right. So yeah, I'm going to say it like this. I said we might see him after 6, and we do see him after 6. All right. So this should be interesting because Amir, he'll want a piece of whatever Darwood's dishing up. Now, they bring the mid-off up, or do they? No, they decide not to in the end. I mean, they do have 6 infielders, and they only need 4. But I've got to say, I like the move. Why push everyone back when Amir hasn't found it easy going? And again, case in point, so they don't get a run here. I'm very pro keeping extra guys up until the batters have kind of shown they're hitting well enough to warrant you putting guys back. So yeah, score 55 for 1 off 6.1. Working on getting that back up and going. Well bowled. This one just goes straight on. I think Amir plays for a bit of leg spin, but it never arrived. And Ahmadzai, a beautiful head of hair, so he won't want to pull any out, but this one just comes on straight through the gate, and you can see Jackson's a good take as well. Misses leg in the end. That's excellent wicket keeping to read that. I'd say if I was playing Ahmadzai, which wouldn't be easy, but I'm really not playing for turn at all. Maybe you can read a bit of side spin off the wicket. And some do turn back at you a little bit, some go away, but it's only ever a little bit. I suppose at his pace, he's kind of bustling in. It only has to be a little bit. There's the wrong end. And this one I did pick from here. It's probably a different look than what the batter sees. But yeah, he's got a super interesting action, doesn't he? He's out to the back of the hand. Have a look at the wrist here. See, comes over the top, you can see it rotating a little bit left to right. One ties up Amir, I don't think read it 100%. Oh, it's well bowled. It's asking the right questions at the moment. Score 55. I suppose I don't have to read out the score every ball if it's not moving. It's 5 dot balls in the over so far. 55 for 1 off 6.5. Hello to Jacob Clements Hunt. Hopefully you're well. He said he's enjoying the cricket so far. Where are you watching from, Jacob? Let us know. Last ball of the over. He's on a maiden here. He'll get it. Oh, will he? Well, he may not. And he probably shouldn't have, because he would have been run out by the length of the straight. Amir, itchy for the run, but it wasn't there. Beat the bowler, but didn't beat the infielder coming in. But they get home, and that run is the only run off the over. It's the end of 7, and the score is 56 for 1. Yeah. Interesting. By interesting, I mean dangerous. And he says, okay, I got to pass the bowler, and then Imran, he knows he's got big problems if that hits the stumps, and that's Amjad there. He's the kind of guy you'd back him probably more often than not to hit the target in that situation. He did miss a fairly elementary run out that could have won them the game earlier, France. Rahul Mangal missed an underarm from about 5 yards, had all 3 stumps to aim at. They got a second opportunity, which was much more difficult for Warnakula Surya, that won them the game in the end. We got the score back. That's good news. 56 for 1 after 7. So Usman momentarily went off the field for something minor. He's back and he's ready to bowl now. Over number 8. He's got that killer slower ball, doesn't he? Let's see what he starts with though. Bangs it in first up. Amir looks to dab away, but can't get it off the pitch. So Jacob was watching from Worcestershire. I've got to say, I've been reading a book, and I read it on the plane, and I'm still reading it actually. A very interesting book. It's about 10 years old now. It's by Malcolm Knox, called Never a Gentleman's Game. And it's a little bit about the myth of the spirit of cricket. And I'm not doubting the spirit of cricket exists, but there's the slow ball, goes after it. Oh, well, guess who down there? Right. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, that's not a good one. Let's have a look at this. I guess this gets Jaspal, and oh, it's got him badly. He's in a lot of pain here. He sees it coming, but it's too late. It's a fairly unnecessary throw to the keeper, and you know, no one profits in these situations. There's some concern. That's the kind of ball could break your arm, you know. And he was unaware that it was coming. Yeah. Oh, he was kind of getting his glove on, wasn't he? He wasn't, and then just turned instinctively at the last moment, sensed something was coming, but had no time to react. Oh, geez, you hope he can continue here. He just cracked a good 6, didn't he, Jaspal? So only faced 3 balls. Yeah, have a look here. He's got his gloves off, and I've got that hitting him maybe, it's probably his side of the body actually. I thought he hit him more in the arm, but I could easily crack a rib. And something, you know, if you break a rib, there's nothing they can really do about it except wait for a bit of time. And over a few weeks it'll heal. But yeah, it looks like he's up and he's going to continue. And you can see the French guys, they were very quick to run in there and just check that Jaspal's all right. I mean, I think that these games have been played in pretty competitive but friendly spirit, as you'd imagine. I mean, Maltese hosting a French team for the first time. I know the France team's super excited to be here. But yeah, if you want to keep track of what's going on, you probably need a pen and paper because there's a lot going on at the moment. In fact, we're about an hour away from having 3 simultaneous games on the network. So it's a lot, but it's going to be great. Yeah, really looking forward to the Thailand-Scotland game in the Netherlands, T20 International W Tri-Series, which starts in just under an hour. Also, we've seen a great 100 in Hungary today as well from Danny Akbar. And so, yeah, good to know that Jaspal is up and about, and he will continue. Yeah, so, yeah, just give me a chance to expand on my point. Yeah, this book, Never a Gentleman's Game, and it's concerned mainly with the era of the start of Test cricket, of what we now know as Test cricket in the 1870s to around about World War I, which is I suppose not too many people know too much about that era, unless you're a close follower of the game. Good to see Jaspal up and about, gets through for a leg by here, not getting any bat on it. But what if I told you that if you think the Bairstow thing was not in the spirit of cricket, wait till you hear about some of the stuff. 1882, W.G. Grace running out of batter that gave him a little nod, say, is it okay if I get out of my crease? And W.G. Grace said, yeah, and then quickly ran him out. I think the batter was Scott from Australia. Arguments, punch-ups on the field. I mean, I think that sometimes you look at history with a bit of selectivity with how you view it. It was a very competitive cricket. This is a slower ball from Usman, beats cover, get through for 1. Very interesting book. I'm only probably a quarter of the way through at the moment, but it talks about the first Australian English kind of touring teams. Of course, in those days, it took a long time to get from one country to the other, and you had all sorts of issues you don't have to deal with today. Slow ball again. Basically just butts it with the bottom of the bat. Now they're going to run. Well, they should. As it hits the stump, sometimes you can be too accurate, I guess. Yeah, it's like Keanu saying it makes Test cricket more exciting than a fiery attitude like in T20. There was a lot of arguing with umpires back in the 1870s, 1880s, to the point that I think in one Test match they had 7 different umpires because the players couldn't agree on, and then they refused to play under certain umpires. What else? There were so many things. Yeah. People grabbing the stumps for protection as the Sydney crowd rioted in the 1870s. And we down the leg side. Emir wants the run, but not sure it was there. End of the 8th over. Usman doesn't go for too many. Goes for 4 off the over. 8 overs in. Score is 61 for 1. And the other thing is the first Australian touring teams, they were kind of... the English weren't sure how to class them because in those days they had gentlemen and professionals. So gentlemen were considered amateurs. But the amateurs, who were kind of these, I suppose, upper class, if you like, they would say, well, we don't play for money because we're amateurs. But they would recoup their expenses, and in almost every case, those expenses were more than the actual professionals were making. It was a status thing. And so when the Australians went in the 1870s, 1880s, they basically went as a for-profit enterprise, but the English didn't know how to class them, essentially. I mean, it was a very interesting time. Yeah, I'm looking forward to continuing. I'll let you know what I find. That book is called Never a Gentleman's Game by Malcolm Knox. Yeah, it was just pretty competitive, put it that way. Ahmedzai's back. Top spinner first up. Jaspal knocks it back. I mean, he'll be happy to get that 6 away early. That was one of the things in his innings. He got himself in a little bit of a hole, then played a big shot and got out. Kind of first real attacking intent we saw from him. He kind of shoots through a bit of natural variation that time. Jaspal. Nice to see him getting opportunity. Seen him playing for AUM in ECS, also for power hitters. Leans on this and doesn't get a run. Yeah, so he's a guy that's played a few games. Jaspal has a T20 national half century, scored 65 not out against Portugal earlier this year. As this is up and it's out of here, Maximo. All right, on cue. Yeah, Malta, they need something. They get something from Jaspal. I was going to say that was in Gibraltar earlier in the year, but Ahmedzai, I think this is the one occasion where the batter doesn't really play for any turn at all. He just kind of goes back, plays it on length, and he gets plenty. I will say I expect a slightly higher scoring game this afternoon than this morning when the field was a little bit, we're holding a bit more moisture than earlier. So yeah, I'm kind of back thinking, between these two teams, probably my par's a bit lower, maybe 140, 145, but I'd say ordinarily this is the kind of field where you should be getting 160 plus. Because if you bat intelligently, there's plenty of 1s and 2s out there. And then there's a pretty fast boundary and the square boundaries are pretty short. Anyway, right on cue, this is out and it's going to be 6. So straight through the hands of the fielder. And guess who? It's Shane Watercooler Surya, the guy who took that incredible catch to finish game 1. And this is kind of the position where he did drop one over the boundary against Romania in Milan earlier in the season. He kind of goes the jump. Did he need to? Maybe, maybe not, but comes off the end of his fingertips and carries all the way. Maximo back-to-back for Jaspal, but he was very close to being a 6 and out victim. Last ball to go for Ahmedzai. I think it probably will make a change at this end, unless this is a wicket. It's not. Amir, not a huge fan of running. We'll just walk through for 1, and that's the end of 9. Malta, 74 for 1 after 9. Hello to Jason. He's watching, saying he's gutted he can't shop to Malta and join me. He's not part of the Swiss squad, but I'm sure we'll see in Swiss colours soon enough, Jay. He said he'll be watching all the Swiss games. Full support for his side. Yeah, we'll see Switzerland and Romania joining a little bit later in the week. Peter Handley liked my book recommendation. Well, maybe we should start the ECN book club. I can't say I normally have too much time to read. It's one thing I like to do on planes. Because where are you going to go? And often you've got no connectivity there. So, yeah, look it up. And I've got to say, I think it was Damien Fleming that gave me the recommendation, so I'm just passing it forward. And Never a Gentleman's Game by Malcolm Knox. Pretty interesting. And, you know, one of the biggest issues back then, you wouldn't believe it, betting. Players betting on matches, bookmakers at the games, threatening players. This is the 19th century. All right, in the air, who wants it? This is the keeper's catch, and it's Action Jackson, he takes it. So Jaspal gets carried away with his own celebrity after hitting 2 6s. The second one was through the fingertips. This one safely in the gloves of the keeper. Herbert Aladdin, Action Jackson, and Usman Khan breaks through. This probably wasn't there for it, was it? Kind of plays it on length. And the second wicket falls. Jaspal goes for 21. And the score 74 for 2. Well, in Jaspal's defence, earlier on he made 12 off 23. This time he makes 21 off 12. So he kind of reverses it. So I think that's it's a better innings, no doubt. And Malta, they've still got a wickets in hand as we approach the halfway point of this innings. It's 74 for 2. Yeah, and so yeah, it goes through, that book I was talking about goes through how the Ashes started. And that game that basically started, or the tradition of the Ashes, which took a while to, like 20 years before it was a serious thing. It was a bit of a joke at first. But that WG Grace running out the batter, who basically blocked it, the ball kind of went into open space. Everyone treated it as dead. And the batter had his bat in his crease, looked up to WG Grace, who was approaching the ball, who gave him a little nod and said, you know, basically, I'm going to go do some gardening. And WG Grace nodded, and the batter went out of his crease. WG Grace ran him out, and it fired the Aussies up so much that actually led to them winning an unlikely match. Prasath, the new batter, comes out at 4. So yeah, there's your spirit of cricket. And the rules said it wasn't in the keeper's gloves or the bowler's hand, so the ball wasn't dead back then. Also, something I learned through that book, I know that obviously they used to go by ship, right? As this is knocked away to point. I know the Australians used to make stops in Malta on the way to England, and there is also a rumour that WG Grace played in Malta on the journey. Yeah, he's quite the character. I called him the champion. And there's some expression, I can't remember the exact wording, but I'll try and give it to you after this ball. This one. Slow ball. Prasath goes after it. Has he got the legs? Well, could be gone. No, he's thrown it over the boundary. Well, that's a great effort from Warnakula Surya, who actually, I think he keeps the ball alive and he throws it up, but then he's looking for it in the field. He steps back into the field of play and realises it's still behind him. Have a look at this on the replay. Prasath, lucky to get away with this. Let's have a look at it. Okay, that's fine. Oh, yeah, I think that's still fine. And then he's looking for it, and he realises it's not quite where he intended for it to go. 6 runs. Back to the action here. And so next ball's just a dot. But yeah, that was it. He's a bit of an excitement magnet, isn't he? Warnakula Surya. Prasath wanted one. It's overruled by Amir. He says, I've been out here a while. I'm not running any of those. Let's see if goes to the slow ball again. No, goes pace on. Prasath stands, plays. Gets 1. It's the end of the 10th over. Halfway through the first innings. Malta winning the toss and batting here in match 2 of the Mdina Cup. It's 81 for 2 after 10. So 81 for 2 after 10. Yeah, so a few people talking about WG Grace's flexible view of the laws of the game. It was something like, you know, the spirit of the game takes a bow or makes exceptions for the cricket aristocracy or something like that. Which is, you know, the top players can choose whether to follow it or not. Probably wouldn't go down so well these days. But yeah, WG Grace perhaps has played here. I know for a fact, and I've actually seen some scorecards, Russell Crowe's played here. Of course, he's related to the Crowe brothers of New Zealand cricketing fame. Jeff and Martin Crowe have played here. And this is where Gladiator got filmed, and so I think they might be here at the moment. And Russell Crowe pops in and out. Still some filming here, I think. This is up in the air, and it's going to pierce the fielders. It's going to be 4. Yeah, really nice shot by Prasath down the ground. Always a good sign when he's hitting straight. And that's not an easy gap to find, because you do have to hit it with power. Long on and long off, aren't that far apart. And he gets 4. Good signs. This is good conditions for Varun. Ahmedzai does get a 3rd over. I thought they might have yanked him for a pace option. Now he goes square and he takes the bait. I just said he's better when he's straight. Is he going to get away with it? He won't. And France have caught pretty well. And this is no exception. It's Gus McKeon that takes the catch. And Varun goes 4 and out. And Ahmedzai, well, he's fired up. Mr. Universe style celebration again. Yeah, Prasath. Yeah, probably didn't need to double dip, did he? He went down the ground. This time you can see he tries to go across the line, and that's a more difficult shot. McKeon had an age to think about it. Takes it. Fingers pointing towards the sky. Good catching. He's caught well today. And 3 wickets down now. It's 85 for 3. Ahmedzai, the decision to give him a 3rd over. Works out pretty well. He's probably one bowler that likes bowling to a mixture of left-handers and right-handers. He does have that one that goes the other way, that goes away from the left-handers outside edge. Yeah, Keanu's saying he thinks that Russell's here right now, and that's the word I'm hearing. And maybe we'll see him pop down. I think he likes to play a bit of tennis and golf here, doesn't he? Master Sports Club. I think it would be cool to get Russell as a guest commentator at some point. So if we spot him, we've got people all around, other spies around the Master Sports Club. If we can get Russell Crowe to commentate with me, we have to sign a non-disclosure agreement or something, but that's fine. I'll be hiding the phones though if we do get him in. Michael Afridi comes out earlier and he's going to be gone first ball. And so, well, the almost hero of last game, he goes for ball one here. And I think it's Rahmatullah Mangal that takes the catch. Just takes on Ahmedzai from the get-go. Ball was on middle stump, tried to horn it over mid-wicket. And a different game, different luck for Waqar Afridi Ahmed. He goes for a golden, and that's 2 wickets and 2 balls. It is 85 for 3. Pardon me, that's 85 for 4 after that one. 2 in 2. So a new batter comes to the crease. It's Eldos Matthew. It's interesting, I think both teams going unchanged here in the second match. Samuel Stanislaus left out of the team for Malta. I feel they could probably use his batting. A real specialist bat. Big Samuel. Anyway, Ahmedzai, I thought they might yank him because his second over didn't really go to plan. They got some good pace options, but I mean, the decision to stick with him has paid dividends. And so, yeah, 2 for 18, not bad figures at all. Yeah, well, all you guys that are in the Twitterverse and everything, yeah, hit up Russell and see if he wants to come down. Oh, it's pretty close, you know. It's probably just going down leg side. Be a leg by. I think this is the one that kind of comes in. He's trying to beat him with the wrong end. And I think, for me, it kind of hits him on leg. He's just going down, but not far away. But help Ahmedzai, he's running straight down the middle of the pitch. Not really giving the umpire a good look. Yeah, Gladiator 2, I think, being filmed right now. That's the information I've got as well. Oh, he's bowled him. He just blasted straight through the gate with a wrong end. And guess who? Mr. Universe does it again. Oh, I saw that coming from 80 yards, to be honest. He was aiming the big wrong end through the gate of Amir, who'd seen it all. He'd gone through partners like the quarterback at the box social, and this one just goes straight through the gate. Really good bowling. And how about this for an over? Ahmedzai has 3. And it's just a case, you're not really picking him. And beats the inside edge of the bat. That is top-class spin bowling from Dawood Ahmedzai. And Malta collapsing before your very eyes now. It's 86 for 5. Sensational bit of bowling, though. Darwood, can't take your eyes off him, literally and figuratively speaking. Great bowling. And Amir, I mean, he was no new batter either. But, yeah, just playing for one that was going to go straight. Definitely came back a bit. That's the difficulty of playing this guy. Last ball of a memorable over for Darwood. And just played away into the offside. Brilliant stuff. Ahmedzai. 3 wickets in the over. Bikram Arora comes out at 7. That over had 4 runs, a leg by, and 3 wickets. 86 for 5 after 11. Hello, Ken. He's asking how hot is it there? Hot. 31 officially, but if you just step out into the sun, I think you'd say the actual kind of temperature in the middle is high 30s. Probably 37 to 39. It's roasting. But cricket is a summer sport when it comes down to it, and I'd rather hot than cold. I've actually played cricket in -8 as well. I prefer this. But like I said, this is the 1 week of the year where I left my suits in Prague, actually, where I'll be next week. I'll send them to the dry cleaners, so they'll be ready for me as soon as I hit the ECS circuit again next week. But this is short sleeves only because it is super hot this time of the year in Malta. Okay, now we're going to see Zain Ahmed, left arm spinner for the first time today. And right on target, first up to Eldos Matthew. Matthew made his debut this morning for Malta. Had a few struggles while he was there. 18 off 25, he scored with 2 boundaries. A bit like Jaspal. Just failed to launch and failed to be able to even turn the strike over in this kind of period of the game. And he's happy to take a couple of dots. Yeah, right now, kind of 150 pace, 152 pace. Can they keep up the pace? It's hard to see that happening with 5 wickets gone. 3-dot balls. There's the inability to kind of work one of these balls for a single. It's kind of what's hurt Matthew here, and he's put himself under some pressure to maybe play a big shot. Got Aurora, who's very experienced at the other end. And that's exactly what he does, but he gets it, and he gets it pretty good. Maximo! Now he kind of builds up the pressure. He's like he's holding the boulder, but then he just kind of launches it over the fence and says, all right, I know I backed myself into a corner, but I'm hitting my way out of it. It's the same ball from Zain Ahmed, but it disappears over deep mid-wicket for 6. Maximo time. You can see one of the guys like Jaspal and Eldos Matthew, they're in the side. I mean, obviously they're pretty inexperienced internationally, but these are guys that can hit the ball pretty well. Takes it on. Offside this time, gets past the bowler for 1. So I guess an over that looked like it was heading for something very small is now 7, which isn't too bad. Comes maybe a par over if they can score off this ball. This is going to be a single, and it takes us to the end of the over. 94 for 5. Eight overs to go then. Is that Ahmed? That's another option they've got. Yeah, now going to go with Ahmed side. He's going to bowl that, no surprises. Guy took 3 wickets in his last over. Look at the standings, early days. Each team will play 4 matches, but in Malta, they'll feel if they can win this and win it by more than they lost by it, they'll be feeling pretty good at the top of the table. Luxembourg, of course, haven't seen them yet. We'll see them tomorrow and on Wednesday. 6 matches in this Mdina Cup, inaugural Mdina Cup. Bikram Aurora is in there now, and the captain batting himself reasonably low. I say captain, actually Varun Prasad is the captain now. Force of habit, mate. Bikram, very experienced player. Worked out for 1 this time. Bowled again. This one kind of goes away slightly. He's not a huge side spin of the ball, but like I said, it's just enough. You can see that he really did a number on Amir earlier on. For 16 off 28. So again, a bit frustrating when you stick around, but you can't do too much with it. That's a perfect ball, really, where that pitches. I mean, it could go straight on, could go in, could go away. Ahmed Zahir, though, he's an excitement machine, isn't he? He's the kind of guy, it looks like it fit him in your carry-on baggage, but he's such a useful asset to have. breaks away slightly. It was well knocked down by Amjad. It's a very good over as well. Oh, keeps low a bit. There goes walkabout. Luckily it's in his crease. That'll be the end of the over. Good one from Ahmed Zai. He's been great. And the score at the end of the over is 95 for 5. Have a look at this. I mean, he's definitely waiting for him to walk out of his crease, Action Jackson. And then, to his annoyance, the batter does something that's really simple. Stay behind the line and walk as far as you like. Yeah, 95 for 5 after 13. All right, so we're going to see Rahul Mangal now. Wasn't he great? Held him back, but made up for lost time, didn't he, in that first game? He took 3 for 2 off 7 balls, including the match-winning wicket. Here he is now in over number 14. Could potentially bowl 4 here as well. So yeah, certainly keeping their options open. I think Keanu saying the artificial pitch is pretty good. SG asking, are artificial pitches bad for spinners? I don't necessarily think so. I think that they get a lot of bounce out of them. Normally the pitches take turn as well. I mean, more turn than you'd get. So I actually think if you asked a spinner, they would rather bowl on an artificial surface most of the time. I'd say most. Maybe not in places like the subcontinent where it turns square, got foot marks and stuff like that. Rahula to Bikram Arora. Digs in it again. How high this was. Let's just have a look. Is it above the shoulder? Yeah, definitely. Give me the one for the over. Come on, another one over the shoulder. Of course, if it's over the hedge, then it's actually too wide. Yeah, Fletch, nice to see you in the chat. Where are you watching from, Ken? Let us know. Rolling cutter. Can't beat the short cover. I like that position. Not really wanting to give them a one. They've got the long off back. I'll call it kind of an in-outfield. They've got a cover on the circle. They've got an extra cover that's kind of prowling a bit closer in to save that one. And it just builds up pressure. I mean, Aurora's 2 off 7. Why would you want to give him a single and let him get to the other end? You've got 2 guys here combined 9 off 17. So you want to keep them down as long as you can. Digs it in again. And that's a really good bit of fielding. Just bounces in front of Zain Ahmed and then blocks it with his body. And that's one thing that let them down in some key moments earlier with their ground fielding. But this one, I'd say more often than not, this gets away for 4 because it's such an awkward honk for the fielder out there. But he keeps it to 1. Yeah, there's the rolling cutter again. It's basically an off spinner. He's bowling with a longer run up. So that's something. It's a fairly accurate slow ball option. We're able to get it away for a single. Yeah, so the run rate dropping a bit on 140 pace now. I mean, the French batting, that's their issue. I've said before, there's probably a few guys that demand selection at the top of the order, but for the most part, they're all about equal with the bat. Yeah, and they just need someone to stand up. Probably some exceptions, and one of them would be McKeon, who obviously last year he started in a blaze of glory with 2 half-centuries, 2 centuries, and a failure in his 5 matches. Jackson here, I think he might have actually copped this quite nastily. End of the over though, 98 for 5. Hopefully it's not too bad. Got a bit of an outrageous bounce from that throw. Yeah, so Tua Sudasanan to bat. Obviously, they used Afridi higher because he was the informed player. And I don't mind that. I mean, he only cost them 1 ball in the end. First ball, he was dozing. Abbas, who's better than your average number 11. So 6 overs to go. But I mean, you've also got to be thinking, we don't get bowled out before the end of the 20. And 2 innings so far that we've seen this morning, and both innings, or neither innings, were teams able to bat out the 20. Ken's watching from Switzerland. All right, it must be Kenardo. Now I can recognise that name. And I'll take a tight single, get away with it. Zain Ahmed being swung around the golf course end now. Yeah, Kenardo, I'm looking forward to seeing you before too long as well. And back on the ECN where you belong. Kenardo is in the Swiss squad. So yeah, we'll see you later in the week. Looking forward to it. Remember his heroics from the ECS back in 2020 in Switzerland. All right, a little bit of length on this. Does he get enough? Going, and caught. Brilliant catch. We say what you like about their ground fielding today, France, but their catching's been top rate. And that one flew away. And that's Mukhtar Ghalami, the beast that takes the catch. I mean, it was probably on. Shorter boundary, just didn't quite get the contact. And you can see, yeah, well held out there. And yeah, Ghalami does the rest. So, Eldos Matthew, no dice again here in match 2. He's dismissed for 8, and the score is 99 for 6. Fanya Magal comes out at 8. He's a dangerous player. Yeah, Partha saying, would have preferred to see Waka in the last 5 overs. Yeah, I mean, true, but if he can do that in, say, overs 12 to 15, then he can still have the last 5 overs. You just don't need him to get out. So I'd probably rather bat him too soon than risk not batting him at all, is what I'd say. So sometimes things are going to backfire. This is just one of those occasions. Fanya Magal, though, he's a exciting player to watch in his own right. I often see him opening the batting for Marsa. Zain Ahmed with his first wicket of the series. Good to see him fit and out there. Left arm tweakers. Magal. I could get 2 here if they hustled. But whatever the opposite of hustle is what they were doing. And they're just happy with 1. Nick saying, split screen, pick a commentator day. Well, it's a great day for variety. Try a bit of everyone. That's what I would say. Yeah, it's good bowling. He's not darting him in all the time, Zain Ahmed. He's willing to throw it up and try and entice the batter out of his crease. Aurora was there, but he couldn't quite turn an attacking stroke out of it. Really get out of his crease, just prodding forward. One's hitting the gap. Should just be 1. And so one thing that, well, maybe you guys don't realise, a lot of the time you hear me talking, I'm also listening. So I'm capable of listening to a bit of Rico and Charlie and a bit of Corey today as well. Obviously got my eyes firmly fixed on this game. As that's well bowled from Ahmed. Pretty tight stuff. He's got 1 for 11 off his 2. 5 overs remaining. Malta, they have cracked the 100 though, 101 for 6. Have a look at the bowling figures. Ahmed Zai was brilliant, wasn't he? I thought they might take him off after 2 and bench him for a bit, but they decided to plug on with him and it worked beautifully. 3 for 19. Masterclass in wrist spin. Other wickets to Wanakula Surya as well as Usman Khan and Zain Ahmed. Usman and Zain have twin figures, 1 for 11. They've just got heaps of options. That's something you're going to see. And so Rahula has been brilliant the limited amount of time we've seen him so far. He's going to bowl over number 16. So 5 overs to go. From here, I mean, look, 10 and over gets you 150. You'd be hopeful of getting that, even with 6 wickets down, I think. But won't be easy. This is a good shot, though, and it's going to go all the way. I'm pretty sure that's gone for 6. But one thing with Rahul, he's probably been a little bit short today for the most part. And yeah, it is signalled Maximo. 6 to Aurora. It goes up and over the top. So, great start to the over. Just getting a bit carried away with the bounce. Yeah, that's definitely 6. Probably a metre or 2 over the boundary. One of the shorter boundaries out here. Slow ball, good stuff. This is one thing I think Jackson enjoys, the really long pitch. Has to be one of the world's longest cricket pitches here at Master. It's basically about, I reckon it's about 50 yards long. 45 to 50 yards long, the artificial surface. It means if you do get a second bounce as a keeper, you can predict it a bit easier. He digs it in again. This time the fielder comes around and takes the catch. Well, you can see what he was playing for there. Rahula bangs it in again to Bikram Aurora. Has the fielder there. So it's a bit of a gamble. We saw it go for 6, but this time Gulami takes another good catch. And that's a key man gone. Aurora goes for 12, 107 for 7. So I guess what it was an expensive plan turns into a good plan in the end. Aurora disappointed. He can't maybe get that a little bit further away from the fielder. Maybe hit it a bit later. So 107 for 7. Once again, looking at the team in danger of getting bowled out before the end of their 20 overs. This one sneaks inside the tram line. New batter out there, Chanjal Sudasanan. Done some pretty good things in his first day of international cricket, behind the stumps. Also, he looked okay with the bat before he was run out in a disastrous mix-up. In the air, the third man in place. This should just be single, and it is. And hello to Danish Siddiqui. Hello, Danish. How are you? Nice to see you there, of course. Saw you play for Bajiba Blasters, and he says you can see some Bajiba Blasters team members watching this game. Yeah, well, I suppose it is a work day today. I expect by the time we get to the weekend, particularly on finals day Sunday, we should have quite a decent crowd down here. Oh, this one almost goes onto the stumps, but it doesn't. All's well that ends well. And Banya Magal survives 108 for 7 after 16. And of course, these two teams, in fact all 5 teams you see this week, will be in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket, 31 nations, bigger, better, faster, stronger. 109 matches over 4 weeks. Some people are saying that's not enough, but I think we'll pack in a bit of action, as 31 will become 7 teams in the championship week 4, and only 1 team will raise the trophy. England 11-won it in 2021, Netherlands 11-won it last year. Who will be the 3rd champion of the ECC? Wide open. So what's Netherlands qualifying for the 50 over World Cup? Might affect their potential squad. New over, starts with the dot. Going back to Zain Ahmed. So they've gone pretty heavy on spin here in this innings. One reason is it might be a hot day to run in and be bowling seam up. And Zayn's done a pretty good job. Oh, low full toss. Just gets it past Zayn. So McGall has a go at it, picks out the fielder though, just a single. I think no matter what happens from here, it's going to be an interesting chase. France for me, they've got a couple of players. McKeon's one. I think Galami's another one. They've got to fire regardless of what the target is. And France going to chase it down. Oh, great fielding on the ground, prevents any run. Good team fielding. Now Jackson throws at the stumps unnecessarily, but doesn't concede a run. So another kind of pace-off delivery. Just brings a single. So this is where you normally want to accelerate, but it's not easy when you've got 7 wickets down. You still need to try. Long boundary straight. McGall probably wants to horn this over square leg regardless of where it is. See if I'm right. Yep. Right off the end of the bat though. Oh, sometimes it's hard being able to see the future. But it's the end of this 17th over, the score 111 for 7. So 3 overs to go. Well, now that 10 and over, should they get that, would be 140. Hard to see it happening. I often look at the combined strike rates of who's at the crease. You got 5 off 11. So it's very hard to just kind of snap that and suddenly make it to a ball, which is kind of what you want at this stage. But I think what we're seeing is the quality of the bowling from France, and the catching's been very good. Look, they haven't been perfect, but they've been pretty good in the field. Hello to Tim Reedman as well. How are you? Nice to see you. There's a lot of cricket going on all around the place at the moment. Let's go, over 18. Pretty well bowled, just going down the leg side. It's been so handy to have someone like Rahul Mangal be able to come back and bowl in this back end, or just bowl in the back end. Haven't had to use him early. McGall, it's what he likes to do. He likes to go mid-wicket, but Mangal's not going to play that game to him. He's going to put it outside the off stump and say, hey, go get it if you think you can. And it's not going to be easy against a bowler as good as Rahul Mangal. This time goes offside. I know he can do it. The habit is that he doesn't. Oh. Walking on a tight rope, it does make the stop. They'll get 2. McGall moves to 4. Interestingly poised at the moment. This time he does get something in his arc. That's a bit of a task. This is one you're happy just to keep it to 2. And they will. So yeah, you can see the difference between this and having the shorter boundaries of ECS cricket. It's just hard to get a run of boundaries on. You do have to run hard. Sure, right now, Pranyam is sucking in the big ones after legging out another 2. Digs it in. Well, this is where you should at least be looking for 2. They don't take it on. Quick work from Watakula to coming off the boundary. Yeah, so because you've bowled Zayn Ahmed a couple of overs, more than a couple of overs, he's bowled 3. You've seen 7 genuine bowlers in this 20 overs. So yeah, you can basically take your pick of who you want to bowl 19 and 20 now. Only Ahmed Zai's bowled out. That would. It's a great shot from Siddhasanan when he picks out the fielder. It's a good looking dot. McGall decides he doesn't want to run. He'll take the strike. So 18 overs in. The score's 117 for 7. So much cricket coming today, and I'm super excited about this one. It starts in about a bit less than 10 minutes now, but we've got Thailand, Scotland, and so yeah, first time we've seen both these teams actually on the network, and this is going to be from Utrecht in the Netherlands. Corey Rutgers is standing by. So maybe at the end of this 20 overs, you can flick over and have a look at that one. Thailand winning the toss, electing to bowl. And I'm sure their captain, Naramal Chawai, will be super excited to get out there on European soil. For Scotland, though, Abdullah Masood leads their side. You've got Alsa Lister behind the stumps, Darcy Carter up the top. Yeah, it should be a really good contest. So that one's coming up. It's the only match you'll get from the Netherlands today. Just one a day, which is really a bit slack, isn't it, over there from Corey? You're just going to do the one match. But yeah, good luck to everyone involved in that tri-series. Of course, the Netherlands, the host, will be the third team in that tri-series. Should be a good one. All right. All happens in the 19th. And then for the first time, we'll see Usman Khan from the golf course end. Here we go. Now there's the slow ball. He picks it, he sends it, and it is caught. Great stuff by Gulami. And he just stays the right side of the border. Mughal gets a fair piece of it. And he sends it. Well, I suppose it would have gone out of the ground if not for the good goalkeeping of the beast. Mukhtar Gulami down there, who turns his back. Not to be rude, but just because that was his only option. Check it out again. Great camera work. Our friends at Spring Productions. He's kind of able to catch it, have a look down at his feet and realise, yeah, I'm fine as long as I don't step forward. And he didn't have to. So a really good piece of fielding. Another good outfield catch from France. Oh, these boundaries, they're miles too long. How you meant to hit a 6? But I suppose it's a bit more challenge. Having a bit of a laugh with Ramatullah, who's fielding near me. But yeah, Abbas gets a promotion from 11 to 10. I suppose, in a way, it might be punishment for Sharju for getting stumped for not paying attention. Anyway, Usman grabs his second wicket. It's his 5th of the day. Oh no. Siddhasanan, he doesn't want to get run out again. This has been a great comeback from France though. And now you're looking at perhaps chasing something 120s. They bet well they should get there. Oh, a little bit short. Pounded. Guess who? Gulami. He's going to take it again. Well, not once, but twice, but it's so nice for Gulami out there on the leg side. And Abbas is going to go for a duck. And Usman Khan gets a 3-for in both games. 117 for 9. Again, Abbas gets a fair piece of it, but it's not enough to get past the beast. And that's 2 sixes that have been robbed by Mukhtar. And Abbas, well, his day hasn't got a lot better. He gets followed back by Derek. 117 for 9. All right, well, Abbas might have not had a very good day with the bat, but Sharju's had a worse one. He basically missed his first ball, forgot to stay in his crease, got stumped at a key moment in a game that Malta will ultimately lose. in the first game of the tournament. Here he is batting Jack. And this time he will stay in his crease. Usman gives him the slow one first up. And look, it's not rocket surgery. Stay in your crease, kids, until you're sure it's safe to go elsewhere. Close, but I think it's just heading down leg side. It's a clever delivery, and I think the lower order batters will find it even more difficult. That one just slides off the front pad. It's missing by about a stump. Last ball, the over. Ooh, jumps a bit. That was the on-speed delivery. Usman delivers again. 3 overs. 3 for 11 for the French all-rounder. 1 over remaining. It's 117 for 9. Yeah, what a great pair of catches out there from Mukhtar Ghalami. Let's have a look at what we've had. I mean, obviously a great start, 19 off the first, spiking, but then you're coming back and you can see the wickets falling, the run rate sliding. And we were making talk about, 140, 150. It's not going to be anything near that now. Hello to Narendra Negi as well. Narendra, how are you? Nice to see you. And he said, unfortunately, picked the wrong fielder. Yeah, when you say rob a home run in baseball, we had 2 cricket versions there. Mungal, let's get a bowled out. Why not? First ball, cracked down for 1. So France be very keen to square the ledger. We've got Gus McKean at the top. Mentioned how good he was in Finland in the World Cup qualifiers last year, with 2 centuries and 2 half centuries out of 5 knocks. He went for a duck this morning. Doesn't beat the bowler. 118. I'm talking 120s. They've got to get there first. Sharju is himself on naught again. Yeah, Futawong from Thailand. Going to get a bowl, I'm sure, in the Netherlands. Yeah, Dave mentioning that in the chat. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing that get underway. Steps across. Ball was perilously close to being a wide if he left it alone. Sharju does get a run safely. Yeah, there's so much awesome action today on ECN. Wow, it's absolutely slammed. And these are bonus runs. Sudasanan, he can hold the bat. He absolutely wallops it out of the ground. Maximo! Brilliant batting. Look at this one on the replay. Rahula likes to kind of bang it in. It's just a length ball. He gets every piece of that. They do get in the 120s. Perhaps 130. They could do that again. All right, 2 to come. I think he's just going to try and find that ball. That was every little bit of it. Of course, one amount I did mention with the bat, probably because he's let his bat do the talking so far. Usman Khan for France. Can he go again after his half century this morning? Should be exciting to watch. All right, 2 to come. Let's play. Oh, bangs it in. Gets none of it. Good trade-off, though. 6 and a none. And so for the first time, it looks like we'll see a team bat out their 20. Sudasanan. And that's 6. Well, that proved to be pretty important if this game gets tight. All right, everyone, seatbelts on. Last ball coming up. Misses. Might as well go. They decide not to. Protects the average. And Mangal, yeah, pretty good effort from him, Rahula. 1 for 23 off his 4. Sudasan whacks a 6, but then gets fresh air off the last 2 balls. 125 for 9 after 20. And yeah, they were looking on for more than that, no doubt about that. At the halfway point, they were 81. So they get 81 off the first half. They only get 44 off the second half. It was Mankan delivering a double wicket maiden in the 19th. And so a really good job by France to keep it under control. And I think, personally, that's under par. But the French batting's probably been a bit under par so far today as well. So I think don't go anywhere. This should be great. And, of course, in the innings break, you might want to flick over to the Netherlands or you might want to flick over to Hungary as well. But right here, as the players get ready for a quick break, let's roll into the highlights. And early on, it was more of the same with Zishan coming out hard in the power play. He's looked confident, hasn't he, this morning, the Maltese opener. And banged that one down the pitch. It felt like he was in too good form to be out in the 20s. And he was earlier. This one was touch and go. Ruled 4 in the end. And well, you thought, okay, we're going to see a higher scoring contest here because yeah, Zishan, he was looking on, wasn't he? Meanwhile, Amir, he's causing a few acrobatics in the field, packed offside field, but then Zishan got done by a really slippery Yorker from Watercooler Surya, and I think that saved them plenty of runs down the stretch. They bowled Ahmedzai earlier than we saw in match 1, and to good effect. Bowled him his 4 overs through the middle of the innings, and he was just asking the right questions and disrupting the rhythm of the batters at that point. Malta just found it hard to get too much going from the halfway point onwards. That was a nasty one for Jaspal, who did hit a shot in anger, you saw, but then had a tough blow in the torso. But well, this is the one that got away for France, but there were plenty more that they were able to catch. We saw Action Jackson grab the high ball, and then this one could have been another. Watercooler Surya acrobatically throwing it up, but he throws it the wrong side of the border. That cost him 6. Usman was none to impress. Prasnam hit a boundary down the ground, and then very next ball hold out. Just back to old habits, tried to go across the line, picked out McKeon in the outfield. They decided to throw up Rucker Afridi, which I didn't mind as a tactic, but he went first ball. And then that was a brilliant wrong from Mr. Universe to get through Amir, straight through the gate and cleaned him up. And they even were able to bowl Zain Ahmed, the left-arm spinner, so showing good variety, right arm, left arm, fast and slow in the attack. Usman with the slower ball. This one was leaving the building. That's until Galami got in the way. But it wasn't twice. It wasn't once, but it was twice. I should say Galami then robbing another Maximo. And, you know, probably saves them a dozen runs right there. And Malta kind of spluttering to the end in the end, didn't they? Because they were only able to gather 44 off the second half of the innings. They finished 125 for 9. And well, one of the issues we've got at the moment for all our viewers, they've got 3 games to watch and they don't really want to take their eyes off anything. Right here, we've got a game on. We've got France trying to square the series here. They'll need 126 to do that after Malta make 125 for 9. Zishan top scores with 26, but again, makes the start, can't go on with it. 21 for Jaspal. He took a nasty blow along the way, but again, no one really making a big score for Malta this morning. 16 for Amir early, but he laboured, didn't he? 11 for Prasad. A dozen for Aurora, but couldn't quite go at run a ball. Neither could Sudasan, despite a big Maximo in the last over, which dragged them over the 120 mark. As far as the bowling went, they had plenty of options, don't they? 7 bowlers were used by French skipper Noman Amjad. Only 2 getting bowled out, those being Ahmedzai, 3 for 19 off his 4. Mangal, Rahula Mangal, that is 1 for 23 at the death. 3 wickets also to Usman Khan. He's had a great day, 6 wickets for him, including a double wicket made in the 19th. He finished with 3 for 11 wickets to Watercooler Surya early, the important wicket of Zishan Khan. Also Zain Ahmed making an appearance with his left arm spin, and pretty tidy as well, 1 for 14. We will take a break. You might take this opportunity to have a look around at what's happening around the ECN universe, but I certainly hope that you can Stop by in a few minutes because we're going to have a big finish to the day. The last innings of the day coming up on the opening day of Maltese T20 International men's action. France requiring 126 for victory. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day. We'll see you shortly for more Mdina Cup action right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to Malta. Last innings of a really exciting and action-packed opening day here in the Mdina Cup, which is a T20 international three-nation event. The hosts, Malta, taking on France here. We'll also see Luxembourg tomorrow. Over 6 matches in the first half of the week. Just waiting for the clock to tick over here, about a minute until I think we can get going. But I think everyone's happy, so we might start a little bit early for the second innings of this game. And it's Fanyan Magal to open up. Guess McKeon gets his first run of the series. It's taken him a while because saw him out there earlier on. Survived a big caught behind appeal, but then he was bowled to the same bowler he's facing right now, Fanyan Magal. So here the story so far, if you just joined us, that Malta, the host, they won the toss here in match 2 after losing by 9 runs in match 1. They put 125 on the board, 81 in the first half, 44 in the second. So France really pegging it back. Malta barely batting out there, 20 overs. This is Herbert Aladdin Jackson, or Action Jackson as I call him, because he's always action behind the stumps and also with the bat. So the thing with Magal, the left armour, is he'll actually push the ball away from the right-hander. So that's a movement you need to be looking out for. Jackson would have seen him this morning. Oh, this is off the glove, I think. Pops up into the leg side, but they don't get a run there. It could have gone anywhere, to be honest. So, I mean, that's one tactic to get across, and it's going to be pretty difficult for Magal to get an LBW unless it's very full. So McKeon and Jackson out there. Rigalami at 3. Tricky little target, this. If they were to get 126, it would be the highest score we've seen today. That's well bowled. Jackson has shown that he has an ultra-aggressive approach in the power play. And it's pretty much as if he is playing a T10, to be honest. Must say I enjoyed the break and checking out some of the cricket going on from around the traps in the Netherlands. See that Thai women taking a couple of wickets against Scotland. Corey Rutgers is there. Onto wide. Not particularly easily taken by Sudasana behind the stumps. Gets on the end of the fingers. So, yeah, it's a bit of an around the grounds that we have to bring you at the moment, because we've got ECS cricket in Hungary right now. You've got the ECS in Hungary, of course. We already saw a century there today from Danny Akbar. Pitched up. Nice looking shot. Uses the wrists well there. Jackson to stay on top of it. Keep it along the deck. Get back for 2. So you've got Gus McKeon out there who, last year in Finland, he made a rollicking start to his international career. Cracked 377 runs in 5 matches. Opening with a half century, then scoring 2 centuries, and then another half century. Now it's pretty much a sweep of a fast bowler from Jackson, who gets 4. And so, it takes a bit of a chance. Oh, I know that man. That's Glenn Tavilla, who does the fielding. But yeah, pitches outside leg stumps and says, hey, I can pretty much just kind of block the stumps with my body and swing away. It's exactly what he does, and he gets 4. France have been in a great position if they can win both games here, and it makes it real tough for Malta to hold the trophy. Because, yeah, you're kind of relying on having a better net run rate and winning your other 2 games. It's a cross, looking for a run, doesn't get there. Just a dot. But yeah, so much action on ECN. Eight for no loss after the first over. Yeah, so one thing we're looking forward to here, already saw we're 11 weeks away from the ECC. So Of course, last year we had Malta and Luxembourg and France in the one group. They're spread out this time, but we will see Malta, Romania and Switzerland all doing battle this week, and they'll do battle as well in Group E of the ECC on the 9th of October. Of course, it starts with Group A on the 25th of September. That's when we'll see France for the first time. That is a super interesting group as well. Spain, Isle of Man. Isle of Man playing Austria at the moment and having some success. Also, we'll see a Greek team there. Plenty more action to come this year on ECN. Here's Waka Afridi to bowl over number 2. McKeon doesn't really play at this one. A lot of people really excited to see Gus McKeon on ECN. Of course, you would have seen some coverage of the qualifiers in Finland last year, but I suppose with the ECN production you can really get a decent look and get close up to these guys. McKeon plays great cricket in Perth, Australia ordinarily, and he's playing in England at the moment, which is, it's tough cricket. Tries this one, knocked away partially by Waka Afridi Ahmed and fielded for no run. Yeah, so the centuries that McKeon scored were against Switzerland and Norway, so they're two pretty good sides. And then he followed it up with 87 against Estonia. So it's pretty good going. 76 in the first game against the Czech Republic as well. He gets beaten outside the off stump here though. Well bowled by Waka. And if you go right back to this morning, and of course the last time we saw the Malta bowlers was first up in the morning. They were very, very disciplined with the lines they bowled. And to be honest, so have France. France have been quite the same. Their pace bowlers have just been in that offside channel, and not attacking the stumps too much. McKeon, going to pat this one back and have a look at Waqar. He's delivered 4 dots now. You can see Malta desperate for some early breakthroughs here to get on the front foot. Edge and gets past the man in the circle, runs away. Good stop though. So Abbas down there prevents the boundary but can't stop the 2. But yeah, very exciting stuff. I think it's another one of those in-between totals, isn't it? I think France going to have to bat well. Bit of bounce in this pitch as well. I think both teams have enjoyed it. Last ball of the over. Gets a long way forward. I think it's heading down the leg side, maybe a little bit high as well. End of the second over. Pretty good one from Waka Afridi Ahmed, who's had a very good first day in the side. He's enjoying international cricket. 2 come off it. And at the end of 2, it's 10 without loss. So like I said, you're sport for choice this week. We have 4 separate tournaments this week. Or 5 actually, because we'll have the ECS and the ECI in Hungary this week. Got the Mdina Cup, which is a 3-team series here in Malta. We'll have the Valletta Cup, which is a 5-team series here in Malta. And don't forget the Tri-Series in the Netherlands, which is underway right now. And this is the only innings of the day that you'll see 3 simultaneous cricket broadcasts. Then I can put my feet up and I'll be watching a bit of cricket from the comfort of my air-conditioned room, I think, or perhaps the pool. Right, Jackson says enough's enough, and he whacks this one leg side straight into the scorer's tent. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. What a shot. I mean, McGall's taken the bait a bit. I think he's probably attacking the stumps a bit too much. I think someone like Jackson, you know, he wants to go leg side. Don't give him the chance. I think you want him to fetch one. Just looking at this field, got a 3rd man back, but they're going to bring him up. That probably becomes a catching position. They put the deep mid wicket back. See, I don't think the field was wrong. I think maybe just the line was wrong from Fanyan. But let's see how it works out. Yeah, that's the better line. And now you run the risk of a thick outside edge flying away over the third man and going for 4. You need to take wickets though, if you're going to defend this. Yeah, see, McKeon is showed he's not necessarily going to go all guns blazing straight away. He's there for a long time, not just a good time. Jackson, other end of the bargain, he's going for it. Now, well, right on cue, thick outside edge, gets over the infield and beats the fielder. Zishan patrolling the boundary, concedes the 4. Nice to see Zishan fit as well, I have to say. Had some injury problems when we last saw him, but yeah, this time runs away for 4. Now, Jackson doing his job. His job basically is, I think, you know, to bat the 6 overs and be busy. Play a lot of shots. I don't think you'll see him blocking 2 in a row or leaving 2 in a row. And they've got batting to come that they're confident with. You've got Gulami at 3, kind of take over. Having said that, we're only 2.5 overs in. Jackson survived so far. He's on 14. Just takes 1. He's happy with that. He's busy, isn't he? That's why I call him action. He's all action. Great fun to watch behind the stumps as well. McKeon, it's pitched up. Oh no, it gets through the fielder. That's Justin Sharju. And they concede 2. That's it. And you could argue it was going to be 1 anyway, but Sharju just kind of spent it before he had it. Tim's saying that Derek the Duck needs a friend to walk with him. What are you thinking there, Tim? You tell me. Any suggestions? It's bad enough that you have one duck following you. Hello to Ian Latine as well, watching from Gibraltar. No Basil in the Maltese side. Yeah, perhaps he's still bothered by that shoulder injury, so he's not in the side. Hello to Louis Bruce as well. Nice to see you. Hello, James Stewart from Estonia right now. McKeon hits through the offside. Zishan in his cowboy hat does the fielding. Just a single, end of the 3rd. France 22 without loss. Yeah, so they're kind of going at the rate required. I think every single team, or every single innings we've seen so far today out of the 3, teams have got into trouble not having wickets in hand at the end. And they've pretty much run out of resources at or before the finish. And we saw 20 wickets fall in the earlier game. And so that's something that France will be hoping to avoid. And they would love to, you know, get through the power play without losing any wickets, I suppose. Maybe can afford 1. But then when the field goes back, okay, if they need that kind of 6 and over or so, even 7 and over, you can kind of push it. The singles are there, you can tick it. You don't have to take a whole bunch of risks. Yeah, but yeah, James watching from Estonia. I'm sure you would have watched a bit of Estonia in the World Cup qualifiers last year, James. Hopefully you will. Say hello to Jacob for me as well. Anyway, still 104 to get. Wakar comes back and gets worked away by Buster McKeon, who wants 2 here. If they're quick, they'll get there. Well, Jackson wasn't on board with it. I think there was probably 2 there, to be honest, but maybe just think it's not worth the risk at this stage. The other thing is when you've got someone that's pretty much, I use the word dispensable in the power play, you want him facing balls. So maybe it's not a bad thing to get Jackson on strike here. Now, obviously, Jackson would like to bat for longer, but I just think with him being so aggressive, with him wanting to be on strike when the field's up, that's why he turns down the 2, even though I think probably could have gotten 2. Walker Afridi Ahmed still searching for his first international wicket. Runs and balls. Pretty close. A bit of a theory. You've already heard me talking about it. Jackson doesn't really block 2 in a row. Blocks that one. I'd just be surprised if he does block the next one. If he gets that same ball again, I think he's trying to pull it. Do something with it. You've got just the 3 fielders on the leg side. Freedy's bowled a fairly predictable kind of length. We've already seen that he can play that kind of sit-down swat. See if I'm right. Yeah, goes for it. Leg side, picks out the fielder, goes walkabout. Gets back just in time. So 2 dots. And what do you guys think? I'd be curious to see who you think's winning this game at the moment. Siddhasana flicks it back onto the stumps, but batter wasn't caught napping. Back in his crease, which I know is going a bit out of fashion if you've been watching some international cricket recently. But it's not that hard to do. Another leg glance. This time it's partially knocked down by the fielder. It's Fanyan Magal there. A bit annoyed that he lets it get away because that would have been 3 consecutive dots on Jackson. You could see him doing something reckless. Freedy just bring it in a bit more towards the stumps, which is risky against Jackson. You know, he's pretty quick to whip away leg side. And like I said, they've only got the 3 fielders there. McKeon takes the strike back. Stands and drives and picks out the shortish extra cover. Last ball of the over coming up. Right, takes us to the end of the 4th over. This game hangs in the balance. Yeah, hello to everyone that's watching. Wherever you're watching from around the world, great to have your company. And so we have 3 matches simultaneously right now. You can see there plenty of blue sky. And let's take a moment, slight technical issue I think with the scorecard, but get that up to date pretty shortly. Yeah, it's not the first time we've had 3 simultaneous events. I think you go back to kind of mid-2021. We had something similar, but it's a bit crazy. Stretching our resources to the max, but I've got to say with the great partnerships from the federations, of course Spring Productions, providing us the equipment and the personnel to bring you these broadcasts. I think it's pretty great that we can show so much cricket. Certainly casts the microscope onto European cricket and it gives the players a lot of great footage to work on their game as well. And provides a lot of interest for people all around the world, just in Europe. All right, length delivery. Jackson's after him. You know, this could run away for 4. It's going, and it's past the rope. 4 carreras. Yeah, I've got to say, I think it's just been a little bit straight for the most part. And Jackson's a guy, you know, if you can get outside the off stump and stay there, I feel like you can test his patience. Crack through the offside. And we'll just get one there. Zishan cleans up. Yeah, it's been a really fun day, even though it's been busy. But we'll continue, and Gustav crack this one through the cover point reach, and Zishan just throws a run away, maybe more than one run to be honest. I'll just take 2. And I think he thought he had a quarter of a chance of running out McKeon there on striker's end because McKeon was kind of jogging, but I don't think it was a realistic chance. It would have been out, and it's cost him a run. In the air, well, gets lucky, gets into the gap. Aurora was prowling in that short cover region. It's just out of his grasp. So, yeah, France certainly in the driver's seat right now, but all day we've seen one team pull away and then something else happen. Let's turn the tables. Oh, Action Jackson prods almost on the full to the fielder, but it will be a dot to finish the 5th and a quarter of the way through the chase, 34 without loss. Yeah, so 92 off 90. I suppose with wickets in hand, you know, most teams are pretty comfortable chasing a runner ball, but hey, we've seen, I suppose, this being the longer form of cricket out of the two that you see played in Europe, for the most part, at international level anyway. And sometimes it stretches the concentration of some of the players to play that innings. That way you just kind of bat time, more or less. Just keep picking up the ones, keep it ticking. That's all they need to do. And McKeon, you know, if he bats the distance, it's hard to see them not making 126. Especially once the power play's over, which it will be after this. You know, if you see everyone go back, this is the debate, isn't it? You put everyone back, you know, then you can suddenly pick up that 6 and over with minimum of risk. At least this way with the field up, you can maybe build some pressure and force a mistake with a big shot, attempting something over the top. Anyway, Justin Chartreux to bowl over number 6 from the golf course end. So right up in the block hole first up. Gets a finger on it, prevents any run. McCann biding his time at the moment. Technically looks pretty good. Watches this one pass harmlessly for a wide. Yeah, a bit of news from around the grounds. Yeah, he looks like the Thai women are doing a bit of a number on Scotland at the moment. Yeah, what a performance there. 6 wickets down already, that's all I can see. Drives on the up, and there's nobody back here at deep point. Running away, just pulled back in. Taking a long 2 for that. Quite time it there, McKeon, but he probably knew it was kind of safe to go in the end with no outfield, and now they do push the deep point back and they bring the 3rd man up. Yeah, but Netherlands T20 International Women's Series will be super interesting to watch. Yeah, 38 for 6. Scotland in the 11th over. See some pretty testing bowling from the Thai women so far. Cheddar and Rukratana right now operating with Puttawong. Called wide, so not a bad spot to miss. They got that runner ball kind of pace going at the moment. So if these two were to split their matches, obviously Luxembourg, so these two teams, their remaining 2 matches are both against Luxembourg. So it really throws the series wide open, to be honest. You could have a situation where all teams have won and lost 2, considering they are pretty even teams. All right, goes after this and gets a fair piece of it. And that's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs. So McKeon says enough's enough. I know the time's running out in the power play. They'd no one back straight down the ground. Plays this on length and absolutely crunches it. 4 carreras. This would have been an ECS 6, no doubt about it. With these slightly longer boundaries, probably 75 from where he stands to that straight boundary. Bouncing just inside and getting 4. You'll often see big shots played in the last over the power play. He's had time to look at it on the wall. It's a long way from where the stumps are when he's hit. I think he's probably just sneaking down the leg side. Certainly introduces even more doubt for the umpire. Don't think that ball's hitting the stumps. Don't think he can really make a judgment either. McKeon, just in the back of his mind, he's thinking if it's pitched up, I'm going to go it here. Mid on and mid off, still up in the circle. Last 2 balls of the power play coming up. Steady whips it away. Prasad should handle it, and he does. Just seem in control. This is what they've lacked, France. And with the exception of Usman Khan this morning, someone just to bat a bit of time, but without getting bogged down. I'm going to say, I like the scoreboard here. Yeah, sniff the shoe for good measure. This will be the end of the over. The score's 43 without loss. I've seen some weird things in my time. I don't know about sniffing the shoe before you put it on. Yeah, maybe we'll see that one in the highlights. Anyway, news from around the grounds. Yeah, have a look at here. He picks it up, and then I think there's it's a definite sniff. Oh yeah, that's incriminating. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, because don't forget we'll have action in Hungary. It's still going on, by the way, but we're just having a look to tomorrow. What we'll see from Hungary with the Royal Tigers, Royal Falcons, and Royal Eagles. All 3 Royal teams playing. And also see Debrecen Vikings and Junior Bogdani CC. They've turned things around a little bit. That's one of the 3 streams we'll have on ECN tomorrow. That's ECS Hungary action. You can join Rico Full and Charlie Hunt there. And Charlie should be there for his first day in Hungary tomorrow. 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. Let's get back to the action here. Aussie Abbas on, and it's worked for a single. I'm still coming to terms with the sniffing. Let us know in the chat. This is it's probably one thing you won't see on the other streams at the moment. Hello to Mark Agerman, who's watching, and he's watching from Australia. Well, hello, Mark. Hopefully you're well. Here's Action Jackson. Plays it straight to Amir. We might see with his off spin at some point. Where are you watching from in Australia? Mark, let us know. Perhaps you're watching from Western Australia, where Chris McKeon plays a lot of his cricket for the Perth Cricket Club, mentioned earlier. Some pretty big names have played for that club. Adam Gilchrist and Luke Ronke, to mention a couple of international keepers. I remember when I played away at Perth Cricket Club, we had the scorecard at Fletcher Park of Adam Gilchrist hitting 250 in a 50-over game in first grade cricket, which in those days was pretty much unthinkable. Now it's probably a bit more thinkable the way that 50-over game's gone recently. Certainly ahead of his time in many ways, wasn't he, Adam? Yeah, so great to have you with us, Mark, and let us know where you're watching from around the world. I think the Scottish team lost to 7th and 8th wicket, so they're 41 for 8. And Corey Ruckers is going to, if Thailand chase down, say 40 odd, he's going to get paid for way less than a full game. Well, cracked away, partially knocked down by Amir. I'm just saying, I'm sitting here, yes, I know it's a short day for us with just the 2 T20s, but Corey Ruckers, you know, if Scotland get bowled out in 15 overs and say it gets chased in 5 or 6, I'm docking his pay. I'm sorry. You can't be getting away with that. It's already pretty obvious. People asking me why Corey's doing that one. Well, 14 hours in 40 degrees or one match in the Netherlands in slightly more temperate temperatures. Well, Wazim Abbas gets all tough and then drops the ball. It's the end of the 7th over, and the score's 45 without loss. In fact, it's inspired me to get in to the Netherlands chat and just leave a comment. So if you're watching here, you can probably zip over to that and see me commenting on that. I just wish I could listen in to hear what he's got to say for himself over there. Yeah, players having a bit of a drink. You can understand that at this stage. It is super hot. But keeping an eye on all the games, of course, at the moment. Yeah, ECS Hungary, Rico doing a great job there, but Charlie Hunt will be there from tomorrow. I think right now, we've got a bit of a break in Hungary. We've got DV Ultimate 11 sending in the blinders. The next match, which starts in about 20 minutes. And so, just trying to listen to Corey's commentary at the same time as I'm doing this. All right, back to Sharjah. I will also watch this game. Oh, that's wild. Well, I think he might just be in here. It's going to be a wide. I also thought it was borderline for height, probably just okay. It's going to be an interesting replay. He's down, I suppose, but let's see McKeon. I think you see he's just in. Shows he's just in. Good call by the umpire. Sharjah trying to find this breakthrough. It's cracked straight to cover, no run. McKeon bangs his pad in frustration. McKeon pretty much run the ball so far. Oh, this is absolutely cracked though. And you can see he's a guy that can hit the ball really crisply, and he takes this off a length, pretty much plays on it. Pretty good spectator fielding as well out there. Quite the Rocaderas, 4 runs. Big Gus. He plays on length, doesn't he? Trusts the bounce and absolutely cracks it. This is hit out to the offside. France have brought up their 50-50 partnership as well between these two. It's funny that these two, they have a pretty similar strike rate despite having a slightly different approach. Paladin Jackson had 0 patience. Played his shots from ball 1 pretty much. Gus just kind of biding his time a little bit. Oh, this is a fairly straight delivery. And he would have found himself in trouble if that had hit the stumps. And, well, another half chance, you'd have to call it, for Malta. That they're not able to convert. I think if that throws on target, don't see Jackson getting back. Oh, little edge, and Sapulpa would have been a wide, but Jackson gets a toe on it. And so Sharjah was the man that breaks through. France bring up their 50, but they lose their first. Sharju, more good luck than good management, really. He's on the wall. He barely reached that one, to be honest. Look how wide this is. Right down towards the bottom of the bat. And so, oh, look, I think he'll take it from action. He gets 20 odd, and obviously leaves his team in a pretty good position, 52 for 1 in the 8th. Around the grounds, Scotland 51 for 8, so mini partnership building there. I know they were 41 for 8. I haven't got a bite from Corey on my comment yet about him, about us docking his pay. So maybe that's just a little bit of luck you need. If you're going to turn this around, need plenty more of that. We did see the innings turn around in the first half of this game, didn't we? Galami comes out at 3, the beast. Gets a good one first up. No appeal from the bowler. End of the over. And the score, 52 for 1 after 8. Good areas to Galami. Hasn't quite his traps this morning. Yeah, so plenty of cricket to watch even after this game comes to a conclusion with the Netherlands game. You might want to tune into that one quickly, the way things are going. And also, of course, we've got 2 matches still to come on ECS duty in Hungary today as well. I think Corey's heard me over there. Good to save the company a bit of money. It's not cheap putting on 3 simultaneous broadcasts. I'll give you the big tip. All right. Now we'll see a change of pace. It's Imran Amir with his off spin coming on in over number 9. All right, so let's see how McKeon takes on the off spin of Amir. He's gone for the good old fashioned cap look. Yeah. He's running hard. I mean, McKean's been brought up on the sort of cricket that I was brought up on. And that's probably, you know, bigger fields. Okay, it's probably not the same game as, I think there's a 25-year age gap between him and myself. But, you know, big fields, running hard, running the first one hard, you know, and trying to turn ones into 2s. And that's how you can kind of take 6 and over and turn it into 10 and over. On big ground and limited overs cricket. And it is a big difference if you can keep doing that. Anyway, here's Galami facing up. Still getting their field right. Siddhasanan, his first day in a red shirt. He's loving it out there. He's punched away at a deep point. Yeah, Mir operating at the city end this time rather than the golf course end. We saw him operating earlier. Probably had a criticism, he was a little bit short. I think with these long boundaries down the ground, you know, maybe it is worth daring them to hit down the ground. This is hit pretty hard as well. Well handled out there by Aurora, just a single. Just have a look at this field. Yeah, got long on and long off back, but they're both pretty wide. There's a big gap straight down the ground, so if Amir does pitch up, I think both batters will fancy it over his head. Oh, this one just beats him all ends up. He beats Siddhasanan as well. I think this will be a bye. Yeah, bye signal. See there. Just a little bit of turn. More the bounce that beats everyone though. Hit away to deep point. This will be another single. It's another innings. It's kind of hovering, isn't it? I mean, kind of cruising about to run a ball at the moment, but you need to see a big collapse, I think, if Malta were to get up. This thing won't happen though. Based on what we've seen today, we've seen 29 wickets fall in 3 innings. As we get to the end of the over, pretty tidy one from Amir. This goes for 4 in the end, and after 9 overs, the score is 57 for 1. And here, it's a game of the balance, but I mean, France surely big favourites to go 2-0. Also makes it pretty tough for Malta, who've played some good cricket. They'll feel they've had a better day than 0-2, and that's the way it might end up. Now we're going to see some spin from Bikram Aurora. So, yeah, maybe buoyed by the fact that Amir was effective. See some left arm spin from Bikram. He's not a bad bowl, actually, Bikram Aurora. Very experienced campaigner now. All right. Spectators building as the day progresses. Really good looking punch. I mean, it's a kind of day you could easily be sat on the beach. This is the next best thing, I suppose. Plenty of coastline around Malta though. Here we go with over number 10. Aurora gets bowled for the first time. McKean just has a look at him and says, yeah, okay. McKean's looked really good. You know, cracking the ball, you know, pulling it through mid-wicket when he's had a little bit of length to work with. He's got pretty good footwork, so he gets back in his crease and can really crack it. Pitched up, Aurora gets a piece of it, doesn't get away. So, McKean is probably looking a bit frustrated, I think, that he hasn't been able to get too much fluency through his innings so far. He's pretty much faced 5 overs. He's hit 2 boundaries. Tossed up pretty hard. It's a long chase for Waka. He should get 2 here. Despite some pretty good fielding, they do get back for a couple. Yeah, Mark says he's watching from Adelaide. He's saying, hope the shoe sniffer is okay. Yeah, well, yeah, that better appear in the highlights. Got Gurman's with us. So, I think it warrants a look. Adelaide's a beautiful city. Been there many times. Oh, they gets plenty here. This could be the first 3 of the day, I reckon, because it ain't going for 4. In fact, they won't get 3. It's pretty well done by the fielder to sprint there on a hot day, and they just get the 2. McKean get to face again. Yeah, City of Churches, Adelaide, beautiful place, Adelaide Oval. It's one place I never played that I wanted to play. I've seen it, I've watched a bit of cricket there. But yeah, I just think it's a very historic and beautiful ground. And even better probably now with the redevelopment. I play a lot of Australian football there as well now in the Aussie winter. Oh, it's well bowled. And McKean takes the bait. We just, could have gone straighter here rather than trying to swipe across the line. Aurora basically puts it on the fishing hook, doesn't he? Yeah, it's only the bounce of this pitch that saves McKean in the end. Well bowled. Fires it in. Predictably so, I guess. After the slow one comes the quicker one. At the end of 10 overs, France 62 for 1. Probably try and grab a few sneaky drinks around the ground at this time, because what are we up to? 31 officially, but I'm telling you it's hotter than that. It's definitely hotter than that. That's where we are in the middle of this innings, 62. So look, if you double 62, you get 124. It's not quite enough, but I think with 9 wickets in hand, France have to be favourites at the moment. Yeah, Adelaide's a beautiful place to play. The other place I didn't play is Tasmania. Pretty nice as well. McKeon steps back, trusts the bounce. I think you're trying to defend this as well. You better be pretty close to perfect with your fielding as well. That's the kind of ball you can't let it sneak through for 4. But, you know, pick up a couple of wickets here. I do think there is a window back into this contest for Malta. You know that, you know, these two will be the key. You've got Usman Khan, I suppose, part of that conversation as well. It's well bowled by Amir. Again, I think that Gulami's playing for a bit of turn. It's just not quite there. Next ball, worked away. Gulami gets a single next ball. Come on, boys! So, this is the next delivery. He's certainly getting some good bounce from this end. Manamir. Speak to most of the players, I'll say, yeah, I think this end, when you bowl from this end, get a bit more bounce. All right, enough's enough, and Gus goes large. Maximal! And well, to be honest, that one's gone over everything. It's gone over the pavilion. This was massive. And that's a gigantic hit. Yeah, that's going to take some finding. Absolutely smashed by Gustav McKeon. Well, they did find the ball, so there's that. Yeah. That went, I don't even think that touched the pavilion, to be honest. That's a really big hit. It's the biggest hit we've seen all day. Short boundary, but big hit. Come on, Emir! And you can see the danger that McKeon is to opposition. That's why I think it was so big that Malta got him out earlier, but they couldn't convert that into a win. France still getting up by 9 runs. And now, you know, unlike plenty of other batters today, he's not trying to go to the well again. He's happy just to take a 1. Feels like that 6 relieves the pressure. Poking my head back to the other game. Scotland, they're 9 out now. 58 for 9 at the moment. Gulami takes it on and he's out. He just gets that slightly wrong. It's the outside half of the bat. It's Shaju that takes the catch, I think. Takes it on. Nicely taken. Running to his left, diving, gets 2 hands to it. And so, unfortunately, Gulami doesn't have a great day at the office. First up here in the Mdina Cup. He's a guy who scored 1 earlier. This time he scores 2. I guess it's a good percentage rate of improvement, but I think the number 3 wants to score more than 3 in a day. He's the second wicket to the fall. It's 71 for 2. Okay. Well, it's not the man that was doing the damage, but it's something. Got Kanasane, who's going to come to the crease at number 4. 55 off 54. I think McKeon firmly holds the key to this chase now. And we saw him play a bit of a false shot to Aurora last over. Ball that just kind of bounced over off stump. And then we also seen him crack one over everything, including the pavilion. And end of the over as well. So 71 for 2. Yeah, McKeon, he's got French hopes on his shoulders, I think. Take nothing away from some of the other batters like Kanasane, like Usman Khan, who, you know, we might see next, considering how well he batted earlier. But, you know, with Gus at the crease, it's hard to see France falling short. All right, let the battle resume. Over number 12. Come with the left arm tweakers. Pushing McKeon back, just take 1. Kanasane is actually pretty quick between the wickets, you know. Having said that, almost rounded himself out this morning when he hit to mid-off. Oh, Aurora knocks onto the stumps, so it doesn't knock the bails off. Plus, Gustav McKeon was in his crease. But yeah, these stumps, because they obviously, there's no holes for the stumps here at the Masters International Cricket Ground. So their base is pretty heavy. Look at this. If he hits the bottom, it's quite common for it not to knock the bails off, you know. A little bit short. Kanasane drills into the gap and gets 4. Well, that's a confidence builder for him. And Aurora gets it slightly wrong. I mean, for sure, he wants to try and draw the new batter forward rather than give him something that he can line up with the pull. And it costs him 4 on this occasion. Nice shot, though, from Lingeswaran. I like Kanasane as well. I think he's a guy, he's always giving 100% for his team, no matter what he's doing. Wears the shirt with honour. That's where he wants to be, Aurora. And it's a better result. Kanasane just pushes into the offside and momentarily down below a run of ball. 50 off 50 with 8 wickets in hand. Shouldn't be losing these games at international level, but you never know. It's a good field though. I mean, they've still got 4 in the ring in the offside, and just saying, look, hit past us if you want to score. If you just get a block, and then we'll get a dot. And really, dots are the only way back into this for Malta. What if they stick with Amir, if they go for someone else next over? And pitches up, clunked off the bottom of the bat. Just a single. Kanasane will retain the strike. Aurora, 11 off 2 overs, not the worst. Probably bowled 1 bad ball in that over and he got punished. End of 12, it's 77 for 2. Walking sticks with 8 overs to go. So many people, so many choices today. I mentioned we've just got 8 overs at most of cricket left here in Malta, but we've got still, when this finishes, about 1.5 games to go in ECS cricket. Also, I'm really curious to see what happens in the Thailand-Scotland women's game in the Netherlands. I mean, Scotland look like they might bat out the overs now, up to 61 for 9 off 18. Just trying to hold it together. You never know. I mean, Thailand playing on an unfamiliar surface. Scotland certainly, I hope they can do something similar to the Thai side. All right, so there's Waka Afridi. Go back to pace. I like this move. I just think instinctively, you go back to someone that you think is a bit of a spearhead. It's funny to say that about Waka, who hasn't actually taken an international wicket yet, but I do think he's a very good bowler. 5 came off his 2 overs. Here he is in over 13. Kanasane takes on. This should be the first wicket for Waka Afridi, and it is. Nicely taken out there. It's Bikram Aurora that takes the catch, and Kanasane goes. Doesn't get the contact he was looking for over the leg side, and Waka Afridi, well bowled. He's had a very promising first day in international cricket, and he gets the 3rd wicket for his side. Kanasane goes for 5, and it's 77 for 3. Walking stick 77, and back walks Kanasane. I wonder who they sent out here, actually. Because we saw Dawud Ahmedzai batting 5 earlier, but I'd be setting out Usman Khan. Usman's coming off 58 that he scored. And Dawud only able to score 1. It's decisions. Got to say, well done to Waka Afridi. He's been really energetic with the ball today. Obviously batted really well earlier as well. Nice catch by Aurora. But, yeah, all right. I thought they would, and they have. It is Usman Khan, as you can see on your screen. And he's coming out at 5. I think it's a good move. What I will say is if you can get these 2, I think we're going to have a game on our hands. I think either one of these 2 bat the journey. Hard to see Malta sneaking a win. But if you can get these 2 and expose guys that haven't had too much success with the bat so far, and I think Malta could find themselves in a position to win the game. mean, don't forget, in the first innings of this game, 81 came off the first 10 overs. Only 44 came off the second 10. So, once we've seen middle and lower order go in, and we've seen the scoring dry up. It's been a bit of a trend today. Usman glances, he picks out Wasim Abbas. A bit fortunate, I think, for Malta that doesn't go around Wasim. It's probably running away for 4. Usman mentioned his technique earlier. Jumps away from the line of the ball sometimes, but he's got a good eye, so he kind of gets away with it most of the time. Pretty well bowled, but also pretty well played. Plays it with a pretty straight bat into the mid-on region. Zishan finds himself there. Throws it into the keeper. Usman Khan off the mark. He was brilliant earlier, wasn't he? And what was a player of the match effort for Usman Khan in match 1. Attacking the stumps. McKeon knows, it's only top balls to get us in trouble here. I think McKeon is being pretty selective about when he goes after something. He saw something he liked from Amir, kind of challenge length delivery that he sent over the pavilion. But apart from that, I think he's really confident he's not going to take risks unless he absolutely needs to. This one's hit out to the offside and just be a single. I suppose the longer that Malta can go without conceding a boundary as well, it kind of increases their chances slightly. Just, I suppose, deferring the action a little bit. I mean, at some point, you need something more than once. But right now, I think they're pretty comfortable, France. 7 wickets in hand. Here, Don. Freddie's been good, hasn't he? He's got 1 for 8 after 3. His first international wicket in that over as well. And France, 80 for 3 after 13. Hanging in there. Bit of an update on the other international game we're showing this afternoon. Scotland bowled out for 65. The last pair did put on 8. The last 2 wickets put on 24. So, good defence. If Scotland were to be able to defend that, Thai team, I guess, first bat in foreign conditions in the Netherlands. So yeah, you never know. Having said that, the Thai team, they've had a fair bit of experience around the world, though. Cracking that top 20 and doing some really good things in international cricket. It's really nice to see. Probably about 10 minutes away from the resumption of play there. So welcome to any viewers that might have switched over from the Netherlands and of course Hungary. But there you go. You can see Sean getting a little bit of impromptu chiropractic work. I've got to say, if I had to choose someone to step on my back, I don't think I'd have him run Amir too close to the top of the list. Just in case he gave you full power. I think Keanu, he's a big Gus McKeon fan. He's got a smart cricket brain. Not facing at the moment is Usman, who's had a smart day. He's facing Aurora, bowling a 3rd over. Too short, and adios pelota, Maximo. Aurora, I mean, like a couple of spinners today, he's run into trouble when he hasn't got full enough. And I think it's pretty hard to protect these square boundaries. If you look at the dimensions of this cricket ground, drags it down, Usman. He says, yes, please, I'll have some of that. It's halfway up the fence, almost a bullseye into the archery range. This one will be fuller, you watch. A little bit. Again, Usman, that's smart. I mean, how many times today have we seen a batter hitting a 6 or a 4 and then getting out the very next ball? Pitched up, shouldn't be covering, doesn't. Prasad, like a man half his age. There's the fielding and rolls as he does. And Malta, this will be a tough one to swallow because, I mean, they haven't been that far behind France today, really. And the way things are shaping up, looks like they might go home without a point. Yeah, that's more where you got to be, I think. The only way back into this is to take wickets, and you take wickets by going shopping a little bit, as Corey would say. You know, toss it up, maybe try and get them bang you for 6 down the ground. You've got deep boundaries straight down the ground. This goes back and it's been another dot. Yeah, so still kind of hanging around that run of ball, isn't it? Yeah, Bikram Aurora. Pretty good. Maybe just 2 balls let him down in this 3 overs. This is a good shot though. Manufactured Usman Khan. Having a great day with the bat. He's looked in touch when lots of batters haven't. And he finishes the 14th with a boundary. France getting back to a run of ball now. 90 for 3 after 14. So we typically have 3 matches a day from Malta this week, but today and tomorrow it's only 2. And at the same time, we'll have 1 match a day this week from Netherlands, always starting at noon GMT, which is 2 o'clock in Central Europe and 5:30 p.m. in India. Also, don't forget you've got ECS cricket every day as well. As the Hungarian ECS moves into its 2nd week. They're still batting to come. I think they've listed Dawood right down the bottom, and he came in at 5 last time. Maybe he's a bit of a pinch hitter, but didn't hit much. He was out for just 1. And France, they never really run out of batters. At this level, they can all hold it. Gus McKean's just needing a new bat. He might have cracked one there. And France run a ball required. And here it comes. He just might have cracked the bat, maybe down towards the bottom, just looking at the way he's holding it. Well, it must be an international match when players have more than 1 bat. Often we'll see teammates exchanging bats at the ECS level here in Europe. Anyway, here's over number 15. And it's going to be gone. Well, new bat doesn't work. Finds the leading edge. And how about that? Afridi breaks through. Has his first wicket in the last over that he bowled. And this time he does it all himself. McKean goes for 43. And what was that sound? Yeah, I think it was the sound of cracking open a can of worms. Because with no McKean there, a lot of pressure on Usman Khan to bring him home. They still require 36. McKean plays a steady hand of 43, but he has to go. Caught and bowled by Wakar Afridi Ahmed. And the score is 90 for 4. Well, still a bit of breathing space. I think that bat might go straight back in the bag. Get me the old one back. Yeah, just closing the face on it slightly, playing across it slightly, and it's a leading edge, so basically it's that front edge. Pops it back for a simple return catch. Afridi. You see playing his cricket for Sweet United locally here in Malta. Now qualified, making his international debut today and doing some good things. He's another guy, I mean, I'd be tempted to throw him up with the bat. They did in the last game, bat him at 5, didn't really work out, but got out first ball, so what are you going to do? Worth further consideration. Here's Noman Amjad, who's coming out at 6. Again, he's a guy, probably the ideal guy to come out in this circumstance. Pretty cool head, experienced guy. And he's facing a fight up, Wakar. Drives past him, gets 1. He'll feel a bit better after that. I say no, McKean. County says, what a wicket. Yeah, certainly he's livened things up a little bit, hasn't it? France more or less run a ball. I mean, Usman's super important here. He's had a great day, hasn't he? He's the only draw player we see in this French lineup. There's questions about maybe some others they might have in, especially the bolster their batting, but I suppose there's all sorts of issues flying back and forth as to who you won't see in that side at the moment, but certainly Usman has been a real rock. He's had a good kind of measure of being attacking without being crazy with his batting today. It's been selective, but when he has gone after it, most of the time he's got it. Just checks the drive here. Be 1 to Prasad. I mean, I always think that if there's more runs required than balls remaining, fielding team has a chance. Because, you know, you're only that key wicket away from maybe dotting up a new batter and then pushing that 6 or so and over up to 7 or 8, and then more as we get deep in this chase. Amjad, pretty solid shot. Zishan took forever to come off the boundary, but it doesn't matter. It's only going to be 1. Freedy with 2 wickets, something to show for his toil at the crease today. Last ball of a Freedy spell. Oh, thick edge. Flies away, just be 1. Could have got anywhere. Usman survives, moves to 14, retains the strike, 15 overs in. France 94 for 4, requiring 32 off the last 5 overs of this one. It's been an interesting innings, really. If you go like the 5x5 kind of quarters, 34 off the first quarter, and then 28 off the second, and then 32 off the third. So when it's all said and done, they've pretty much stayed at the rate required. They've never been too far ahead, but never been too far behind. I mentioned they need some of those key players to stick around. I suppose they have. They had a good opening partnership between Jackson and McKeon. Usman Khan keeping on at the moment. Afridi 2 for 12 of this spell. Only 3 and over. That's really good going. The guy playing his first international cricket today, Shaju and Mir, the other 2 wicket takers. Interestingly, they're going to go for Fanyan Magal now from the bottom end. The first time we've seen Fanyan bowling from the golf course end, running away from the camera. Shaju, here's another option you got up your sleeve. He's taken 1 for 16 off his 2. So they've bowled out Wakar Afridi, but everyone else is available to bowl that has bowled. They've used 6 bowlers, so they've got plenty of options. Let's see if Magal can get it right from this end. Bowled to Usman Khan. This one's going nowhere. Siddhasanan cleans up on 1 bounce. So 32 off 29. And you got Usman facing, he scored a 50 earlier. You got Amjad, the captain, who can certainly bat. But I just think, pressure's on. We saw France kind of pinch it earlier in similar circumstances with 4 down. And so I know you've got 3 games to choose from at the moment. This is one time I'll say, stick with this one because we're almost done here and it's going to be a pretty interesting ending. And we can turn over. Knock back to him. Bangs this straight into the ground, I think. Magal gets it up full and straight. Yeah. That's well bowled. Probably haven't seen that many Yorkers today that executed. It's a good place to be. Usman faces up again. Again, takes a bit of a risk. Backs away, but he's got such good eye. Drives it off his stumps, gets 1. The longer this goes, the more Malta have a shout, I think. And it's actually a huge game in the context of this series, even though it's early on, but it's only a 6-game series, don't forget. If these 2 are tied up versus France having a 4-point lead, it's a very different looking table, isn't it? Full toss. And that's a long chase for Zishan out there. Is he going to get there? He won't. So really boundary from nothing. It was low down. Amjad jams down on it. And it just shows you how fast this outfield is. And yeah, just not able to get there. Yeah, eventually they find the ball. That relieves a bit of the pressure, doesn't it? Anyway, McGill didn't do too much wrong there. I like his plan here. Zamjad, that gets 4. Oh, now he overcooks the Yorker. This will just be a single. Not quite high enough to be called, but Zamjad a bit disappointed he doesn't do more with that. Dash Batanka's on the field, I noticed. It's a man that couldn't quite get close enough to that ball. Prevent it going out to the outfield, and ultimately it beats Zishan on the third man boundary. Snake through for a single this time. Tanker's back in the action again. Nice to see him out there. End of the over. 101 for 4 after 16. So, yeah, 25 or 24. There's a lot of action coming your way, and it'll continue tomorrow, don't forget. As it will have pretty much the same kind of program from here in Malta and also in the Netherlands. So these are the internationals for tomorrow. Luxembourg are here. They'll play Malta first up. They'll play France in match 4. And that starts same time. We're the early birds here in Malta. 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 12 p.m. in India. And then don't forget, Netherlands T20 International Women's Tri-Series as well. And the Netherlands play for the first time, playing Thailand tomorrow. At the moment, Thailand doing some pretty good things. And yeah, that'll be a good contest tomorrow. Last time they played, I think Netherlands swept them aside, but yeah, Thailand improving all the time. Yeah, so we've got that. And don't forget also cricket from Hungary tomorrow, day 9 at ECS. Lots to choose from. A bit like the salad bar, wherever we go, and a bit like a buffet. Take my strategy. Take a little bit of everything. I certainly have been keeping an eye on what's been happening around the grounds today. So here we go. Start of a new over. It's going to start with a boundary. So yeah, Wazim Abbas comes back, and yeah, Usman just having a brilliant day. There's no other way to say it. He's got all the tools, doesn't he, to be a very good limited overs cricketer. He's a clever bowler with an excellent and well-disguised slower ball that's hard to hit. And then with the bat, he just does enough. He never backs down from a challenge, and they get it down below a run of ball now. Surely France can hold on from here. 21 of 23 required. Remember, margins matter as well, though, in just a 6-match series in case there is a tie. There's every chance we might get a tie on points. Backs away, knocks this into the ground, and then Aurora cleans up just a single. Keanu looking at the Luxembourg team basically at full strength. He says, yeah, well, yeah, Luxembourg they're a team that I think got some very good players at their disposal. We saw them greatly improve the ECC last year. I'm just playing straight and not taking too many risks, and he's happy just to get one at this stage. He knows it's only dot balls that could get into hot water. It's been a fascinating day's cricket. This is one time I think double headers work nicely because the whole day's played out pretty well. Goes upstairs and then backs away, sends back his partner. Good throw, might have had him in trouble. He'll get away with it in the end. See here, he quickly puts up a stop sign, and it also, what are you doing? But I think a couple of issues there. Abbas was caught in front of the stumps because he was in his follow through. Quick get in a good position. Usman get one. I think it's two, and to be honest, they should get it, and they will get it. That's a really good hustle from Amjad to get back to the non-strikers end for a second. Last ball over. Goes after it, and he's dropped. Oh, Prasath, it wasn't an easy one, but it was to his preferred side. It was to his left. He got two hands to it, but he couldn't hold on. That could have really brought Malta back into it. Looks not an easy chance. Again, Usman steps away. Look. It's a tough one. The Varun will feel that's one he should have held. Into the 17th over, 110 for 4. 16 required off the last 3 overs. Yeah, hurts, but I mean, the longer you take this game, you feel like you might have a shot, especially because it's the kind of field that you can protect the boundaries a little bit more. So if you can kind of get it above a runner ball again, and then keep it at ones and the odd dot, maybe a wicket here or there. Yeah, Thailand, Netherlands playing tomorrow. Kiana mentioning it was 1-1 with an abandoned game. Yeah, that's true. And it wasn't too long ago. It was just last week, I think. So, yeah, it was last time they played, I think Netherlands handed out a bit of a beating, but the time before it was Thailand. One way or the other, maybe I got those two mixed up, but I remember there were two very different results, and of course, yeah, the washout there, unfortunately, in the Netherlands. Anyway, here we go. It's over number 18, and Magal comes on to Usman Khan. He throws his hands at this. This will probably run away, and it will. 4 runs. Good batting in Magal. He's one bowler that he has been reasonably effective when he's bowled full and straight, because I think people are clocking when it's outside off. Just throw your hands at it. You know, he's not really going to bring it back towards you. He gets a fair chunk of wood on that. And the pressure relieving boundary. France in a really good position to go 2-0. Now, nothing stupid. The age-old adage. So this one is a bit straighter and jammed down. Amir's been trying pretty hard in the field. That's a good stop as well. Keeps it to 1. 11 off 16. You really need a good run of dots here. I think it might even be worth, bringing in. Well, the cover's in kind of on the 1 at the moment. You've got no one saving the single on the leg side, but yeah, you need to find a way to score a dot, or even better, to score a wicket if you're Malta. Amjad, he's driven well. This one could be trouble. Oh, Sudasanan couldn't pick it up. And that was to Prasath's left, which is his preferred side. I think it was a tough take for Sudasanan, but if he was able to scoop it up on the half volley and take the stumps in one motion, I have a feeling that Usman might have been gone. Have a look at it here. Yeah, he gets in a weird position. Yeah, have a look here. When it comes in, finds himself kind of to the side of the stumps. You see he's just not able to take it cleanly, but I think if he did, he's gone. Yeah, half chance. It wasn't the best throw, but got himself in a bit of a muddle there by kind of getting between the ball and the stumps a little bit. Chanjal. Anyway, up and over. Chance! And a brilliant catch from Zishan Khan. And so it's not going to matter in the end, because Usman Khan goes the very next ball. And once again, when it seems like one team's running away with it, the other team's come up with the answer. He went up and over. Zishan, who he knows had persistent injury problems over the last 12 months, but he looked half his age there, didn't he? As he came in and held it inches from the ground. Good knock from Usman, gets them so close, but they're still so far and away. 10 runs required. He's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 116 for 5. Usman finishes up with 87 runs for the day. Well, when you're sitting on the bench, this is exactly what you don't want when you've got a situation like this. Because you feel like you're fully expected to do it, and if that means the idea is you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing because all you can really do is mess it up. Got 2 to come in the over, and I think this is a real opportunity to try. This ball, I think you're really trying hard for a dot. Second one, maybe you don't mind the 1, keep the new batter on strike. Got Amjad, who hasn't had to do too much since he's been out these. It's kind of driven, punched the 1s. But anyway, game on the Master Cricket Ground. McGall comes up with a big wicket. Nice catch by Zishan out there. All right, longer you push this, the better your chances get. Prasath comes in really tight at mid-wicket. He's saying, look, don't give him a 1 here, because then you'll give the strike back to Amjad, and then he can punch a 1 and keep the strike. So this is a pretty important ball not to score. We saw Zain Amjad kind of be a bit over-aggressive earlier as well. He was bounced out, and he'll miss out here. So now, I mean, I think now you can probably ease off a little bit, and you don't mind a single so much this time. He hasn't really established too much yet. I mean, Amjad himself, he's just been happy to punch down the ground. He's 9 off 6 with a boundary. So, I mean, you might need to see a little bit more out of him. But if he's going to take singles, that means we'll see more of Zain Ahmed on strike. Yeah, this is one that should just be a single, and it is. It might have just come off the finger of Wakar Afridi. He's just holding his hand. But anyway, it's the end of the 18th over. And the score, 117 for 5. Interesting day's cricket. I mean, I still expect, actually, scores to go up a bit. But I think these 2 teams, when you consider France, I mean, as a batting unit, I suppose, sometimes we've seen them exposed. For Malta, they're having to deal with the French bowling attack, so that's why. But a couple of conspiring factors keeping scores down to the 100 to 125 so far. All right, biggest over of the match coming up. You got to throw what you think's your best option if you're the fielding captain, Varun Prasath, and it looks like it will be Wasim Abbas to bowl. He's had a pretty tough day at the office so far, Wasim. But I tell you what, he's one guy, you know, obviously he was the last wicket to fall in the first match. He would love to deliver a big over here and set up a win for Malta, because they're well behind in the game at this stage. But if you can deliver an over that only goes for 2 or 3 right now, then you know you can bring it back into the balance. Lefty on strike, so left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease. All right, all Lemons in the 19th, and it starts right now. Here's Wasim. And he gets another dot. It's just kind of what I was saying would be a best-case scenario for Malta, because Zain's the new batter. You know, he's more likely to swing and miss than an Amjad. So, I mean, that's a good ball from Wasim. Now, they're actually going to take the fine leg across. There's absolutely no one at fine leg. It's almost daring him to ramp here. Oh, pushes it too far, though. It will be a wide. Pretty good stop by Siddhasanan. He's been busy behind the stumps. He just overdid it, didn't he? His extras cost you a bit more at this stage when you're getting so close to the target. 2 very tight games first up. I suppose you'd kind of expect that when these teams aren't too far away in the rankings. I suppose 14 spots is a fair bit, but they're all pretty clustered, all the teams we'll see this week. Oh, he's bowled him. Gone straight through him, and Abbas. Oh, could he square things away with a big over here? Zain takes the bait, doesn't he? They left plenty of gaps on the leg side. And with just a few required for victory, goes the big shot. See it here on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Hits across the ball, that hits his off stump. So, you know, takes a risk. It's a risk that had potential payoffs, but also had some downsides, and we see it right there. So this 19th over, the most crucial one of the game so far. It's gone dot wide wicket at the moment. The captain at the wrong end as far as he's concerned. And Wasim, what a story. What a redemption story it would be if he could pull Malta out of this one. 10 balls remaining. 8 runs required. Keanu's asking, if we get a super over, does it reset the golden ball counter? And the short answer is no, Keanu. In fact, we had a tie in the series in Romania, but because it got rained off, they were tied on Duckworth Lewis, and because it was raining, they couldn't play a golden ball. So it was our first ever actual tie. Anyway, 10 to come. Oh, he's bowled it! It's 2 in a row! And Watercooler Surya goes for a golden. And talk about redemption, it's the exact fielder that caught out Wazim Abbas that he now sends packing for a golden. It wasn't a great shot, really. Just had to get bat on ball. I wonder what Amjad's thinking at the other end. Nips back a little bit, but, I mean, he's nowhere. Just kind of lifted their head, trying to turn it leg side, and Abbas, a little bit of how you doing about that celebration as well. As Shyam's had an up and down day, and he's got a golden Derek following him off. As he's the 7th wicket to 4, we got drama here at the MCG. It's 118 for 7. And this looks like Dawood Ahmedzai, who's coming out to bat now at number 9. The Energizer Bunny, or Mr. Universe, take your pick. All right, so, oh, what a day. Yeah, Amjad, I think he's handing out plenty of advice. I don't know how much of it's been followed so far in this over. Here we go, though. Dawood, he's got arms that can crush one of the palm trees that you'd see around the cricket ground here. I mean, surely he's going to be fairly smart and just try and get one here. Abbas on a hat trick as well. Oh, should be a hat trick. Who's got it? Keeper's ball, and he's gone. Unbelievable. Wazim Abbas takes a hat trick here. And would you believe your eyes? Oh, well. The guy who came so close to pulling it off earlier for Malta might get another chance, and it keeps a new batter on strike as well. So they go from 118 for 5 to 118 for 8 in the blink of an eye, and Malta, this is a proper Houdini job if they can pull this off. Once again, Amjad full of advice. It's easy to give, hard to take. And unbelievable, really. Ahmedzai trying the pull shot. I mean, it wasn't that short. It's a risky shot. Siddhasanan does the rest, and Wazim Abbas takes a hat-trick. Now, for all you guys out there, because this is not an ECN T10, it won't officially go in our Hall of Fame, but we'll just remember that one, okay, for Wazim Abbas. Taking a hat-trick in a T20 International. 118 for 8. And now we're at run of ball. So this over has gone dot wide. Wicket, wicket, wicket. And once again, we're seeing the pressure of the situation telling on the lower order batters. And we saw it happen in the Malta innings, didn't we? With the exception of Waqar Afridi, really, in that chase earlier on today. So I told you, you got plenty of cricket to choose from, but I told you, stick with this one at the moment. Anyway, it could be a double hat trick. As it's Rahmatullah Mangal facing up. Oh! I mean, we can't really see where this hits him, but it's pretty close. Be a leg bite. I suppose importantly, it gets Amjad on strike. Let's have a look at this one. It does sneak across. Where's it hit him here? Oh, maybe just heading down the leg. Yeah, probably just going down by a stump. I think it's a good decision. But anyway, 7 off 7 is Amjad. Just needs a 1 here and keep control of the strike. And he will get a one bounce. That's Zishan. He throws it in knowing that they're never really looking for a second. So we go to the last, and at the end of the 19th over is 120 for 8. They need 6 off the last over. Don't forget, Siddhasanan hit a big 6 for Malta off the third last ball of the first half of this game. But then swung and missed at the last 2. In fact, they didn't even try for a bye on the last ball. Oh boy. Well, that basically tells you it's close. And somehow, we talked about how France kind of fell in a heap. Well, Malta, how Malta fell in a heap. I think that France, well, they won't forgive themselves if they don't chase this down. 2 wickets away from pulling off an unlikely victory here, Malta. What is it about close games in T20 Internationals here at the Master Cricket Ground? All right, so you got Amjad. You can kind of handle Amjad getting a single here, but you don't want him to get 2. So you need 6 off 6 if you're France. And counterpoint, Amjad's looking for 2. He's hitting the ball reasonably well, but now he has to kind of take the role of chief protagonist. It's going to be Sharju to bowl the last over. Strap yourselves in around the world. Here we go. France, they can win it with a Maximo. Oh, it's a dot on Amjad, first up. 6 off 5. Look, we won't have a golden ball if it is a tie, but we'll have a super over. According to the T20 international regulations. That's a great start from Sharju. Having said that, that's the kind of ball that Amjad's punched down the ground pretty easily so far. But, you know, pressure telling on everyone at this stage. Pressure on the bowler, pressure on the fielders, pressure on the keeper. Pressure squarely on the French captain as he faces up again. Comes down and should just be one, okay? And they definitely won't get a second. I mean, that's the key as well. Because I think at this stage with these wide open spaces, if you think you can get 2, you run the first one hard and go for it. But you've only got 2 wickets left in hand as well. That's well bowled by Sharju. And look at the field here. They've still got 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg. So kind of encouraging the batter to go across the line, which has its own risks. Rahmatullah. Leg by first time he faced up. 5 to win. 4 ties it. Oh, and another dot, and now he might be gone. No, gets back just in time. Oh boy, he kind of took the bait to go leg side where there's only 3 fielders, and he ended up, you know, pretty lucky to survive, to be honest. Then he's looking for a bye, but I mean, you don't want to run out Amjad at this stage. So 5 off 3. Sharju, again, he was another man that had a moment to forget earlier, redeeming himself here in the last. Can Malta pull this out? 5 off 3. Another swing and a miss. And now where's he going? He's gone. He's going to be run out or stumps. Take your pick. And so Mangal feels the pressure. And I've got to say, you can't really run in that situation because you just got to run out of Amjad. You kind of got to realise it's a ball you're not going to score off. Have a look here. And then he takes off. So I think this is run out. Yeah, and Sudasanan runs in and makes his job pretty easy. He can't miss from there. I have seen him miss from there, but yeah, I mean, you can see here, he's just, it's not wise because now you're also now down to your last wicket. So if you get run out trying to get Amjad back on strike, this time you've lost the game. So once again, we've seen a chasing team basically making a mess of a good situation. Credit to Sharju as well. 4 out of 4 have been spot on so far. And I think if you hit it, you're running here. You've got the number 11 at the crease. You've got Rahula out there. They need 5 off 2. 1 wicket wins it for Malta. Oh, okay. If he runs out, he wins. They win. Malta have done it. And well, they flipped the script after the first game. This time it was blocked by the bowler. And Sharju, who had egg on his face earlier, this time he's the hero. Malta squared the series. He knocks it down. He was under pressure as well. Had to hit the stumps from about 3 metres away. He didn't make any mistake. And France have been bowled out. It's a game apiece in the Mdina Cup. And the final score in match 2, Malta 125, France 121. The margin is 4 runs and 4 absolute nail-biters. 4 innings, 2 matches where you've been on the edge of your seat the whole time. The pressure's never let up. We saw 39 wickets fall out of a possible 40. And, wow, how about that from Sharju? Let's have a look at this, what would be the last ball of the game. I mean, it makes sense they go on contact. I mean, maybe you could say it's just a bit unlucky for Mangal that it doesn't get further away after it was knocked down partially by Sharju. But what an over. It goes dot 1, dot, run out, and this is over. They lose their last 5 wickets for just 3 runs. And this series is very, very much alive. Yeah, well, yeah, both sides, they played their hearts out. I said, you know, if Malta go 0-2, they played better than that. So both teams get something to show for it. I suppose considering how close both games were, it's probably a fair result. But the French will be feeling there's nothing fair about that, the way they fell away in that chase. Because they were cruising, weren't they? 117. off 18 they were, and they just needed 9 off the last 2 overs with 5 wickets in hand. But, you know, I've got to say, I think that Varun, the Maltese captain, pulled the right strings with some of the fielding positions that they had in the last. Good mixture of protection, but also, you know, aggressively trying to stop any scoring. And well, if you enjoyed that, then tune in tomorrow, because we'll be back with Luxembourg on the park. They'll play Malta in the morning. They'll play France in the afternoon. Don't worry, these 2 teams that you just saw, Malta and France, they will play again in the Valletta Cup. So we'll get to see them play again, and I'm looking forward to that. They'll play at least once later in the week. Also, we've got the Netherlands T20 International Women's Tri-Series continuing as well. It'll be day 2 there. But we'll be here with the early birds. So you can get us 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. And, well, that was an incredible day's cricket. And 2 teams with not too much between them, as we saw early on. Action Jackson and Gustav McKeon came out there, put on a decent opening partnership, didn't they? They kind of did their bit, didn't they? But as often you see with teams gaining confidence, kind of getting the momentum, and Malta would get it back in the end. But early on, it was all France, wasn't it? Jackson had a different approach. I think he looked like he was keen to play his shot straight away. McKeon kind of took his time, working himself into the innings. And, well, this is a nice shot straight down the ground. And McKeon, you see, you know, when he really launched one, they went like a lightning bolt off the bat. Eventually, Action Jackson goes to a ball that he almost needed the pool cue extender for. This is one that's probably the biggest hit of the day. It went over everything. I think they might have needed to catch a taxi to get that one back, but Kanasane came out, got a bit of a gift from Aurora. Aurora bowled pretty well. We just showed his 2 bad balls, but I think the rest of them were decent. Guzman had a good day, didn't he, for France? End up with 87 runs and 6 wickets. But this is the big one, wasn't it? McKeon changed his bat. It was a change of luck, leading it straight back to Waka Afridi. We thought that might end up costing Malta, with Prasad putting one down to his left, his preferred side. But then Zishan had his back, took a good catch running in. But really, France were in such a good position. They'll be kicking themselves tonight. And this was the pressure of the end. Zain Ahmed was the first to go. But then there was more to come. Watakula Surya, he swung around one first ball. Wasim Abbas on a hat-trick. Wasim was the villain for Malta earlier, and then he had an international hat-trick. Siddhasanan, in his first day in a Maltese shirt, picks it up, and, well, Abbas, he was kissing the ground that was so cruel to him earlier, and then they just kind of lost their way in this last over. And that was an unnecessary. It was always going to be a dot. I mean, Siddhasanan alerted the situation, but that was a mental error, strategic error from Rahmatullah Mangal. And then this is it, trying to get the captain back on strike, but they were out of wickets, they were out of time, and they were out of luck as France fall 4 runs short, and Malta, I think with the margin, it won't be quite enough to take it to the top, but these 2 will pretty much be tied at the top of the table with not too much between them, because 2 single-digit margins between them here on day 1 of the Mdina Cup. Oh, well. You can turn over after we leave you in a couple of minutes to the Thai Scottish game in the Netherlands, or of course ECS Hungary. But right now, let's have a look at what happened here and just have a look at those bottom 5. 1 and 4 derricks down the bottom after they set the table. McKeon with 43 top scores, 22 to run a ball from Action Jackson, 29 for Usman Khan, who had a very good day. Amjad was just left with nobody at the end. He was starved at the strike. We talked about how important it was, I think, to try and keep him away from the strike at the start of the ninth over, and it worked out perfectly for Malta. I don't think he even faced another ball, to be honest, from that point going forward. And it really fell away from there, didn't it? 2 tight games and 2 tails that basically tie themselves in a knot to finish things off. And for the 3rd time in 4 innings, a team doesn't bat out the 20. 3 for 22, Abbas with a hat-trick steals the show in the 19th. We say it all happens in the 19th in T20 International Cricket. Waka Afridi was brilliant though, 2 for 12 of his 4. So economical. Wickets also for Fanyan Magal as well as Sharjah, who bowled a brilliant last over. Amir with 1 for 13, but everyone, reasonably economical, bowling well as a team. Yeah, just take you through the 19th over went dot. wide, wicket, leg by single. It kept Amjad away from this, right? Their 20th, Shanju came on, went dot, one, dot, run out, and it was a crazy finish. Really, for the neutrals, I think they'll say that's a good result, but France will feel hard done by. They don't have 4 points to walk away with. Just 4 runs between them. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone for your company today. I'll just remind you, you've got options. And just look at where we are in the Dutch game. My recommendation is turn over to that one first, because the Thai women chasing the Scottish target of 66 and they're 37 for 1. And after you've spent a bit of time with Corey, tune into the ECS in Hungary, where Rico is waiting for you. Charlie will be in Hungary tomorrow as well. So yeah, the table at the end of day 1, I can tell you, probably won't have it up on the screen just yet, but it will be France on 2 points, Malta on 2 points, and France ahead by almost nothing. And I think it sets up what's going to be a really interesting Mdina Cup. We've got Luxembourg playing tomorrow, so I'm sure that they've been watching with great interest. And don't forget Romania and Switzerland a little bit later in the week. We'll leave you now, but we do remind you, please head over to one of the other streams on right now, either in the Netherlands or Hungary, or even both. In the meantime, you can like this stream and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, our website, europeancricket.com. You can keep up with what's happening. I've been doing that today because there's been a lot going on. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you have a great rest of the day. I'm going to watch a bit more cricket, but I hope you can join me for some more action. Men's T20s here, international cricket from Malta. We'll see you tomorrow for more Mdina Cup T20 National right here on the European Cricket Network. For now, it's hasta mañana.